Hello there, welcome back to the Random Show episode number 99 with your host, AgostinhoZinga. This is Random Show episode number 99 with your host, AgostinhoZinga, and I hope you are doing well wherever this live stream may find you. I hope you guys are doing swimmingly. How am I? You know how it is. You know how it blood clot is. Big up everybody in the chat hanging in there and being here with me. I appreciate every single one of you. Hopefully you are well wherever you may be. Apologies for the 5 minutes of lateness, but I bet it's better than being 10 minutes late or 20 minutes late. So hopefully you guys will forgive me for my tardiness regardless. If you are tuning into this place for the first time, you may have not heard, but the Random Show is now available as a podcast. Many of you voted in my very popular and very well attended poll that I had on my community tab of my channel, and many of you guys said, hey, I would love, I would adore, I would be enamored, I would be bestowed, I would be flipping, floored if you decided to put that on a podcast. And I decided to strip the video, strip the audio, and put it in a pod, so you should be able to listen to it in all places that you listen to podcasts. It should be available for now on flipping Spotify and Apple Podcasts, so definitely check it out if you haven't already. And then other platforms should be coming soon, like Google and stuff. So if you haven't checked it out and stuff, please do. The links to subscribe, I cannot talk, should be in the description down below. If they're not, let me know and I'll get it edited, but I'm sure all the links should be down below, so check that out if you haven't already. Please do check that out if you haven't already. Today's random show is going to be pretty blockbuster, as our guy Brendan will say, pretty blockbuster, because I just found out, right, prior to me recording my #1 cultural commentary podcast in the world, the HORRENDOUS Show, someone let me know in the chat, whoever you are, I do love you, and I'm blowing you kisses. Someone let me know in the flipping chat that flipping BGL's estranged wife, LUANA, is having a flipping live stream with MMA-Holes. Those legends over there, that absolute legend. I had no idea, so it's just good timing. I had no idea they were going to do a live interview thing today, so we're going to be watching that together. A little bit of a watch along in about an hour, I think. It's going to be taking off, so definitely tune in, lock in, hang out with me for a bit, and then once that MMA-Holes interview, live interview with LUANA kicks off, we can start watching it in real time together, giggling and laughing, and hopefully, I'm just hoping, I really am hoping that LUANA interview with MMA-Holes isn't super depressing. I'm hoping I can laugh, because if it's depressing and I start laughing, I'm gonna look like a monster, because essentially she is a victim of domestic abuse. Whatever we think about BGL and whatever we think about her and her being a little bit, crazy herself, she clearly is a victim of domestic abuse, whether it's physical or bloody mental, right? And I don't want to be the guy that starts laughing about, her saying, he's attacking me and stuff, even though I have made jokes about it in the past. I do want to be quite considerate, I do want to be quite respectful, and I do want to kind of just be a good guy for once and not flipping laugh, without control at this lady's struggle and her pain and whatever it may be. But some could say going on MMA-Holes and essentially doing that live stream, you're kind of not taking yourself too seriously anyway. Some could say that you're kind of exploiting yourself in a weird way, or allowing yourself to get exploited. Some could say that. I don't say that. I beg to differ. Let's see what happens. Honestly, I'm hoping that it's a decent enough interview and it doesn't turn into a real soppy fest and then I look like a monster if I start laughing. But that'll be the main crux of the show. That'll be the main crux. So if you're looking forward to that, then please hang out with me and we're going to watch it together. But yeah, big up the stream chat. Big up everybody that's in there. I can see a few of you already. Big up Lucky Duck, I see here. Big up Uche, I see here. Big up Robert Minnis, I see here. Big up Crash, I see here. Good to see you. Big up Coil, I think I saw earlier. Big up everybody. Vanilla Sky, Enoch, all of you. Big up for hanging out. I really do appreciate you as always, and it's always nice to have some people here to laugh along with this stuff, because personally I'd be doing this even if there was one person here, but the fact that there's a few of you here makes it just a more worthwhile, and it allows me to do what I know best, and is to entertain as best as I can, because you know what, we got a really short time on this earth and we might as well make it work. So quickly to move on from all that nonsense and all that blurb, first things first, I just finished watching the Marvel trailer, right? The Marvel's movie trailer, whatever it may be. That's why I came a little bit late. I just finished watching that just now, right? Marvel Studio, this nonsense, isn't it, right? Have you guys seen this? This absolute nonsense. Marvel Studio, the Marvels. I just finished watching this now, and I'm legitimately wondering, this is a question I'm going to ask you guys in the chat. Do you guys watch movies? Like, do people actually watch movies? Because I'm confused. Who are they making this for? These superhero movies, for the most part, have hit a bit of a wall, and it's not because of the source material. I watch channels like Comics Explained. I collect comics myself. I've got quite a few here that I can show you. Let me show you actually. Whoopsie, sorry about that, brother. I think I missed what I missed. I missed something. I missed the donation. Oh, big up Jacob. Let me play that again. I missed the super chat. So I apologize for that. Big up Jacob Spowat. Thank you for donating the $1.99 super chat. I appreciate it, brother. I have no message there, but I appreciate you nonetheless. So, I'm a big fan of flipping comic books in general, and the source material is always great. And for whatever reason, comic book movies, especially nowadays, or superhero movies, have kind of hit a bit of a brick wall. And, you know, judging by the box office, judging by the lack of enthusiasm amongst fans, actual fans of comic books, no one's watching these things anymore. So I'm wondering if these don't apply, or if these are not sort of aimed at geeks and nerds like myself, right? Because I would kind of, you know, count myself in that kind of group. I've got a decent collection of pretty decent comic books that I kind of keep in my library of all the stuff I have here, right? Little X-Men there. Little Captain America vibe there, right? I'm in these streets. I'm in these comic book streets. Nick Fury Shield. That's how you can tell I have no friends and always stay in my house at home, right? I may look cool. I may look outgoing, but really at the heart of it, I'm a little bit of a loner. A little bit of a loner. So there you go, right? The Adventures of Superman, right? I've got some decent bits and pieces in me, right? And one thing about, oh, this is always tattered up. And one thing about these comic books that's really kind of accurate, and a lot of people can kind of say, is that usually the writing in these are really, really good. Super, 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 super strong, right? The writing. It's amazing, right? And lastly, Punisher, right? One of my favorites. So the writing usually in comic books is really amazing. And essentially, it's a lot more grown up than the stuff that you see on the big screen for some reason. I think maybe because of the success of 4, whenever that kind of Marvel kind of tongue-in-cheek nonsense, jokey thing worked, they've sort of been trying to use it along the whole way. Maybe it's a Deadpool thing, I don't know what it is, but usually a lot of comic books are kind of serious in terms of their nature and the themes that they sort of explore. And I've always wondered, why don't they make a more like for like kind of why don't they make a more like for like adaptation of these comic books on the big screen, instead of just having these nonsense, you know, flipping slapstick type comedy type things that they have, which are really, really awful. And if these movies aren't really, you know, pointed at people like me or other fans of comic books, why do they make them anyway? And who is watching these things? Because clearly you guys aren't watching them. Regular people who don't care about comics or who are indifferent aren't watching them. Geeks like myself who are balls deep in comics aren't watching them. So why do they keep making them? How do they keep getting budgets approved? Like, what's going on? Is this like a weird money laundering scam or something? I don't understand how people get paid. Like this movie now, I just checked out, Samuel Jackson's in it, Brie Larson. These people don't work for free, right? They've got pretty decent, you know, you imagine they get paid a decent amount. Like, who the hell is legitimately green lighting this nonsense? It's so bad. That Marvel's trailer was legitimately one of the worst sort of advertisements for a movie I've ever seen in my entire life. First of all, just in terms of, you know, my small knowledge of watching random sci-fi movies and TV series, the first sort of shot where this character is in a spacesuit and kind of essentially falls and hits the flipping side of this station where Samuel Jackson's in, right? For me, is already something that I would say, hey, this kind of takes me out of the movie, because I know this isn't legit. If this actually happened in real life, she would have been splattered all over the place. Her internal organs may have combusted if there was a flipping rip in a spacesuit or something. So already the science fiction part of me is like, you know what?
this is already kind of counting me out. I don't know, man. I just see this sort of stuff and I think to myself, who is watching this stuff day to day? Who legitimately is watching anything pertaining to Marvel or DC on the big screen? I really, really, really don't know. But anyway, maybe I'm in the wrong there. Maybe I'm in the wrong there. Next, I want to quickly mention this. I saw this recently, just now on my flipping Twitter feed, and I thought this was pretty hilarious, pretty cool, and also offered up an interesting question as to what I'm going to be doing and how I'm going to be dressing this summer. So this is a picture somebody shared here on Twitter. This is courtesy of a Twitter account I follow called Uncle Girl is Barefoot, featuring Jacob, one of the main stars of flipping Euphoria, and he stepped out rocking a pretty decent fit overall, a nice fleece, the beanie rolled up, some nice Ray-Ban Wayfarers, a couple of hoop earrings, nice clean shaven and whatnot, and a mask in hand, right? He's got one of those nice Korean masks in hand to look cool, and his car keys dangling off, his flipping belt loop, amazing. But the thing to really kind of notice is the bare feet. And you know how you guys on the stream, you know how much an aversion I have to feet. But I think there's something kind of cool, kind of swaggy about stepping out of your Range Rover to go grab a quick juice, read a book while you're in the queue, wearing this real like, you know, fuckboy fleece, the fuckboy beanie, the fuckboy sunglasses with bare feet. There's something kind of cool about it. And it makes me wonder, right? I wonder if stuff like this is kind of it's kind of dependent on what you look like, because there was a period in my life, right? It's just full confession time. There was a period in my life where I was kind of obsessed with those kind of self-actualization type people. A guy called Kelly Starrett, who does a lot of movement type of stuff, where he kind of teaches you how to like squat properly, you know, how to open up your limbs and just be overall flexible. And he had this kind of methodology that he kind of abided by, where he'd say you have to spend as much time as you can barefooted. And obviously he's like an LA SoCal type of dude, so he's all free and whatever it may be. And he'd walk around his area or go for runs outside, right, barefooted. And he say it's important for you to do that so you build up your foot muscles and you kind of, you know, have dexterity in your feet and your limbs and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole science around it. And I decided to do the same thing, but I live in the hood. I live in a really rough part of town, right? And just imagine the scenario, just imagine the vision, the mental image of seeing me walking down the street where I live with barefooted, wearing what I'm wearing, and then thinking in my head I was doing something, right? And then I thought to myself, you know what? You can do that in LA. You can do that when you're a flipping heartthrob actor like this Jacob guy is, right? Where you're kind of rich, famous, and good looking. It kind of works. But when you're a big black dude from East London, maybe stepping out with no shoes, people just think you're homeless. People think you need help. People think you're mentally ill. People think like a lot of bad things about you. They don't think you look cool. They don't think you look swaggy. They're definitely not covering you on the live stream. They're probably thinking about turning back around and slipping you a £5 note in your pocket so you can get some coffee or something. But for Jacob, he just looks swaggy and cool. So that's why I kind of want to come to the conclusion that privilege does exist. Swag privilege exists. There are some things blacks can wear that whites can't wear. Certain things whites can wear that blacks can't wear. Certain things Asians can wear that whites can't wear. It's just what it is. And the sooner you realize what your swag privilege is, you can just lean into it and kind of make it work for yourself. Whereas with other cultures, you kind of have to just, you know, try things, trial by error, and then you kind of figure it out along the way. But I legitimately love it. Like, I legitimately love it. Like, I would wear this look immediately, 100%. But, you know, like Natasha Ski said, it pays to be tall and good looking. But essentially, this is what I'm sort of aiming for frame-wise. By the end of the year, you're going to see me looking as gaunt and as slim as this by the end of the year. The only thing that you'll see me different from me is that from this side view, he's got like zero bum. You're going to see a massive Megan Thee Stallion back off, but the same type of frame for me by the end of the year. That's what you will see. So when you start seeing me shaving my beard, that's usually the sign. Whenever you see a dude that's lost a lot of weight, usually the first thing they do is shave their beard. to kind of get rid of it, because you don't want to shave your beard when you're chubby because you still got a double chin. That's what you saw with flipping Tom Segura. Tom Segura started to shave his beard really low now. It's basically like a 1 or a 2 level. That's the first thing guys do. So by the end of the year, you're going to see me wearing the exact same thing. I'm actually going to take a picture of this, of myself, right? Trying to rock the same thing, standing next to a bus or something with my bare feet, and we're going to record the reactions. But all you're going to see the different stuff. You're going to see, you know, way more fatter, you know, crustier feet, and a bigger bum, because that guy's bum is not all over the place. But I also, you know, also noticed, actually, Natasha Ski said, tall and good looking. Don't you find it interesting that sometimes, it does not happen all the time, but usually good looking people have like good looking, like bodily features. Like, doesn't he have good looking feet? Or am I going a bit Brian Callen with this? Am I acting like Brian Callen with like big athletic guys? Doesn't he also have like good looking feet? He could legitimately be a foot model. And if I got my feet out right now, this stream would end. A lot of you guys would drop your phones. A lot of you guys would, you know, smash your laptops, break your computers, throw them out the window. That's what would happen. And I've noticed this is a thing. Like, good looking people have like good features, which makes me think there's a meme that exists out there, right? Of girls, especially really mean girls on Twitter, will say stuff like to other girls or sometimes boys, "You sound like you're ugly. You sound like your voice makes you sound like you're ugly," or "Your hands, I bet you're ugly," kind of thing. And I think that's true. I think there are people out there who can legitimately guess if you're good looking or not based on your hands. They'll see your hands, they'll look at your elbow, see the back of your knee, or just see the back of your head and say, yeah, this guy or gal is ugly or good looking. I bet that's a thing. I bet that's a thing. Like, I really bet that's a thing. But yeah, big up Jacob for looking swaggy, looking good. I can't wait for it. Actually, you know what we should do? We should maybe get him in touch with flipping Brian Callen and get him to wear some flipping toe holds. He'd be a good model for a pair of toe holds, right? Jacob ELORDI. Is they say his name? Jacob ELORDI in a pair of flipping toe holds. You probably sell way more than Rogan, to be fair. So let's get Jacob in a pair of toe holds. Make sure you go and spam toe holds Instagram account now, and you know, let them know that Jacob ELORDI needs some flipping some shoes to wear and whatnot. Let him know he needs some shoes to wear. But yeah, pick up the stream chat. Can confirm I'm one of the people. He's like the tall Australian Kendo. Exactly, in Natasha Ski. My girl says I got good looking feet. I'm like, yeah, that's good to hear, Richie. You know how it is. Good looking feet. Big up the lady supporting the mandem, giving us some confidence for our self-confidence issues. Anyway, moving on from that one, and not wanting to disturb you guys anymore and not make you guys turn off the stream. Another quick thing I wanted to mention. This news is pretty cool, right? It's just been confirmed now that Jake Paul v Nate Diaz is on. Jake Paul v Nate Diaz is on. YouTuber to face former UFC fighter in a boxing bout in August. Paul, 26, has competed in 7 professional fights since 2019. Wow, that's pretty good, isn't it? That's pretty good, to be honest. 7 since 2019. He's been very active, isn't it? But suffered his first defeat against Tommy Fury. Diaz, 37, competed in the UFC for 15 years before leaving last year. Besides Canelo, he's the biggest thing in boxing. Diaz was quoted as saying, as Paul's promotion company, Most Valuable Promotions, "I'm here to conquer that. I'm the king of combat sports, and then I'm headed back to get my UFC belts." Yo, that delusion is wonderful. He thinks he's going to beat up Jake Paul and then go back and get belts in the UFC. That boat has sailed, I think. The battle will be held at 13 stone, 84 kilograms, with 8 rounds scheduled. Paul, who has over 20 million YouTube subscribers, claimed 2 victories over former UFC fighter, Tyron Woodley, as well as one over UFC legend Anderson Silva before he split decision defeat to Fury. If he beats flipping Nate Diaz, that's going to be a three-peat over UFC legends, isn't it? God damn it. My last fight didn't end the way I wanted, but the result was the best thing that could have happened to me in my professional aspirations. The world thinks I'm vulnerable when all I am is more focused than ever. My team wanted me to take an easy fight, but that's not how I'm built. So, Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz. I'm here for it. I really am looking forward to it. I think that's going to be a fun fight. Nate is known for having really good boxing. His uppercuts are always very, very smooth, very, very slick. And just in general, he's a fun person to watch in terms of the boxing sense. So I'm really, really eager to see how that kind of plays out. But of course, it was really funny to see the reactions online. And one good reaction to see is our boy Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub decided to react this way to the news of Nate Diaz v Jake Paul being confirmed. Obviously, it's going to be in DAZN, as you see here, and DAZN, sorry, and it's going to be pay-per-view. Brendan Schaub said as follows. He quote tweeted a tweet from Luke Thomas, announced confirming the fight, and Brendan Schaub said, question, full stop. If Nate loses, are Jake's wins still fake, or is this one legit? Why is this guy constantly inserting himself into Jake Paul and Logan Paul stuff when it's quite clear from his recent appearance on Logan Paul, those guys don't think those guys don't rate him. They're not your friends, Brendan. Stop trying to suck them off and try to be in their good graces. They don't care about you. They are in their 20s, multi-millionaires, probably going to make billions sometime soon, whether it's from scamming fans or beating up people or being in the WWE or with Prime. Those guys are set. They're cool. They're celebrities in their own right. They don't need or want to be associated with a Brendan bloody Schaub. Why does he go out of his way to try and suck them off so much? It's so bizarre. And also, I'm thinking, just precisely on his question alone, if Nate loses, are Jake's wins still fake, or is this one legit? Is anybody saying that really? The time that everyone was doubting or basically poo-pooing Jake's flipping accomplishments in boxing has been and gone. No one is saying that. If anything, people probably respect him more, even though he lost against Tommy Fury, because they basically seen the level of improvement and the fact that now he fought a supposed on the way to be professional boxer and lost narrowly. And he was of one person, if I remember correctly, in that fight, he actually got a knockdown. He actually knocked flipping Tommy Fury down. He eventually lost on points, but it wasn't disastrous. He still got a long way to go, but this idea that people are rooting against him the way they were in the beginning has kind of passed, really. I think he kind of squashed and kind of, humbled everybody when he sparked out Nate Robinson, even though that wasn't, a legit fight because he wasn't really fighting a boxer. But still, I think ever since those fights, and maybe ever since Tyron Woodley, everyone's had respect for Jake. Maybe quietly, but everyone's kind of had it. And even more so when it comes to his stance, for fighter pay and advocating for that with Dana White. I don't think anyone is questioning how good he is. It's just this idea that he was better than some professionals out there that was absolutely preposterous. And, boxing by and large, from what I've been able to see online, is kind of there's a lot of gatekeeping in boxing, and the fans really take their boxing very seriously, and they don't like people coming in and say, well, disrespecting the sport, which makes complete sense. And Jake's done a good job of not doing that. He's done a good job of surrounding himself with actual pros, having good coaches or elite level coaches, taking the sport seriously. And even in his whole entire time, have you seen him overweight? Have you seen him going crazy? Have you seen him not fit? Have you seen him not working hard? Have you seen him not dedicated? That's never been a thing. So I don't think anybody is sitting here saying his wins aren't legit anymore. He is legit. They just want to see maybe more from him and see how far he can actually take it. But this idea that he's better than some professionals out there, no one's actually thinking it. So he's actually kind of speaking to nobody in that regard. It's kind of a weird statement to put out there, but I guess he needs to kind of insert himself in this sort of thing so he can get himself on the algorithm. I think this seems like the last remnants of BGL's influence on his social media approach. It seems like ever since BGL joined, when BGL joined TFATK, I feel like Brendan then decided to have a new approach to social, where he started to quote tweet all these kind of super viral and super popular and super kind of in the news, big pieces in the news, and kind of piggyback off of them in the hopes that it would also kind of get some traction and get his flipping Twitter popping. Because one thing we know for sure, the guy's Twitter is kind of dead, especially when you consider for the amount of followers that he allegedly has on there, right? He's meant to be having nearly just over 700,000, nearly 800,000 followers, but he gets really not much engagement and no one really kind of cares about what he has to say. So throwing out these little statements kind of makes sense. But then it also made me think about this article that I remember reading a while back, which features some quotes from Teddy Atlas, the legendary trainer, who said, basically had some comments to say about Jake Paul in 2022, right? This is in October 2022, about where he's at in terms of level. And I think he said a lot of really smart things about Jake Paul that I'm quickly going to read out here, which basically, I'm saying this to say that since 2022, no one's kind of come out here and said, oh, he doesn't have anybody's respect or that he's not a legit fighter. He definitely is. Is he on the level of some boxing pros out there? Probably not. Teddy Atlas said as follows. Teddy Atlas said he knows he needs a basic respect and understanding of distance and range, and you can see he's embraced these fundamentals. He's allowing these to guide him as he advances, and I give him credit for that. He's raw, he's green around the gills, no doubt, but you know, he can punch, he can get your attention if he hits you. This is what Teddy Atlas is saying, right? So I take his word over Brendan any time of the day. He says, I think that speaks to his personality, his temperament, his background. He wants to be an entertainer. That's a big plus. I don't think people come close to understanding the importance of that. I was asked what makes a good inside fighter by a reporter one time. Atlas said, an inside fighter is one who stays in close to the opponent using short punches to attack rather than long jabs. Well, you got to keep your hands in good offensive position, rotate your shoulders, don't get tied up, create those little 6-inch spaces for 1-2 punches, move your feet backwards, create a little room when you get smothered, have a sense about yourself, and don't lean into catch uppercuts. But this is all a complete waste of time without the most important thing, Atlas said, laughing. You have to want to be an inside fighter, and that's what I mean about Jake Paul. You got to really want to be a fighter to perform in front of an audience, and he does. So Teddy Atlas rates him and thinks he's amazing. So this comment from, you know, Brendan Ways, I guess trying to troll, also trying to be controversial, don't make no real sense really. But hey, you know, he don't make sense. It don't count. It kind of is what it is. I'm excited to see the fight. I think it's going to be an absolute barnstormer. I think it's going to be an absolute barnstormer. Now, talking about barnstormers and talking about elite level boxers, I wanted to show you something that I thought was quite impressive in terms of just seeing what an elite level boxer actually looks like, right? Because I think that's very important to kind of get an idea on what the kind of levels are like out there, because I think a lot of people get it confused and they think this boxing thing is easy and you don't need to do this, you don't need to do that. But legitimately, I think people need a reminder as to what the absolute levels are out there. And I think right, I think I can show you what the levels are. So please bear with me as I get this video up here loaded. Make sure it's not going crazy. Let's see if this plays. But this to me was what I consider to be an elite level boxer, and I honestly cannot wait to see more from this fighter, because I think they've got a really bright future, and they're gonna really do some amazing things once they decide to kind of make that turn and create that change that they want, or be the change that they want to see in front of themselves, right? So this is what I mean when I say elite level boxer. Hopefully you guys are ready. Hopefully you're strapped in. Hopefully you're aware of what's about to encounter here, because this to me is elite. Look at this absolute amazing elite level fighter.
Because I feel like a failure when I watch him do the same thing. Does that make sense? So do you plan on allowing Lummox to ref yours and Boogie's fight? I heard he's actually doing some ref training. Dude, no. Hey Siri, set a timer for 60 seconds.
60 seconds. Remember, this is 60 seconds of pure, unadulterated Gervonta Davis boxing. Check this out.
1 minute, starting now.
He's attacking me. He's attacking me.
My right hand's terrible.
The best bit is the end. Watch the end bit. The best bit is the end when he sits down. Watch the end bit when he sits down. The best bit is the end bit. Watch when he sits down. Watch when he sits down. The timer's gone off. Watch him sit down.
Yeah, I messed up a few times. like I tried jabbing with my right hand. You should.
He's legitimately struggling, like he went for a run like he quickly went down to the shop to go pick up some cigarettes and ran back and stream again. He was literally standing and moving 2 feet right to left, and this is how winded he sounds.
Never do that.
Yo, boxing ain't easy, man. Boxing ain't easy. Boxing ain't easy. Let me tell you that for sure. Boxing ain't blood clot easy. Actually, why isn't the chat showing up here? What going for this? Oh man, what's happening with my chat? Why am my chat showing up? Okay, cool. Keep yourself entertained while I just find out what going for my chat here. Let me just see all this stuff. See, my chat's not loading. Everything else is loading. Big up me. Big up me. Someone should have told me. You should have told me, man. You should have let me know. Just standing here waffling to myself like an absolute Looney Tune. Let me get the chat on here. That's the most important part of the stream, mate. If you can't see the chat, it's like if a tree falls and nobody hears it, did it fall? If there's no stream chat on the stream, did you actually stream? Did ya? Did ya? Did ya? All right, cool. Let's see. Hopefully that works. Hopefully that works. I'm praying to Lord God Almighty that actually works. That's what I'm praying to. Okay, hopefully that's a thing. Hopefully that's a thing. Come on, son, why aren't you working? Anyway, moving on from that one. I don't know why my thing isn't loading, but hopefully it loads very soon. Hopefully it comes up. Will you come up, please? Come on, you absolute Looney Tune. Give us a wave, stream chat. Give us a bloody wave if you don't mind. If you don't mind. What's happening here? Why isn't it loading? This is really weird. Okay, cool. Maybe it's not working. Who knows? But hopefully it does pop up soon. I'm praying it does. I really am praying. So, moving on from that, we spoke about this. Oh, talking about more things concerning celebrity boxing. Look who else confirmed the boxing fight. Quite possibly the most random combination of people fighting. Again, we're guessing it's a fight, but what else could it be? Liam Payne and Tommy Fury. Liam Payne, formerly of One Direction, and Tommy Fury. Yo, big up Tyler Durden.
Thanks for the LOLs. Big up has.
Thank you, Tyler Durden, for the 6666. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. But yeah, Liam Payne, formerly of One Direction fame, and Tommy Fury have an announcement they're going to make sometime next week, right? Sometime next week. Sorry, not next week? No, sometime tomorrow. So announcement is going to be happening regarding Liam Payne and whatchamacallit. Why is the thing not loading? I don't know. Sometimes it went. Okay, let me just repeat this once more because it's not going well. Man, everything's going crazy today. What's happening?
Thanks for the LOLs. Big up has.
Big up you too, Tyler Dunn. Hopefully the animation disappears now. Can you disappear? There we go. Stream chat's finally loading. Yay, we got the stream chat. So, basically, Liam Payne for One Direction, courtesy of flipping Vs Tommy Fury. I'm assuming it's going to be a fight. What else could it be? Announcement is tomorrow. It's going to be in Old Trafford, Manchester, the home of my favourite club, Man United. Don't know what's going on, but I'm assuming it's going to be a fight. Liam Payne may have the most random career in the world, actually. It's a bit of a loose cannon, a bit of a weirdo, but also kind of fun in his own way. And I'm eager to see what is going to be happening. The only thing I'm really strange about is that Liam is really small compared to Tommy Fury. Considerably small. If Jake Paul looked small against Tommy Fury in there, he's going to look like a little brother. So I don't understand what kind of weight they're going to be fighting at. If they do fight, is bizarre. But maybe it's not weight. Maybe Tommy's going to be singing. Who actually knows? But so far, that's the announcement. If it is another boxing fight, God almighty, mate. It seems like everyone's desperate for money and really down bad. And boxing seems to be the only way that everyone can kind of get some incomes in, innit? Some incomes in. Anyway, moving on from that one also, we've got this to talk about as well, featuring Brendan Schaub lending some commentary on the viral, amazing moment where flipping Elon dunked on that BBC reporter. I spoke about that in my main podcast, my cultural commentary podcast, the HORRENDOUS Show, which you can find on all platforms where podcasts are found. But he did decide to get involved in the commentary of it and basically, you know, try and suck off Elon in his own way. And he said, this BBC journalist did not do his homework. 10-8 round for Musk. Might as well send me there to do this interview. Obviously 10-8. Really it should be 10-7. Big up my guy Ero Hawani. But essentially, he's there trying to dunk. Now, You know, it's really brutal because this is kind of an innocent comment and you should be allowed to comment and have some LOLs and have some fun on social like everybody else. The replies to this are so mean. Look at the replies. The replies are so mean. You would know, look at these people, you would know a 10-8 when you see it, considering you were 10-8 like 6 times, Papa. And obviously it's an account with no avatar. Brutal. Reminds me of the Shane Gillis joke about the Fox dads. They watch all day, get worked up, and then can't explain anything. Okay, that's just a praise. They need someone who can speak English, pal. Brutal. You need to learn English before conducting a proper interview. Another one. Yeah, I wouldn't be critiquing interviews there, Schaub. More importantly, how are socials doing? Another one. What kind of sneakers would you get him? People, okay, that's funny. Why I struggle so hard trying to read this. 10-8, that's a KO. Dada, don't count, makes sense. They don't interview Redax. Homie really wanted to make a move on the next question. 10-7, haha, 10-8 round, hilarious, true. Bluff. The replies are so awful, man. This guy can't just like tweet in peace and just enjoy himself. Everyone's always dunking. So let the guy make his jokes online. If he's saying something funny and trying to contribute to the cultural conversation, let him do so without getting on his flipping Johnson. That's unfair. Let him live. Let the guy live. That's what I say. Yay, the stream chat is back. Woohoo. I fixed it. I'm the tech god. I am Elon Musk. I am Picasso. I am flipping whatever else I'll put out there. So moving on from that one, I want to check this quickly. Talking about Brendan. So somebody shared in the Fire and the Kid some clip of some guy who Red Band jokingly described as Brendan Schaub under his breath. And then everyone else kind of nervously laughed. But Tony Hinchcliffe seemed to be really annoyed about this dude and kind of said he really annoyed him and he pissed him off and I don't like you as a person. Get off my stage. Fuck off. Which is not, you know, that crazy because if you watched Kill Tony, you'll know they're pretty brutal to the flipping comedians that come up and try and do some jokes for a minute. They don't suffer fools gladly. I need to get back to watching Kill Tony. I stopped watching it during the pandemic for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I kind of got annoyed that I wasn't able to go out myself and seeing people in bars, in clubs, having fun and stuff just pissed me off, so I stopped watching it. But I am a fan of Kill Tony. I think it's really, really entertaining. So this is the recent episode 604 with Ron White, and I stopped it at a bit where the guy who looks like Schaub, or who Red Band said looked like Schaub, was on, so we can kind of view it together and see what got Tony Hinchcliffe, number one, so annoyed, and why did Red Band think the guy reminded him of Schaub, you know, aside from maybe how he was dressed. I kind of just want to see his vibe and see what he was on. And also we can judge, is this guy funnier than Brendan? This guy coming up right now on Kill Tony. Is he actually funnier than Brendan? And he's only got 1 minute to impress us. Let's actually see. Go on. That guy better than Schaub? Was that guy better than Schaub? He sounded really nervous. He sounded super, super nervous. Like he was, I could feel the fear in the sound of his breath. But I have to admit, Schaub is funnier than him. Let's be fair. Brendan Schaub is funnier than this guy. Brendan Schaub is 100% funnier than this guy. He's not funnier than Schaub in a million years. So this is why I sometimes think, as much as we like to give Brendan Schaub some stick, let's give the guy some credit. I understand why he's delusional, because if you go on Netflix and you watch a lot of these specials out there, especially from people that you don't know, you'll see a lot of terrible stand-up specials on Netflix. There's a lot of garbage being greenlit. So I don't think it's that crazy to, if I'm in Brendan's shoes, it's not that crazy to think you should be there too. I would legitimately understand it. If I'm Brendan and I'm watching some of these, you know, stand-up specials, especially the ones from Europe and stuff, they're legitimately like horrendous. And you think to yourself, wow, these people got stand-up, these people got Netflix specials that they're going to have on their CVs forever and ever. They're going to be able, that's the thing about Netflix specials, I think, similar to probably playing at Berghain if you're a DJ, right? Like I'm doing, is that, or like I hope to be, or like I will be one day in the future. Yes. Positive, PMA, pa, right? I guess Netflix is like a playing at Berghain on your CV. Just even if your special's crap, the fact that you've got a special on Netflix, you can probably use it to kind of get other deals and other, you know, sponsors and whatnot and other looks and open other doors. So even if it's terrible, just having it on there is good enough. And some of the specials on Netflix are so bad, that I can understand why Brendan feels like he has every right to go out there and be touring around places, selling out theaters and all that malarkey. Why not? And if this guy is meant to be the new generation of comedians coming up, Brendan has nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. What? Is he high? Is he nervous? There's something about that stage, isn't it? Do you remember, who was it that said this? Some comedian said this. I don't know if it was true. Oh shit, I think it was Whitney Cummings. There was an old episode of JRE where Whitney Cummings was on and she was bloviating and kind of doing her, anxiety-ridden flipping TED Talks. And she was rambling about something and she said something quite interesting. She was like, maybe the reason why people are scared to go on stage is because we have this thing hardwired in us where in our past, in the times of our ancestors, basically you had to plead your case in front of the town if you did a crime or something wrong or whatever it may be, in order for you not to get executed. You had to kind of plead your case in front of people. And basically the more convincing you were, the more basically chance that you had to avoid execution. So that might be something that's hardwired in us, that we're all kind of have this fear of flipping getting on stage. The same thing people have the idea about snakes, right? If you believe in flipping Christianity and shit, and you believe in the whole Garden of Eden thing, people think maybe the fear of snakes kind of started from the whole like flipping poisonous apple in the tree or whatnot, right? And the devil being a snake. So maybe that's the case. People just get nervous like that. But I don't know. If this is the case, right? If this is the case, this guy's got some trauma and he's flipping anti. I don't blame him. You know what? I don't blame him. You know what? I don't blame him that he sucks this bad. This is like a podcast joke. He's got podcast humor. And everyone that does podcasts that's also a stand-up comedian, they're not that great on stage because I feel like they, you become podcast funny. You lose that on-stage sparkle, that ability to like entertain, to be snappy and shit. So he's just copying what he sees from his idols, from his other, people that he likes to listen to. Like, that's no different to something that Bert Kreischer would say. I thought that joke was better than some of the Bert Kreischer stories that he makes up. That's just as similar as a Bert Kreischer story. Oh, I went to this place and the crowd rose up and roared and they said I was the best baseball player they've ever seen. And then I got this bat from this, I hit the ball into the stadium and this kid grabbed the ball and then I ran over to try and grab the flipping ball off the kid. And as I'm wrestling it off the kid, the guy says, Alhamdulillah. And I looked down and it was actually flipping Hezbollah. Hezbollah was holding the ball. That's fucking a Bert Kreischer joke. You know what I mean? Some made up nonsense. Like, that sounds like the same thing this guy did. He's doing nothing dissimilar from what we see from podcasts every single week, sorry. He's learning from the best, in my opinion. What do you say about the retarded one? He said like his name was Todd and his name was Richard or something. Nah, Rich, is it? Nah, Rich Todd.
Absolutely.
And he still sucks his skin. Honestly, I'm not being facetious, I swear to God. I understand why Brendan has delusions of grandeur. I really do. Because if this guy is 22 months in, doing 10 mics a week, that's pretty decent. That means he works a job and he also is able to fit in a couple of sets every other day or whatnot, right? Sometimes 2 a day. And he sucks this bad. And he clearly writes. He clearly writes jokes. He clearly thinks about jokes in his head. He's clearly got premises that he thinks are funny. And he's this bad. Imagine what these other guys are like that go to clubs and stuff that we don't hear about because they don't have famous podcasts. I understand why Brendan is, kind of delusional and thinks his shit doesn't stink. God almighty, mate. This guy sucks. And he's been doing it for a while. Just under 2 years in. Exactly, Coiler. He's just under 2 years in and he can't do a minute. He can't go from 1 second, right, to 59 seconds without stop. He had to pause for 10 minutes. This is basically the equivalent of what Brendan did. Yeah, this is what Brendan did, didn't he? Brendan said he's going to put out a 30-minute special. He filmed an hour special, cut the best 25, and he only told 23 minutes worth of jokes. God almighty, mate. That was, wow. That guy is just over, just under 2 years in. Fucking hell. Why would you keep doing comedy if you sound like that? unless he's amazing when he's not on mushroom gummies, maybe to give him a chance. Maybe he legitimately is spinning and he's high off his mind, you know what I mean? And he can't, you know, put it together. But God almighty, surely if you're going and doing such a big deal of a show like Kill Tony, you would lay off the mushroom gummies and like, you know what? I'm going to chill this time. Fucking hell, mate. That was kind of crazy, innit? That was kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. But like I said, I've got a new understanding why these comedians sometimes think their shit doesn't stink, because the talent pool out there is really, really shallow. That's probably why they rotate guests a lot, why they all kind of stick with the same type of people on the road and whatnot, because, you know, away from their little core group of friends, it's rough out there. It's rough. Really is rough, because I'm sure there's a comic just a little bit better than him that's touring in the States right now, that's playing in some clubs, that gets to sell out a couple of dates. I'm sure. Holy shit. That was fucking brutal. Oh, so brutal. It's making me consider trying to maybe sign up to do fucking stand up, mate. Imagine that. Anyway, moving on. So, big up to the guy over at the Fire the Kid subreddit for clipping this. This is absolutely amazing. This user was HAP_hazard. Thank you so much for posting this. This is another flipping, you know, this is another this is another butchering of a word we have to kind of add to the flipping dictionary of chauvinisms. This is quite, in my opinion, quite amazing to see, because I could never legitimately picture or think of somebody pronouncing this word this way. This is legitimately amazing. Hear this.
As far as yawn is concerned,
man, you're in a tough predicament, my man.
Have you ever heard anybody pronounce the word predicament? So see, I'm doing it wrong because you said it wrong. Predicament, like predicament. Have you ever heard anybody say predicament? Please, have you ever heard that? Please, someone tell me. Where does the extra T come from? Where does the extra flipping letter come from? Please, somebody tell me. Please, someone tell me.
I honestly, as far as yawn is concerned,
man, you're in a tough predicament, my man.
Like, my theory is this, and I'm going to stick with it. My theory is that he doesn't have a speech impediment. Brendan does not have a speech impediment. He's just too lazy to say the words properly. And because he's thin-skinned and doesn't like people correcting him, and clearly he gets angry and upset about it, and being a former professional fighter, he could legitimately Crest Benoit that entire room. Everyone's minds their P's and Q's and doesn't try to flip and correct him. That makes a lot of sense why he continues doing what he's doing. But I legitimately think he's just too lazy, can't be bothered to pronounce words correctly, so he just says them the way he says them. You get it or you don't get it. But imagine saying predicament like this.
As far as yawn is concerned,
man, you're in a tough predicament, my man.
Predictament. And everyone just sits there and doesn't correct him and just acts like it just happened and that's normal. That is legitimately one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my entire life. Or heard, in my entire life. Predictament. Predictament. Honestly, that guy is an absolute legend. Legitimately a legend. Predictament. Oh. Honestly, I absolutely love it. I swear to God, I love it. Anyway, moving on. We've got another clip here again, courtesy of the Fire the Kid subreddit. This features another clip here, courtesy of Haphazard. And this is Father of the Year. I haven't actually watched this, so we're going to be watching this together. But I'm assuming it's going to be something depressing relating to how Brendan maybe parents and whatnot. So let's hear what he has to say in this clip titled Father of the Year.
I'm not going to make it this big deal. Know when to use it. Because like my son who's he's 3 with Tiger this morning. You know, he knows around his mom can't cuss. And Tiger was doing something to him. I just see him. I didn't tell what he's doing. He whispering and he goes, shut the fuck up.
no, come on, dude. To Boston?
Yeah, Boston said it to Tiger. Goes,
Boston said it?
3 goes, shut the fuck up.
Whoa, that's so funny, dude.
I died.
That's so funny. I hear
Is that funny? Again, I don't have kids, so maybe it's a different sort of reward, a different sort of feeling when you come into the room and you hear your kids swearing for the first time. Maybe it does fill you with some sort of glee and happiness and joy, but I don't think I'd be laughing Asian style like this. I don't think so, personally. It wouldn't make me laugh Asian style. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of funny, maybe, but your 3-year-old kid using foul language already kind of sounds a little bit problematic, I'd say. No? No? What do you think? I don't know. I'm pressing X for doubt that it actually happened, but the way he's laughing, it seems kind of genuine. And when he actually laughs genuine like that, you know it actually did happen. And I'd hate to think he's the kind of person that makes up stories about their kids, but that sounds kind of wild. To me, anyway, that sounds kind of wild. But let's see, because there's a part 2 of this post also, courtesy of the same user. Let's see this follow-up of the Father of the Year. But, you know, letting your kids swear, you know, at that kind of age sounds a bit sussy, sounds a bit wild, but maybe this will make sense in the second part. Let's see what I have to say.
My 7-year-old he'll watch Kick-Ass. There's a lot of cuss in that, a lot of murder. And then Deadpool. He watched Deadpool the other day. Which I was like, that might be too much.
Does he watch that, or do you tell him what he should watch at that age?
Deadpool is a lot, yeah. Yeah, I think that
but
the
it's more about
violence
the gore.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the violence.
gore.
I think the violence is a fucking. I don't think kids should be seeing that shit.
Research shows that the kids that when they watch violence, it doesn't mean they're gonna be violent.
No, I get that, but
yeah.
you don't want them seeing that shit. Like,
What? He's watching what again? At what age?
My 7-year-old he'll watch Kick-Ass. There's a lot of cuss in that, a lot of murder. And then Deadpool. He watched Deadpool the other day.
Who's bringing up these children? Again, I don't like to get involved with his family and stuff. I like to stick with just the guy himself because he's full of lols and drama himself. But who's raising these kids? Are they just like latchkey kids, but their parents are also at home? What's that? What do you call that? What do you call people who grow up in a household where they're kind of like latchkey kids, where they get left alone a lot, but their parents are actually in the same house? They just don't talk to them or look after them. What is that? I'm sure that's a thing. The parents just stay in another room, or they're just on their phone or on their tablet all day or on their computer. Like what kind of upbringing is that? Because I feel like that's what they're basically being subjected to. One parent is in the room trying on outfits and posing in the mirror, and the other one's just on his phone, you know, checking socials and not reading comments. Like, what are these kids doing? How's a kid at 7 watching, you know, gore stuff? Like, what is that? That's pretty crazy, man. That's legitimately crazy. But, you know, maybe that's an LA thing. Maybe LA kids actually do need to be brought up that way. Kind of seeing what real life is like, because the horrors of everyday life for them in LA, once they grow up, are going to be even worse. So probably that's the thing. But I thought that was pretty crazy. Not going to lie. I thought that was pretty crazy. And LOL about the research shows as well, because that's the same research he got about flipping nicotine patches. Papa loves nicotine patches because I think he read one article about nicotine helping to stave off the effects of flipping CTE, or helping with, you know, cognitive stuff or whatnot in general. And he kind of started stuffing 17 of them into his mouth, hoping one of them will help him flipping learn how to speak English. Pretty crazy, isn't it? He probably thought each one he stuffs into his mouth was like an IQ point. One absolute wild man. Anyway, prayers to those kids. Hope they're okay anyway, regardless, because that's a wild way to kind of be brought up, you know, with parents that they're actually not there, but they're not there. It's kind of mad, to be honest. But hey, again, what do I know? So moving on swiftly from that, we need to talk about this, because I think legitimately this is one of the most important and funny things I've ever kind of discovered about Brendan in the last few years. I think is really quite funny and really quite unbelievable, because what it demonstrates is that despite what we might think about this guy's stand-up, and despite what we might think, especially me, myself, and others, former fans of the actual podcast, and we might think that the show's not funny anymore. We might think him and Brian aren't really as close as they once were. The chemistry isn't there, and it's essentially dying a very slow death, aka death by 1,000 cuts. Big up Tony Hinchcliffe, right? Most of us feel that way. But I've always said that I think the reason why Brendan's able to legitimately keep doing what he's doing in the face of everybody saying he sucks and thinks he's horrible at comedy is that deep down in his soul, he legitimately thinks he's hilarious. Like, he makes himself laugh, like legit. So that kind of tapping, you know, that mic tap on the leg thing that he kind of found from flipping Dave Chappelle that he's been copying, I think even if he didn't find it from Dave Chappelle, he would have started doing it eventually, because he makes himself laugh. And there's no other better example of how much Brendan thinks he's funny than clips of him on the podcast, watching clips of him doing other stuff. So in this particular clip from The Fire and the Kid, recent episode number 885, they start off the show opening talking about the recent fight companion for UFC 287, where they had Sam Tripoli and Chito Vera and Brian Callen there. And Brendan just segues into it and starts to bring up how funny that show was and how much he was laughing at something that he said and did. And then they go on his Instagram and play a clip, and Brendan is legitimately smiling from ear to ear, laughing and giggling at himself on the screen. No sense of embarrassment, no sense of satire, whatever. He's legitimately creasing up at the idea of him on the screen making jokey jokes. It's kind of fascinating, and it kind of gives you an indication as to where he kind of views himself and what he kind of thinks is legitimately funny. It's quite crazy to see. So let's kind of play this and see what he says. But I legitimately thought this was hilarious to see him absolutely crying at the, you know, sight of himself making the joke on the podcast that he did the other day.
Already,
I forgot you rest in high school, dude. We just
Already-
dust off
that-
the old
yeah.
singlet.
wrist control. I know how to relax. I'll get you. I take your back. I can crab ride. I do
Dude,
a lot of shit.
That fight
I'm heavy.
companion, the Calabasas fight companion, I was
Yeah.
laughing so hard. Driving home, I was laughing at Sam. This morning, I woke up laughing at Sam.
I like Izzy's tattoos.
It's just, we're just all having fun.
loves.
We're just
I
all
didn't know
having
how to
fun.
respond.
And then
We're all like-
dead serious, he goes, God, I love Izzy's tattoos. And then it's 30 seconds of silence, which is usually frowned upon on a
Well,
podcast.
you went,
and I just go,
silence.
silence.
Yeah,
I have the clip, Jen. Do you have the clip?
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny.
it's very funny.
Because what makes it funny is Sam is so sincere. It's just
Well, no,
like,
Sam was also.
Say that again.
what makes it funny is Sam is so sincere.
Sincere.
Because what makes it funny is Sam is so sincere.
How did this guy graduate? Like, how does he have 2 degrees? Legit. Is the school system in America that messed up? Like, if you play sports, can you just like get away with just not turning up to class? If you happen to be good at sports when you're in high school, like, what is going on here in college? Like, what is that?
It's just
Well, no,
like,
Sam was.
because what makes it funny is Sam is so sincere. It's just like,
Fucking hell, mate.
Sam was also.
oh,
making
I
a
love
joke.
those tattoos. Yeah.
Sam's a high level.
I legit think in the whole time I've done these streams, I think I'm close to 100 already, right? Of these flipping random show streams. Big up everybody who's tuning in. I don't think there's been one time where I've legitimately contemplated playing a clip of myself talking, ever. It's so embarrassing. It's so cringe. I would never do that. It's already bad enough I had to listen to myself to make clips that I have to flip and upload onto your channel. It's flipping brutal to go through them. Really is, to hear myself speak and hear my flipping dumb, annoying voice. I can't imagine sitting on the podcast and legitimately laughing this hard at the sound of my own voice. Like, he's actually laughing. Like, he legitimately thinks this is high entertainment. Crazy shit.
Just dead silence. Yeah, Sam's the best, man.
I think if I fought in UFC, I'd have to suck down to 115, and that's what's annoying to me.
115 fight females, yes.
Yeah, that's what annoys me, because I'm looking at Cheeto and I'm like, because
See, this is what I'm talking about. What about Slap Fight League?
Slap Fight League. I don't have.
I feel like we can get you a deal with Slap
No, I
Fight.
don't have the face for it.
Place
Well,
request.
let's fix my hair there. But anyway,
Dude, I love Izzy's tattoos. They're so awesome.
Look at everyone.
Silence.
I didn't really know how to respond.
Dead silence. Just
Comedians.
Just everyone.
Comedians.
Feeling each other.
Look how he's smiling. Have you ever seen Brendan smile at anything in life the way he's smiling there? Not even when he's talking about his kids that he smiled this way, or his wife. He sees himself on camera. Right, I see himself on camera. Oh my God, who's that? Man, he's so funny. Who's your friend? What's his name? Brandon. Bob what? Bobby Lee. Oh, he's cute. He's so funny. Like, that's legitimately what he's doing.
Hey, I felt real sincere.
How about Cheeto like hanging with all of us with no problem? I couldn't see that.
That felt like the gayest.
Excuse me, Brian? A UFC fighter is hanging you guys without a problem. Who are you guys? Are you fucking SEAL Team fucking 6? He's hanging with us. A flipping UFC fighter's hanging with us. Excuse me? No, we have to go back to that. What? How about he's like what? Because he's a civilian.
Dead silence. Just
Comedians.
Just everyone.
Comedians.
Feeling each other
Hey,
out here.
I felt real sincere.
How about Cheeto like hanging with all of us with no problem? I couldn't see.
Shut up, you cuck. Anyways,
That felt like the gayest thing in the show.
I didn't know it's.
I've never seen Brendan laugh or smile this way in my entire life. I swear to God. He's legitimately bending at the thought of himself. Just looking at himself is like, right? Like, look, have you ever seen him smile this way? That's actually his real smile. That's not him copying Joe Rogan's smile or smiling just to kind of fake the funk. That's legitimately, wow, man, I'm so funny. I'm hilarious. I'm gorgeous. I'm too sexy for this pod. Too sexy for this mic. Too sexy for this. Like, what?
Without sounding racist, I had nothing.
I was all, yeah, they're cool.
I was like, I can't see
He
him.
had like a big good head on his back.
Look how hard Sam's laughing. That's the hardest I've ever seen Sam laugh.
There it is. Very, very.
Also, please tell me, anybody in the flipping stream chat, I listen to a lot of podcasts. I'm actually somebody that's not ashamed and not afraid to say that I consume a lot of content. I put out a lot of content and I consume a lot of it. I think that's my sort of like, that's my way to sort of add balance back to life in general, right? I put out a lot of content, I waste a lot of people's time, so I also consume the stuff that they put out. How many times or how many shows have you ever listened to in your entire life, especially comedy-based podcasts, where the podcast host will play a clip of themselves from a previous show? Is that a thing that happens? I legitimately can't think of another. Honestly, I can't think of another show where I've seen them sit down and pull up clips. Yo, big up Space Guy. Appreciate you, brother. 699.
Congrats on almost 100 random shows and hours of great entertainment.
You know, Wildgone, big up, big up. Thank you, Space Guy, for being there as well. You're an OG for hanging in there. I appreciate you, brother. 100 soon come. Big celebration soon come. But yeah, have you ever seen any other show in the comedy space that has them pull up clips of themselves from another show and laugh at it like this? Maybe it's a reference, but I've never seen them laugh at this in this way. This is legitimately the height of comedy for the both of them. This is pretty nuts.
Brian changed the subject. Brian just missing the boat here.
Sam's soul.
It came from Sam's soul.
Yeah, me and Cheetah were like back in the fight. You guys were dying. By the way, look at Bear's leg, little red.
Look at me and Sam.
Just laugh every day of my life.
Yeah, the reason why Cheeto fits in so well is because he's not trying to one up guys. You know, he knows there's symphony there, and he's not trying to jump in with the fucking trombone.
He's great.
That's why he's great.
That
And he's
guy's
funny himself. He's fucking
Smart,
great.
funny, special.
Love Cheeto.
Hold on, that's a weird compliment to give somebody. He's not trying to one up. Coming from the person who tries to one up everybody. And he knows there's a synergy. So what? He's playing his position. He's like a civilian. Is that what he's basically trying to say?
Yeah, you said off air, you're like, that guy's
What? Anyway, regardless, That was absolutely horrendous. It gave me chills. These guys legitimately think they're funny. And again, this is for all you guys who think, oh, how come he's so delusional? Why does he think he's better than what he is? He's terrible. Doesn't he watch himself? Yeah, he does. He watches himself all the time. And he cracks up laughing. He makes himself cry. That's how funny he thinks he is. So if you're in any confusion or any doubt as to why he is the way he is, there you go. You're welcome. You're bloody welcome. Okay? That's it. You're bloody welcome. Anyway, next on the list here, we have this clip, courtesy again from the Fire and the Kid subreddit. This is courtesy of a user called I_downvote cake days. I_downvote_ cake days. And this is a clip about Brian basically going to Austin to hang out with Joe Rogan, which is weird, right? He's hanging out with Joe. And he's obviously, okay, actually, let me try to get the clip from here. Let's see if I can get it from the transcript. He's going to be hanging out with Joe, and he's going to be having a tour of the comedy mothership. Does that sound weird? He's a close friend of Joe's, but instead of going there to hang out, he's just going to go there to have a tour of the flipping mothership itself. What do you guys think what do you think that's about? Would you be upset about that? It kind of sounds like that Legion of Skank story that Big J Ogerson shared, where they went to Joe's studio in LA before he moved to Austin, and they went to hang out to do the show, obviously. And then just before they did the show, Joe showed them around his flipping compound and the flipping, he had his bow and arrow and all this sort of fun stuff he had, and he just kept showing them stuff, but he wouldn't let him touch or play with it. It sounded like something definitely Rogan would do. He's the kind of guy back in the day when in my generation we used to play video games, there was no real online play, so you'd have to take your controller to your friend's house to go and play. And some people wouldn't have many controllers, or they would only have one, and you kind of just pass them around and play that way. But there's also some freaks, some weirdos, some psychos who would invite you to come around so you could just watch them. You weren't allowed to play. You just had to sit next to them and encourage them, react. I don't know, maybe go and get them some snacks or something if you're a real cuck. Joe seems like that kind of dude, that kind of kid who would invite people around to his house, not let them play the Sega Mega Drive, and you had to sit there and watch because he only had one controller. But anyway, this is Callan talking about going to the mothership. Let me see if I can pull it up now. It's available, I think, on episode number 885. So I won't need to use the clip from the TFK sub, but let's go from about here. I think this kind of explains it. Let's go from about here. Let's go there. Let's go here. Let's get it on the screen. Boom.
And 2 free pillows for the listeners of Fire and the Kid. Go to helixsleep.com.
Hold on. Before we go there, did he say pillows instead of saying pillows? No way did he say that.
All mattress orders and 2 free pillows for the
pillows. What the fuck is a pillow?
Easy. Helix is offering you guys up to 20% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows.
Is there something wrong with his tongue? Does he have like a fat tongue or something? Or some sort of condition? Pillows. Or is that an accent? Do people from Colorado speak like that? Do they pronounce pillows, pillows? God almighty. Anyway.
For the listeners of Fire and the Kid, go to helixsleep.com/fighter. This is their best offer yet. It won't last long. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Good night, sweet prince. Yeah. Anyway, your head's off.
Did he also say good night, sweet prince? Or prince? Brents. Did you hear that?
Oh. Good night, sweet prince.
Okay, prince. I said prince.
Anyway, your head to Austin, buddy?
Heading to Austin. I'll see Mr. Rogan there.
Did that look away? Was that him being shy and being kind of coy because he knows Brendan wants to go to Austin real bad, but Joe is kind of like, keeping him at arm's length? That little look to the side.
Your head to Austin.
He's kind of embarrassed. Like, yeah, I'm going. I know.
Austin, buddy?
Heading to Austin. I'll see Mr. Rogan there. He's going to take me on a little tour of the mothership.
Oh. You're not performing, though?
Maybe I will.
Maybe you jump on.
I don't know.
That'd be good.
Let's talk to Adam Egan about it. Maybe I will.
But you're just there. But you're not doing stand-up. You're doing a TED Talk thing?
I'm doing a Minds Fest where I'm going to be doing a podcast with Destiny. Yep. And I think Tim Pool.
I love it. I actually really do enjoy how anti-intellectual this man is and how turned off he gets by people who, want to discuss things further, want to go deeper into topics, want to have intellectual conversations, and just talk about more things than digs, how many chicks you fucked, and whatever else random woman fucked a dog or something. Anything more than that will stress his brain. But I like the fact that he kind of owns up to it, that his brain cannot process much more, cannot process anything serious. Reality TV, crappy TV, you know, dogs fucking cats or something, or whatever it may be, how many chicks some guy fucked, who's beasting this and that, and mispronouncing fighters, you know, names. But when it comes to having serious discussions about serious topics, or just trying to look and sound and act smart, he falls asleep. I absolutely love it. But let's go back to what Brian said. This is legitimately one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life, because the way these guys kind of pussyfoot and kind of get nervous around Rogan is hilarious. And I also love how Rogan's already kind of set boundaries, and he's already kind of siphoned off the blame to other people. So this Adam Egert guy, he's really funny also, because he used to do this podcast with Mark Norman. He was kind of his right-hand man, and he was really funny. They were close friends. And he also used to do the booking for the Comedy Store. Legit dude, knows his shit. So Rogan stole him from the Comedy Store, told him, come over here, I'll double your salary, I'll give you a house, come over here and hang out. And he's been obviously helping Rogan build up the roster over there, the Comedy Mothership. But we know who's really in charge, right? Obviously Adam Egert's there running a show day to day. He's probably the GM and whatnot. But we know Rogan still has an influence, because Rogan's Rogan, right? He's not going to just like siphon up to somebody and just kind of be hands off. He's definitely going to be, you know, in there and trying to get involved in running the show and making sure he's part of the decision making process. But he's smart enough to have told these flipping, you know, clout chasing leeches, these guys who kind of just use him for his fame and his notoriety and don't want to be friends and whatnot, right? He's already told them, hey, Adam Egert handles the booking, not me. So he's already kind of fed that lie out there that it's Adam Egert doing the booking and not him. So they should just leave him alone. And he's even done it to his best friend, his friend of like more than 20 plus years, the guy who he kind of, you know, came up with in comedy. He's already gave him that lie. I flipping love it. Rogan's a legend. Rogan is always going to get props for me, man. Navigating that flipping cesspool of people. And the fact that, like I said previously, I legitimately think if any of these guys had the same level of power, influence and fame that Rogan had, they would legitimately be Genghis Khan in comedy form. They would be tyrants, absolute tyrants. But Rogan at least is somewhat cool.
Now, good night, sweet prince. Yeah. Anyway, you're headed to Austin, buddy?
Heading to Austin. I'll see Mr. Rogan there. He's going to take me on a little tour of the mothership.
He's taking him on a tour. He hasn't said he's going to play, because maybe they've got a no rapist rule or something in Austin, Texas, some sort of law that came into place after the famous case of Stevenson v. Stevenson's or whatever. Something happened. Maybe. Who knows? They might have to announce him as a special guest and he jumps on there in a mask or something and scares all the hoes away. I don't know. But that's hilarious. He's going to give him a tour of the club he opened. Rogan's going to be like, anyway, I've got to go.
Oh, you're not performing though?
Maybe I
Maybe
will.
you jump on.
I don't know.
That'd be good.
Talk to Adam Egert about it. Maybe I will.
Adam Egert now is going to be the guy everyone's going to be pestering. I've got a feeling, this is just my theory, I've got a feeling Brendan's been talking kind of spicy about Rogan lately. He's been a little bit more loose with throwing out a couple of subs here and there. You know, I'm an expert in marketing. That comment he made about, you know, he doesn't take advice from marketing from Joe Rogan in certain ways. He's just been a little bit more open to kind of, you know, teasing and saying some things about Rogan kind of in a semi-disparaging way. My theory is that he sometime recently reached out to Rogan about playing at a Comedy Mothership. And it's probably the first time he's actually done something like that. I think other times it's been a natural kind of, hey, you should come on a show, come promote your special, blah, blah, blah. But I think in recent times, he started to ask Rogan for things. And now the relationship has changed. Because I feel like with Rogan, with being how popular he is, I think if someone just famous in general, relationships with people do change the moment they ask you for money, or the moment they kind of ask you to come on a podcast, or the moment they ask you directly to play at your comedy club. Then you start to get a bit weirded out by them and you don't want to be friends with them anymore because you're realizing they only see you as an opportunity to get on stage and make money and shit. So he probably asked him directly, hey, Rogan, can I play at the Comedy Mothership? And he said, dude, you're not funny. I don't like your comedy. You're not good. No way. I think that happened recently. It's my theory. I think that happened recently. Joe said flat out, no, you're not funny enough. And the reason why I think that is I'm going by what BGL said. BGL said in one of his many interviews he did post his breakup with Brendan that Joe told him that he maybe heard from Brendan. I don't know how you heard it, but BGL said that Joe's been telling Brendan to chill out with the comedy clips and stop posting clips of him doing comedy. Number one, because I think in general, a lot of these older comic guys don't really like putting out clips of themselves doing doing material. I think a lot of them will prefer you come to their shows to see them do material. And also a lot of them think that all these clips, the trend of the clips that maybe Schultz kind of, spearheaded is kind of ruining a lot of these guys because the stuff isn't good. It's kind of giving a weird condensed version of their bits and stuff, removing the ums and the ahs and the pauses that kind of add to the joke, blah, blah, blah. But they're not really fans of it. But BGL said at the time, Rogan's telling Brendan to stop with those clips because they're not doing him any favors because they're not good enough. They're not funny, that he should focus on tightening up the jokes and then put out the clips when the jokes are ready. But Brendan, he wants to kind of have content out there, make sure that he gets clicks and views to kind of help his bottom line, and he keeps pushing the clips. So I think that comment that BGL said, coupled up with the way that Brendan's been acting and talking about Joe Rogan a bit frosty, I've got a feeling, me personally, I don't know anything, I've got no insights, that Joe told Brendan he can't play at the comedy club anytime soon because he's not funny enough. And I guess he made that a rule when he opened it. Like, I know these comics, I'm friendly with everybody, but I'm going to make sure no shit comics come on my stage. That's my theory. What do you guys think?
And you're just there, but you're not doing stand-up. You're doing a TED Talk thing?
I'm doing a Minds Fest where I'm going to be doing a podcast with Destiny. Yep. And I think Tim Pool, I know, and we're going to be talking about the Twitter files.
Oh, dude,
it's going to be a debate.
It's
going to be a debate about the Twitter file.
It's interesting that they would even get someone like him on the show anyway, because he doesn't read any of that stuff. Brian's essentially a kind of a little bit, a couple more IQ points above flipping Brendan. He doesn't really read stuff. He just read headlines. You remember back in the day, again, I was an OG fan. Do you remember when Brian used to do that part of the show? What was it called again? Brian had a part of the show on T-Fat-K at the end. Is it called Making Sense or something? What did he say? It was a section at the end of the show where Brian got to basically talk about a topic that he saw on the net that he thought was interesting. Something that was maybe scientific, political, whatever it may be, culture war type of stuff. Was it making? I don't know what it was called. It was something. But essentially, all he had to do was read up a couple of articles and get a little bit, knowledgeable on what he was talking about, and then present at the end of the podcast. He wouldn't even read it. He wouldn't even read articles before he kind of presented them on the pod. So he'd read the headline, then read the article and realize it wasn't what he thought it was, and then it'll kind of fumble it. Do you know what I mean? Like, so Brian isn't really the high. Yeah, that's it. Dropping knowledge. That's the one. Seth remembers dropping knowledge. When Brian used to do dropping more knowledge, he used to always get his shit wrong. It'll be the wrong article. It'd not have the right conclusion to match what he said earlier. So the fact that he gets on these, these platforms to have debates with Destiny and stuff about Twitter files, Matt Taibbi, Elon Musk, all this sort of stuff, Joe Biden, the flipping Hunter Biden flipping dick pics and stuff is insane because he doesn't read anything. He just kind of sees headlines and maybe sees clips online and that's it. So it goes to show you, if you got a little bit of celebrity and a little bit of steam behind you, people will have you on stage talking about stuff that you have no business talking about just because you're famous and you may or may not be able to sell some tickets. Or tickets, as Brendan would say. Absolutely insane, absolutely redacted, but I love it. Everybody's getting invited to the Comedy Mothership, but Brendan. Brian's going to have a tour there. Joe's going to show him all the cool things in there. Mitzi's bar, everyone's hanging out, having a good time, but he's not going to perform. He's going to give him a seat to sit at the front to watch him perform stand up, but he's not going to let him get on stage. It's going to be so funny. I can't wait to see that thing, man. Anyway, quickly move on and let's check out actually the Comedy Mothership Instagram account. Let's see what it's saying here. Pick up the stream chat, pick up everybody joining in and hanging out. I appreciate all of you guys. I think the Luana is going to be talking on the flipping MMA-Holes show soon, maybe in about 10 minutes. So we'll switch over to that and watch Luana, who is BGL, Mark Harley's estranged wife, having an interview with MMA-Holes and see what more dirt she has to flipping you know, more dirt she has to dig up about people connected to those kind of things. So we'll see that very, very soon. But for now, let's double check and see what the Comedy Mothership Instagram account is saying. God damn it, mate. The followers are blown up, innit? Look at the followers counts. It's 390,000. I swear when I first started following it was like 100, or maybe even 90, maybe lower than that. They've got loads of followers over time quickly. So it's probably going to hit over 1 million by the end of the year, innit? Jesus Christ. I got to go over to Austin ASAP. I think Austin is my first place I'm going to go to in America. I was thinking of going to flipping, no, not first place ever, but this year. I was thinking of going to flipping Skankfest, but the ticket prices are too crazy and the flights are really crazy. It's going to look like a $5,000 flipping trip to go there. I'm not spending that much to go see flipping sweaty comedians on the stage. I'd much rather spend a couple of grand to see some sweaty comedians and get funky on 6th Street and maybe bump into a couple goth baddies, you know what I mean? And listen to flipping Corn and shit together, you know what I mean? Right? That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, let's check out the Comedy Mothership account and see what's going on there. Bloody hell, mate. Chris is looking cut up, in it. Is Chris been on the Ozempic as well? Chrissy D's got been on the Ozempic, it looks like. Look at that fucking jawline. He's been on the flipping Ozempic, innit? He looks flipping good. Nice and tight. Big up Chris. Who else is on here? I don't know who this guy is, but he looks like a comedian. You have to be one. Sam Talent. Oh, he's recently got featured on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I haven't checked it out. I don't really know much about him, but people are on the subreddit are infused by him and like him a lot. So I'll check him out. Rogan there pulling a Rogan face. Tony Hinchcliffe. Why is Tony Hinchcliffe hoodies so tight? Does he wear like small hoodies, or is Tony Hinchcliffe slyly kind of built in real life? Have you ever noticed that? His hoodies are always really small. Or am I just bugging out? Or am I just got too much of a flipping fashion brain and I can't kind of unsee stuff like this? Or I can't unnotice it. But I always feel like his hoodies are too small. Maybe it's me. I just feel like he's the kind of guy who likes to wear like hoodies that are small that kind of go up above his belt, and he kind of has that walk where he kind of shakes his bum a little bit. But anyway, maybe, I don't know. Let's continue. Brian Simpson, it seems like he flipping lives there. He's really in the inner circle. Big up him. He's really funny. I like him, especially on pods. Derek Poston is kind of like the young up and coming buck over there. He's absolutely smashing it. So big up Derek Poston. That's brilliant to see. I'm not gonna lie. The other guy, what's his name? Eshan Jamad. He's smashing it also. Good to see that. I don't know who this lady or boy is. Is it a boy or lady? Sam Lopez. Not too sure. Boy, lady, whoever you are, cool. Like to see it. Another person here. Who are these guys? He looks like he just came out from Turkey with that hairline. Just got done. It's growing in there. Jeffrey Berner and someone called Sam Lockwood. Matty Lockwood. Matty Daddy Lockwood. And then I guess who that person is, not really too sure. Let's double check the flipping Instagram stories here and see what they've been doing the last couple of days, what's been going on over at the Comedy Mothership.
Let's go! Comedy Mothership! We talking shit tonight, man. We talking shit. We got a show for y'all. Oh my God, we got one for y'all tonight. This next comedian I have the privilege of bringing to the stage. I saw him for the first time last night, and he was so motherfucking funny. Guys, he's an absolute slayer. He tours the world all over the place with Tim Dillon, and he's fucking great. Show him a warm Texas love. The great Sam Talent, everybody. Sam Talent!
Hey, everyone. Hey, can you go over Derek, everyone, huh?
Like, look, that's Tony Hinchcliffe there. Look how small that hoodie is. That hoodie is tiny. Look at it. That's a fucking... How's he not sweating buckets? Like, that hoodie is tiny. Like, if he took that hoodie off, his t-shirt would come off with it. Maybe that's the whole point. Like, he's kind of action ready, you know what I mean? As soon as the grinder notifications go off, he can kind of fling off his top and everything kind of comes off at once. But that hoodie is so small.
The reason why places like this are magical is because some of the best comedians from all over swing through to do a spot. This is one of those moments. You know him from his special on Netflix, Speshy Weshy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Chris DiStefano.
Chris is looking excellent. He lost a bunch of weight. Big up Chris. He looks flipping fantastic. Anyway, you get the gist. We're not going to watch all that stuff now. Let's hop over to the flipping, what's his name? MMA-Holes place and see if that flipping live stream has started yet with LUANA. It's starting in about 3 minutes. Hopefully we get it going. What's people saying here in the chat already about it? Yeah, it was an escalator there. Okay, cool. It's about to start in a minute. We'll see that quite clearly. Look at the flipping, look at the what you record. Look at the thumbnail they used. This is gonna be a mess, isn't it? Do you think BGL's gonna be watching this, isn't it? BGL's definitely gonna be watching this for sure, isn't he? There's no way he's not gonna be watching this. Come on. BGL is definitely gonna be watching this 100%. I can't wait to see this. This is gonna be so good. Actually, I was thinking, you know what I was thinking of the other day? I was thinking, because I need to get into producing music, because of my DJ stuff, because I'm at a point now where essentially, if I really want to make it to the next level and be able to play at Berghain and Fold and all these places that I want to play at, I just need to start producing and make sick records, and people want to book me off the basis of my records and shit. So I'm thinking the first couple of tunes I'm going to legit make from scratch, I'm going to start making, like, you know, little tunes with clips of these guys' voices. And I was thinking of making something with that LUANA clip of her going, he's attacking me, on like a really good Philippine techno beat or something. That's going to be quite cool, and then play that maybe as the intro. It kind of sounds a little bit sadistic because, like I said, she is technically a victim of flipping domestic abuse, but that clip is so funny. I might actually use it as a little thing when I'm making music. So that's going to be coming very, 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 very soon. So if you start hearing some weird techno edits of, you know, this guy saying Pello and her saying he's attacking me, you're going to see it. You're going to know where it's coming from. I'll probably put it all up on SoundCloud so people can use them and upload them on my YouTube and whatnot later on. So that's coming. That's really going to be coming. I can't wait, mate. I can't wait. He's attacking me. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait to do it. So yeah, big up and wait up for that one. Let's see this live stream when it pops off and what happens. I'm really eager to see it. I really, really, really am. Let me quickly see what the stream chat is saying. What are you guys saying here? Real name drop. Bapper's ears really do look like they've been smashed by pliers. Yeah, do you guys think that's true? I know people keep saying that on the stream, but I think he was joking. That whole law, because I think Brendan mentioned it once in the episode of T-Fat-K, that he used to take stuff and pliers to make his ears more cauliflowered. I don't think that's true. I think he was just joking to be kind of funny. I don't think he actually did that, in my opinion. But for every reason, people just keep running with that joke. I think maybe it's part of the meme of it to kind of laugh at it, but I don't think that actually happened to me personally. I don't think that actually happened. I think it's just him trying to be funny, and obviously it's not that funny really. And it kind of is what it is, but I don't necessarily think he did that personally. I don't think so. But maybe I'm not, maybe I'm confused. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I don't think he did do that. Quickly checking this before we go to LUANA. Have you guys seen this clip? Brendan's on his show, the MMA, was it the Schaub show? And he gets talking about Israel's press conference post beating Alex Pereira, and he says this following. And I think, you know, and he mentions, I think, Drakus Duplessis, right? He basically says, I'm not going to give the guy clout, but I want to fight this guy. I want to fight him in Africa. I'm going to drag his carcass all across South Africa. Anyway, it's pretty obvious if you watch the clip of Israel Adesanya talking, that he's talking about flipping Drakus Duplessis, right? That guy with the knock knees who kind of gasses out usually after the first round, but is pretty decent all-round kind of fighter, but had a very close one recently that he had to fight. I think he's just come out of surgery recently. And I think he made a disparaging comment about Israel and basically said, oh, I'm more African than him because, you know, Israel's kind of been brought up majority in flipping New Zealand or wherever he's from. So it's kind of obvious who it was. But for some reason, Brendan thinks it was somebody else. Have you seen this? Let's check.
Boy, did he get him, though. And this was from Helen Yee. I guess this is Israel talking about a potential opponent, but he didn't give a name.
Words wisely. You want to try and be a big boy. You want to bamba. You want you with the big boys. You got to choose your words wisely, but I don't want to give him no clout. But if he does work and I pray to God he keeps winning, I will gladly drag his carcass across South Africa. Wallahi. Yeah. But he's got to do
this person in the comments, because he's either talking about Sean Strickland or Hamza. Sean Strickland. No, he's not. No, dude. Hey, man. He's talking about Hamzat. It's Hamzat, dude. That's what he's talking about. Because
did he get confused there? He said he's talking about Hamzat.
you know, with the fan base there too. Don't.
Oh really? Big up Uche. Really? He's Mark BGL is talking about it live. Okay, let's switch over to BGL. Let's see BGL. What's his name? Hella Mark Harley. Let's see what he's saying. Of course he's reacting live to it on his own channel. Of course he is. Of course. Where is he? There he is, right? Okay, look, he's responding live to Luana's lies. Oh, fucking BGL, mate. Why don't you call her? Why don't you have a chat? Why don't you go to fucking mediation or something? Why are you sitting on live stream? This guy is such a loser. Honestly, man. Big up BGL. Anyway, that's flipping BGL's live stream. If you want to go check him out and listen to him, you can. That's his channel over there. There's about 20 people there waiting for him in the chat to come and talk. He's actually in the chat himself, just waiting for their stream to get started. Look at him. He's really on it. This is so redacted, man. Oh my God, man. One absolute horror show. One absolute horror show, man. I'm so happy. I'm so glad that I'm flipping a regular civilian like everybody else out there, man. Honestly, being a celebrity or being these people is very much overrated in my opinion. Super, super overrated. I'd much rather be a regular schmegular guy. But yeah, big Jay for the heads up. That was impeccable. Of course, BGL is flipping live streaming the reaction to this and responding to his wife's lies via a live stream. Why not? Why fucking not, man? Why not? Why not? He's probably going to make the flipping interview 10 hours long. I'm probably going to make it 6 hours long. He's going to make it 10 hours long. And the actual interview is going to be 2 hours long. It's going to be an absolute madness. Honestly, it's a madness affair. But let's see what I got. Anyway, I'm going to quickly grab another coffee so we can get doing this. Bear with me 1 sec. Okay. Come on, mate. Don't honey dick us. Why is it late? Why is it late? Why is it late? Why is it late? Come on. Don't honey dick us now. Got my coffee ready to go. Okay, cool. It still hasn't started yet. Hopefully it starts soon. Let's just continue on with the show then if it's not if it's not starting. What people here saying in the stream chat, what are you guys saying here? Fear the Southern gentleman who left the war. What do you guys expect to see anyway? What do you expect to see? Let's say this. Let me see. Let's see. Let's add a poll here. Let's add a poll. Will what's I spell her name? Luana. That's that, right? That Luana. Will Luana's interview be messy? Yeah, will the interview be messy? Does that make sense? Messy, or will it be messy? Yeah, oh no. Let's say no. Let's do this. Will we learn something new from Luana's interview? Let's see what you guys say. What do you guys say? What do you guys think? Will we learn something new, or will it just be the same? Her kind of maybe putting her point across about certain topics. What do you think? We're gonna get new information, old information, or the same? Oh, I said yes or no. I should have put new or old, but you get it. Yes is new, and flipping old is no. My bad. I should have put it properly. I messed up the flipping, obviously the poll. Obviously, I messed it up. Obviously. But yeah, so far nothing yet. They haven't started yet. Bit late. So let's move on to something else here quickly. Let's quickly touch upon. Let's go and speak about this. What's the clip I want to talk about here? Brendan fought Hamza. No, Brendan fought what? Oh no, let's move on. No one cares about that one. Let's move on that one, and let's do. Oh, let's say this one. Big up to Chappelle Lacey. That's congratulations are in order to Chappelle Lacey, a former employee over there at Thick Boy. Some really great news for him. He decided to jump ship pretty early on, and he hasn't looked back since. I don't think he's ever come back to do a guest show. It's very telling, the ones who leave Bappaverse and don't come back to even hang out for a little bit. They basically run for the hills. And it's very telling when they do, because they know life away from the flipping vortex of flipping chauvinisms is way, way, way better. And now Chappelle's absolutely thriving. Look at this latest post that he uploaded on his Instagram story. This is pretty cool. So he says here in the caption, last week I became a paid regular at the Comedy Store. I think my brother put that energy out there for me early on. I really wish he was here to see. Thank you for everyone at the Comedy Store for always showing me love and giving me this beautiful opportunity. And thank you to my big brother for throwing that into the universe back in 2011. So he's been grinding for a while, isn't it, Chappelle? And back in the day, I guess maybe his brother passed away, so RIP Chappelle's brother, and he basically put some good word out there, put some good energy out there, basically saying in this post from Facebook in 2011, the famous Comedy Store, Chappelle Lacey, can't wait to see you perform here, bro. So, and now, so many years later, Chappelle turned around and he's now a paid regular. So absolutely congratulations to him. Really amazing. I wasn't the biggest fan of him on the T-Fat-K podcast. I thought he was basically like a black golden retriever, a kind of a human laughing track. But actually on stage, the guy is fucking funny. He's really funny. The clips that I've seen of him post, the most recent one there that he's got in the blue shirt, that's a really funny bit. The guy he's clearly got something when it comes to being on stage and being somewhat of a comedian. Let's actually play this clip anyway in honor of this guy and becoming a paid regular at the Comedy Store. Big up to him and congrats. Let's play this clip of him doing comedy.
The longest thing I've ever done, I did 12 years of competitive cheerleading. Yeah. And I was good at that shit. And listen, fellas, y'all gotta stop asking me that question like, were you hooking up with all the girls? Man, fuck them girls, man. I'm trying to win championships, homie. Come on, man. Listen, I don't give a damn how big Jenna's titties are. I need her to hit the fucking pyramid. Jenna, let's go. Be aggressive. We spell it every day. Hey, yo, Jenna sucks, dude. I'm like, coach, kick her the fuck off. We need winners. We need winners on this team. The longest thing I've ever done, I did 12.
Yeah, he needs it, man. That's cool. That's cool. Big up Chappelle. That's flipping awesome. Congratulations to him. And isn't it funny, right? All those years of Brendan sucking off Joe Rogan, kind of hanging out with comedians who are clearly bigger than him and leeching off of their success and notoriety to get played at the Comedy Store when his probably talent didn't deserve him to be there. And now these many years later when Rogan leaves LA, he now doesn't perform at the Comedy Store that often, if at all, and somebody that was essentially his lackey is performing there. Big up Chappelle Lacey. Anyway, it started. Oh no, Thingy started.
Okay, so
what's happening? Why is he playing?
I'm waiting for the MMA-Holes stream to get ready and start going because I'm waiting for the MMA-Holes stream to get ready and start going because
of course he's watching himself, of course.
Live playback for me, Jesus.
Anyway, we're gonna have to watch the live one. We'll let him do his thing, but we have to watch the actual show. We can't have BGL in my face.
And named Mark Harley, who had a lot of things to say about Brendan, and then it got really.
This is like our Super Bowl. This is like our Super Bowl.
Let's go. Let's go.
This is going to be a different show than we've done before because, you know, usually we like to say, hey, what's going on with this Brendan Schaub guy? But now we're finding out that there's trouble in paradise over here between Helen Mark Harley and his soon-to-be ex-wife, Luana. So tonight on the show, we have her here live. That's right, friends. Now, everyone hit the like button, please. And also, I just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors before we get underway. We got CBDX.com. The promo code is MMA-HOLES for 20% off. MyBookie.ag, same promo code. MMA-HOLES for 100% matching your first deposit. Head Rush, 20% off. Promo code MMA-HOLES for 20% off Head Rush. And Sheath Underwear, MMA-HO.
If you wear Head Rush clothing, go jump out the nearest window.
All wonderful. We'll be back with the MMA content on Friday. Fuka Friday, big event this weekend. But tonight, we're going to get the other side of the story. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to give a warm welcome in the chat, a round of applause for new friend of the show, Luana. Luana, welcome to the program. Sorry, I had you muted like an unprofessional. You're welcome. How you doing?
What's going on?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Oh, damn it! Sorry.
I'd like to have you here in our Shark Tank room. We're breaking in. You're the first guest in the Shark Tank room. How you feel about that?
Great. I love sharks.
It's nice to have you stop by over here. Unfortunately, the circumstances are a little strange, right? How are you feeling right now? How's everything going?
I mean, it's been a really insane and intense month. The things my life's been sort of unraveling. My most intimate moments have been shared. Most vulnerable moments out of context, and I found out many horrible things about the person I've been married to for 8 years. So yeah, it's been a ride, but I filed for divorce, and I'm looking towards a bright future without this kind of drama and sadness.
Yeah.
That is Mark Harley.
Yeah, you can hear it in your voice. You sound very upset, and we're gonna try to. I can't say have fun with this. We're gonna try to make light of a pretty weird situation. So the first time we got to meet you, and by the way, if you're just jumping in the show, friends, Luana is they're going through a divorce with Helen Mark Harley. He was a man that worked for Brendan Schaub, and the reason why we met Mark was because of the whole Schaub universe, and then Luana actually came on during the live stream briefly in the background and chimed in. We'll get to that in a sec. But if we can do a little bit of a backstory. You said you guys were together for 8 years. This is 8 years married?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, 8 years married. So how long did you date before that?
Well, we met online in 2015. He approached me on a dating app, and then we were talking for 2 months only. And then I came to see him, and we were dating for 2 months, and then we got married.
Wow, 2 months.
Jesus
so this is like, hey, let's run to Vegas, get married type deal, or did you have like a big fancy wedding?
Oh no, his mom was there, but that's it. It was like eloping, sort of small.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now he did make mentions of you being from Germany. So you were born in Germany?
Yes.
Okay.
I was born in Germany. I've left when I was 19, and I've been just living in different countries.
Maybe it's my picture as well as blurry. I don't know. I think it's definitely the camera. Let's see. Maybe.
Maybe it's
me. Maybe it's me.
Yeah.
Apologies.
I'm telling you, man. Just looking at you right now, the guys must have been throwing themselves at you. What were you doing on a dating app?
Well,
big up MMA-Holes saying what everyone's thinking. God almighty, mate. The titties are tittying.
Well, it was actually my first time going on a dating app. I, left another relationship, and my parents were like, why don't you go date? And I didn't really believe in dating apps, and believe me, the situation didn't make it any better. But I just went for fun. They said, why don't you, go for the summer to LA and have fun with your friends, because I've been to LA many times before, so I had friends here. And I went on, and I very immediately got a message from Mark.
Wow. So he found you immediately. I mean, I could imagine you put up a couple of pictures of yourself, and this guy's like, "Whoa, got a lion in heat right now checking you out over here." Did you get a lot of matches, or like what happened here? Like, how did you pick Mark out of the bunch?
MMA-Holes throwing his shots out there, mate. Throwing his fucking shot. Props to the guy, man. You know what I mean? Shoot and shoot.
It was weird. I mean, there were thousands of messages. It's stupid because, I mean...
Thousands?
You know, it's guys just hitting on a girl. I mean,
Sure.
It's nothing special, but it was a lot. And for some reason, you know, he stood out. I didn't really see what he really... Like, I saw his face, and to me, I thought he was skinny, tall guy.
Like a lion.
Had, you know, photo with his gray hair. I really liked his gray hair, and the message that he wrote was very it was very cool, and sort of like, you know, he started out with, "You look like one of those manic pixie dream girls that make Ben Stiller want to, you know, forget his fears of, what is it, like germs or something, and explore or live life or explore the world or something like that, or do something crazy."
Yo, terrible game, terrible riz, but he ended up bagging her though. So all the guys and ladies out there, don't be afraid of your game. There is no such thing as bad game. Just throw your shot. You never know.
And
shoot your
you know,
shot.
everything
Throw your shot. Shoot your
he
shot.
said that really, like, it seemed so cool. And I felt very like seen, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's why I replied. I thought he was a very dry person, very like matter of fact, and yeah. And then when we started talking is when I realized that, you know, he's
oh my God.
tough.
So he showed up at the door, and all of a sudden he got He-Man standing there, and you're like, wow, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't see him for 2 months in person, right? We were exchanging photos, and we were talking 24/7. And he was very nice then. And what I have realized now is he was, you know, figuring out what I like and how to present himself to me so that I would like him. So yeah, that's what's sort of been happening. One of the first things he did is
Robert Miller's hilarious. Oh, what's going on here? Don't do this to me. Come on. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, let's restart this for some reason. I think Robert Miller flipping jinxed it. Robert Miller jinxed it. Robert Miller jinxed it. I swear to God, you jinxed it.
mask has been slipping. I've got a lot of messages from a lot of people that were telling me they got really, really weird vibes from him, and it wasn't really like that before, I guess, or at least I didn't see it publicly. So I always thought people really, really liked him because that's what he made it seem like, and he is very charming, yes,
Yeah.
which is. But yeah, I feel like the mask is coming off. So.
Sure. And so now he gives you this personality test. Did any red flags go off? Like, hey, why am I taking this? Or are you like, hey, this is a very handsome man. You know, he knows what he wants. I'm just going to go along for the ride.
I just didn't think anything. I just thought it was funny. And why wouldn't I do it? I mean, he came across as a cool person.
Sure.
You know, so yeah, this is not when I saw like the red flags.
By the way, am I the only person that thinks it's weirdly inappropriate, this whole like waxing lyrical about how lovey-dovey they were in the beginning? It almost seems like she was trying to fall back in love with him again. If he's such an abuser, if he caused her so much turmoil and hurt and pain, how can she remember so many loving parts of their beginning stages so clearly, so vividly, 8 years later? Seemed a bit weird, didn't it? But maybe that's what abuse victims kind of sound like. Maybe, I don't know.
I started seeing when I met him in person. Most.
Okay. And so now you guys are dating very little bit, and he just gets on his knee and says, hey, I want you to be my wife. Like, how did that happen?
Well, so when we were talking, I told him that I've been cheated on in my previous relationship, and that I definitely did not want to have a monogamous relationship anymore, but an open one. because I never wanted to be cheated on again because it was the most awful thing that I've ever experienced.
That's a weird cope, isn't it? You get cheated on, and then the first thing you want next relationship is to have an open relationship. What? I love these rationales. Excuse me? Now I want to do all the cheating. All the men, line yourself up. You're all getting sucked off.
And he said, yeah, you know, that makes sense because I did cheat on my ex-girlfriend, and part of it was because I didn't want to be in an open relationship. I mean, sorry, that was a red flag, but because I thought we were talking openly about it and we were like going to be open as an open relationship or whatever we were going to do at that time, we were just talking about fucking, you know?
Yeah.
We had sexual chemistry, which
she's trying to make that face. BGL made her boss, innit? That's probably who said it in the chat. Honestly, you chatters are amazing. I think somebody said it. Maybe it was Uche, maybe it was somebody else. Someone said that she's been digmatized. That's why she's hanging around so much and she keeps going back even though the abuse is crazy. Somebody said it, and I'm getting that kind of feeling. I don't really get the feeling of somebody that actually hates their spouse of, you know, for the abuse that they've kind of subjected them to. Like somebody said it in the chat, oh, she would take him back. This kind of is giving that, innit? It's giving digmatized.
You know, and so
you guys like to get down, right? When you saw each other, you're like, hey, the clothes are gonna fly off here. This works.
Yeah.
And
yo, MMA-Holes is getting too excited about this. Either he wants to fuck Luana or he wants to see BGL fucking Luana.
Okay, so you guys are getting down and dirty. Everything's going great. He's charming. You're attractive. Everything's working nicely. You look good in pictures together. Everything's going fantastic. And he gets on his knee and he proposes to you. Is that what he does? Like, how does he propose to you?
So he basically said that he didn't want me to leave, that we shouldn't like start dating across ponds, because, well, I mean, he also was broke. But so, you know, it sounded like sort of romantic. He's like, you know, like, this is the best way to get married is like, you know, so we can stay together. Like he always said he didn't want to get married, but this makes sense because, you know, he didn't want me to leave. And so I thought that was romantic, and we did that. And shortly after we got married, he wanted to close the relationship because he didn't want so his quote was, I want you to myself. I don't want to share you. And he said he wasn't acting on anything this entire, like the 2 months that we were dating, and I was. And so I thought, all right, you know, I mean, if that's how you see it. And I started falling in love. Well, I mean, not started. I fell in love with him, but I wouldn't have closed it because this is like that was the agreement that we had. I don't really go back on these kind of things. And this is sort of the relationship that I had in my mind. I was, you know, but then when he said, let's close it, I'm like, all right, you know, let's do that. And that was a massive mistake.
Yeah. Wow. It sounds like, so there was no honeymoon stage. It sounds like it was a mess from the very beginning.
Well, you know, it started becoming an actual like mess because he was great when we were just dating. He was like, I mean, you know, I started realizing that he had an Adderall problem after we got married. So that was a problem. I started realizing that he had debt after we got married. Like these are all things he didn't mention.
Jesus Christ.
But
Addies and Detties. Not Addies and Baddies. Addies and Detties. Big up my Addies and Detties gang, right? Run up them checks. Stay living in mum's house. Addies and Depts. Addies and Detties.
But, you know, it's hard. Once you got married, you're sort of in this trap.
Mm.
And then so things would start coming up slowly, you know. All of a sudden, you know, the things he would tell me at first, he's spontaneous, he loves to travel, whatnot, and then he's just on his phone. So it's just on his phone. He absolutely, you know, we would have arguments because I would tell him, dude, like, you're just arguing with people on Facebook. Like, why don't you get a job?
Mm-hmm.
Or
wow, he sounds just like Brendan. My theory of like BGL secretly hating and despising Brendan because of how successful he is despite being so redacted is kind of true. They're so similar, but he's maybe a couple of IQ points above Brendan. And he probably looked at Brendan thinking, how are you getting away with this? You do exactly the same thing that I'm doing, but you're rich. And here I am having to flipping lend $50 for my wife to buy some Addies.
Do something, you know, because he also wanted, like, he was writing a screenplay when we met. And I mean, yeah.
San Francisco School of Comedy taught him how to write screenplays. I would love to read that fucking BGL screenplay. It's probably fucking horrendous. Just mad monologues. It's just a whole screenplay full of people going on speeches.
He's been writing that screenplay for 8 years now. And, you know, you start realizing first it was, oh, like, I'm an artist too, like you, and I really, you know, I want to do this, and I have dreams, and I had dreams, so it's really fit, you know. And then I realized this guy has no passion for anything except his phone, and that would, like, slowly, oh, and sex, sorry, of course, sex and Adderall. He would be up for 2-3 days in a row. Sex with him would take 2 hours because he's fucking high, and this is romantic at first, you know. First it was like, oh.
Big up anybody that's been smashing for more than an hour. You know how bad it is. Honestly, once you reach a certain age, the whole mystery or the allure of having sexual intercourse on the beach or in a shower definitely goes away once you start doing it. Actually, it's not as fun as people think it is. And trust me, doing adult activities under the flipping mist of drugs can be quite good sometimes, but most of the times it's horrendous. It just never ends. It never ends. Big up BGL. Can you imagine him? Mufasa just like moving. Never stopping, and she's just tired. She's thinking about what to eat.
2 hours sex, and all of a sudden it's like, why do we always have 2 hours sex? Like, you know, I want to go,
Christ.
You know, it would be like, hey, I'm going out, oh, let's have sex. And it's like, no, we can't, because it's going to take 2 hours and you can't get anything done. And that's when I realized there was an issue going on with the Adderall. Again, then he didn't sleep. He would be slowly getting more aggressive when I would say something, you know. He was never aggressive before.
Also, not to be unfair to the lady, but she has to be honest also and tell us about what she did also. I don't believe that they got into this whirlwind romance and it went from 0 to 1 million and it was just BGL doing the Addies and sniffing of the coke by himself. I have a feeling she was involved too. They were partying together, like all relationships. Maybe they both started off at the same kind of pace, and then she got to a point where she was like, you know what? I'm not on that pace anymore. I want to move on to other things and do other things. But I don't think that it was only BGLs on the stuff. I think they were on it together, personally.
But if you criticize him in the littlest bit, he will go off on you.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Interesting.
Sounds like Brendan Schaub.
A few months into the marriage is when he started getting physical.
Okay, so yeah, it didn't take too long here.
So they date for 2 weeks or something. They get married. Yeah, they get married that quickly, and then within months she's already hitting her. But she stayed for 8 years. Fuck, man.
Now, what about the accusations of you only wanted to get married because you wanted to get your green card? Is there any truth to that?
No. He has been using this for 1,000 years now. He also, in your interview, said that he was staying with me for the green card. I got my green card in 2020. He could have left anytime. I actually said to him, because he's been using it against me for so many years, saying, oh, I got you the green card.
Hold on, you got the green card in 2020. That doesn't mean you didn't stay with him to get the green card, though, does it? That doesn't disprove what he said, really. Or am I bugging out? Shouldn't you got it 2-3 years ago? What?
Basically, he'd used the green card as a way of control, but also saying, look at what I've done. I'm getting a green card. So therefore, I can do what I want.
Okay.
But yeah, so in 2020, I got my green card, and I said to him, well, do you still want to get that divorce that you keep talking about? And he said, no, of course not. Yeah, of course not, because you were using it. And once the green card was done, he did not use that anymore until I started having my citizenship interview a month ago. That's when it came up again. But between that...
Exactly, as Uche said, why didn't she leave him in 2020 then? If someone keeps telling you if someone keeps threatening you that they want to divorce you, surely that's a sign that they're not taking you seriously and they're taking you for granted, they don't respect your relationship, and you just step out yourself. Why did she have to wait for him to divorce her? It's given stigmatized, to be honest.
He never said, I'm going to get a divorce because of the green card. No, he would say, he would use it as I'm like, look what I've done for you. I got a car, got you the green card. And it's like, well, I'm from Germany, dude. I lived in London, I lived in Australia, I lived in Norway. I don't need this. You know what I mean? I'm not from a third world country, and like where it's like, I need to flee and come over here.
All right, relax. All right, stop attacking me, please. You're attacking me. You're attacking me now.
Yeah, I love America. I really do. And it's cool that I'm here. But to be honest, what I've sacrificed in these 8 years, I'd rather have lived somewhere else. Going through this.
Yeah, because that accent's a horror show. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it sounds like a nightmare. So it's very difficult for a lot of people to understand why someone would stay in something for 8 years.
Yes.
Right. And when people are involved in a toxic relationship, and by the way, I'm not taking any sides here. Just like in the last interview, I'm here just hearing your side, like I heard Mark's side. Right. But when you are in a relationship where there is toxic behavior, no matter which party it is, you start scratching your head. You're like, wait, why did this last as long as it did? And so you're saying him holding this green card thing over your head, it kind of kept you hostage in this relationship?
Well, this is just part of it.
Okay.
This is part of it. So because, you have to see it like I'm building a life here, right?
Sure.
I'm starting to work towards like career. I have my friends, I have my pets. And then there's always this guy, well, but I can't kick you out if I want to. And then the other thing is,
no accountability. I think that's what we're getting at. I think what she's saying about BJO is true, and I have sympathy for her, but there's a real lack of accountability on both sides. Because if you were together for 8 years and he was already beating you and attacking you and hitting you within a couple of months, surely, especially if you're somebody that has no ties to the States, you don't actually need him, you didn't get there because of him, you've got your own thing going on, you should be able to leave. You would think so. You'd think so. So I think the lack of accountability of saying, hey, I was also in deep the way he was in deep, and we just were in a toxic relationship and we couldn't let each other go. That's a much better way to go about things than how she's going about it, where she's kind of lying and putting all the blame on BGL. I think they were both terrible for each other, personally. That's my humble opinion, but I could be wrong.
One of the things he would do, and he started doing very early on, is telling me that he would always say like, oh yeah, you're hot, but your character sucks. You're like a bad person.
What?
And he would, he always like
Negging
would use that
101
and just like tell me I'm not a kind person, I'm not nice, I'm horrible. And it sort of like made me feel like, at first he made me feel like I'm doing this because he always said like, this didn't happen with my ex-girlfriends, like they were different and they were so nice compared to you. And it's like, okay, so then you start thinking, am I the problem? Am I doing something wrong? And for the longest time I thought I was doing things wrong because he would tell me, you're making me do this. You make me hurt you.
Fucking hell, terror. Absolute terror.
And yeah, so that was, and then also let's not forget, I was in love with him.
Yeah.
And he also would make promises. So there is this like what's called a cycle of abuse. You get abused, and then they do love bombing and make the promises. And this whole thing starts becoming a dopamine and cortisol situation, right? So every time there's stress and abuse.
That's why they're in love. She's doing the same thing that BGL is doing. That fucking Google psychiatrist, psychologist type of shit. This is what BGL was doing when he was on these streams, talking about Brenda's narcissism and all that sort of getting up definitions and doing his best impression of fucking Jordan Peterson. She's basically doing her best impression of Michaela, whatever her name is, Jordan Peterson's daughter. She's doing the same thing. No wonder they were so compatible. It's making loads of sense now.
Abuse and terror and drama, you have this cortisol.
My question is, if you're so smart, why didn't you leave then? Hey, if you're so smart, why didn't you leave?
And you're like in this fight or flight position. And then once you make up, it's dopamine. So this and everybody can Google this or can talk to a therapist, this becomes addictive.
Yeah.
So this is, I guess, I would say probably the main reason why I stayed this long. Is you just get so addicted.
Yo, BGL must be carrying an absolute python on him, innit? Those 2-hour romps, she's complaining about them, but they definitely hit the spot. Because if she's as smart as she thinks she is, or that she's trying to, you know, have it seem, 8 years after you get abused in the first 2 months is nuts. Legit nuts. Unless I'm missing something. That is kind of wild. There was patterns already there from the first 2 months, and you stay for 8 years, and then you got your green card 3 years ago that you didn't need him for, but then you didn't leave.
Well, it makes sense. You're not the only person that stayed a little bit too long in a situation. I mean, I've been in that situation as well. A lot of people. I've been in situations where they've been in relationships. I've seen some crazy situations, people getting arrested and stuff like that. And you guys know about that, right? There's videos going around. One person's throwing a video about you. You're throwing a video about Mark. In the beginning, though, like... So you're saying that was he working? Was he an actor? Like, what was happening in the beginning when you started dating?
Okay, so
Again, I'm not somebody that cares about this sort of stuff, but I legitimately want to know, like, this part as well, because this is the part that fascinates me, really, truly. Like, how the fuck is this guy surviving in LA? Honestly. Does he get paid that much money from those fucking TikTok skits? He has no job that we know of, or that he talks about. He doesn't even do personal training. He doesn't even like work in like a Globo gym or like a YMCA, just like, you know, training regulars. He doesn't even do that. So where does he fucking get his money to survive? Was his legitimate whole livelihood kind of financed by this woman he met 8 years ago and his mum? That's some shameful shit, man. That's a real abuse. He drenched her flipping finances and then abused her mentally and physically and then left with some random woman he met. That's some scummy shit.
I met him. He was living with his mom at 31 years old, almost 32. He was writing a screenplay. That was what he told me. I came back to my mom's to write a screenplay.
Okay.
Well,
what kind of movie?
Going back to your mum's to write a screenplay, I'm sorry, is fucking insane. Honestly, dating, I think maybe it's cultural wise, but I don't think I could try and flipping. I don't know. Maybe you could. Could you convince a big buxom lady who happened to be black or Latina or something that you were something that she should basically pay attention to because you lived at home and you're writing a screenplay? What is a screenplay, Agos? You don't have any money. You can't take me out. Go fuck yourself.
What movie was it?
Say that one more time.
What kind of movie was this screenplay that he was writing?
Like a dark comedy.
Okay. Was he saying he wanted you to be in it or anything like that? Was he like promising anything with this movie?
No.
Okay.
No, it had nothing to do with that. I mean, he did. It was actually in the beginning, I thought, a really good screenplay. We would talk about it and it was fun. And within a year, it like became this really weird version of the screenplay because it was like written on drugs and drugs and drugs. And my friend would you know, she would come into the garage where his mom, where he would write at his mom's house, and she would say like, dude, I feel like this is the fucking Shining. And it really felt like it because he was just writing for days and nights and hours and just like ruining the screenplay, and nothing is getting done. And the screenplay is what, 90 or 120 pages? And that's when I realized, oh, okay, he is a talker, not a doer.
So he never.
Hold on. If he's doing it, technically he's not a talker. He just maybe procrastinates and spends too much time sniffing, taking too many pills and hanging out. But if he's writing 100 pages, technically he's doing. Let's be fair to the guy. He doesn't follow through. Yeah, he only busts when he's, you know, wanting to go on these 2-hour romps, but he's technically doing it. He just doesn't follow through and finish anything.
Never finished it? You never finished the screenplay?
No.
Okay. So what was the plan after that? So you had a job?
So when we met, so this is the thing. So we basically, you know, started out basically together. I come here with nothing because, I mean, I had some money, but I came here with nothing because I'm starting new, right? So it made sense. So we're both doing something. We're both trying to go after our dreams. My dream was to become, like, to be a successful graphic designer and eventually a creative director. And
Did you think that Mark, not to cut you off, but did you think that Mark was your meal ticket? Like, hey, this is a big, handsome, strapping guy. You know, he's writing a screenplay. This is my chance. On top of the fact that you were attracted to the guy and everything like that. I mean, you had limited information on each other. It was just like physical, like a connection.
You're saying the right question. I want to get to the bit about the flipping. Honestly, I want to know how the fuck does somebody who's actually got a career end up financing somebody that's not doing anything? I want to get to that bit of part of it, please. Because she was what? Working as a graphic designer, earning an actual salary, and then what? Paying for BGL's flipping hair dye jobs. Come on, man. Like, how does it end up that way? What guys do that? Guys who do that anyway, who fucking fleece off their ladies, are bottom feeder dudes. But how does a fairly level-headed sounding, you know, maybe a bit crazy, but she seems kind of normal, girl end up in a situation where she's flipping paying for a grown man's lifestyle like that? I don't get it.
So was this like some sort of, hey, maybe this guy can get me in the door?
Door for what?
I don't know, for whatever, like maybe a launching pad for whatever you want to do.
I mean, I'm not in the industry at all.
Okay.
Like, I have a real job. I worked on my career by myself.
Good girl.
Mark did nothing but actually hinder me and threaten me with, you know, doing shit at my work. At some point when he got arrested, in 2021, he ran into a Zoom meeting at work naked, screaming at me, and throwing something at me. So no, he.
Oh my God! Does somebody have that footage? That was during the pandemic, innit? So during the height of the pandemic, when she was flipping, working from home, BGO ran into her flipping the room while she was having a meeting on Zoom, naked, attacking her. First of all, he ran in naked while she's at work, right? Technically on work hours on Zoom. And then he's probably attacking her over Zoom too. Imagine the panic trying to turn off your camera as your boyfriend's punching in her face completely naked with his ting flapping in the air and shit.
You know, he did a lot of things to try to undermine me. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, I just like I said, it was just like feeling like, you know, we both had a dream.
Yeah.
It just seemed like, you know, we working on it and we're going to have fun with it. And I was a very spontaneous person when I was younger. You know, I would just move from one country to the next within a month when I felt like it. And so to me, and also to him, well, that's what he said. He's like, well, this is an adventure. Let's do this adventure together. And it was just very fun, you know, or it seemed like a fun idea. And then, you know, it just was so much stress. During the relationship, he would move out of nowhere. Like, I literally would go out with my friend and then I come home and he's gone. Like, the apartment is empty. He would just leave me there. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then 5 days later, he begs me to come back. He made a mistake. And one important thing that I forgot to say. So after we got married, he told me he had Asperger's. And
Asperger's. Her accent, it sounds like she said Asperger's, isn't it?
That I forgot to say. So after we got married, he told me he had Asperger's.
Asperger's. Asperger's.
And while I was staying with his mom, at some point she said he behaves like somebody who is autistic. So in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, the dude has Asperger's. So I did a lot of things that I Googled Asperger's and I educated myself, and a lot of things I excused with this Asperger's stuff as well, you know. And it's interesting because I forgot about it until like a couple of weeks ago when I told my friend, dude, he told me this, and then 3 years later he was like, no, I don't have Asperger's. I was just making a joke.
Some joke. So
Isn't it? Brilliant comedy. Absolutely brilliant comedy.
Joke that we've also been talking about before, but like, not joke. Like, I mean, like, we've been talking in between. I would be talking about it. Like, I would be like, oh, I read something about this was Asperger's and this and that, and he's like, yeah, that makes sense. And so when he would do this, like, that he.
I want to get Asperger's. If that means I can smash for 2 hours, I want to get Asperger's. Somebody's got pills or some sort of recipe that I can use to get Asperger's, then please let me know in the chat. Please give me Asperger's.
Has trouble like fulfilling a dream, or like, you know, he says, I'm going to write a script, and then like not finishing it. A, there is the drugs. B is like, maybe it's this Asperger stuff, or like him like moving out and then wanting to come back. Maybe that's this Asperger stuff. So I had a lot of like excuses for him. And I actually had friends that met him. They're like, oh, he totally has Asperger's. Because he's very, people think he's really good in social situations, but he would do shit like my mom, his mom, and the two of us were going to like dinner a year after we got married, and he was working with kids, and he was so annoyed, and he was in the street having a fit about how stupid kids are and how he was so annoyed. And I was thinking, dude, this is so weird. And I'm like, oh, he has Asperger's. It's fine. Like, he doesn't know I'm better. And no, this dude does not have Asperger's. At some point, my mom said, this dude doesn't have Asperger's. He's just an asshole. And she was absolutely right about that, because he is. And by asshole, I mean a very, very dangerous, toxic person who, you know,
Can I say this without sounding rude or dismissing her flipping plight? Am I the only one who gets the feeling she's on something right now? This is coming from experience as well. Am I the only one who thinks that she's on something right now, at this moment? I get the feeling. I don't know what it is. I don't want to speculate, but she feels like she's on something right now. The Asperger's is hitting.
I'm not a therapist, so I'm not gonna like throw out like what it is this, but I've spoken to in the past few weeks to a lot of big people on Instagram who are an aware narcissist and somebody who helps.
Everyone in the stream chats agree. Thumbs up. Snow and nose emojis.
People recover from narcissistic abuse.
Zanny bars. Zannies and baddies.
And both of them went down the rabbit hole. I talked to them and stuff. They found me and they follow me and I follow them. And it's like, we talk a lot and they say this guy is 100% a narcissist. And not a narcissist, but a malignant narcissist, which is a narcissist together with who has like sociopathic tendencies. And again, this is what other people told me now. I'm not saying this is definitely what it is, but it really very much looks like it.
Does there exist a website like WebMD that's like for psychology and shit? Like PsychMD or whatever? Or sorry, Web Psych or something? Because these Googles that both her and BGL do, it's flipping annoying, man. These armchair flipping psychological readings and shit, it's fucking getting on my nerves.
And it is interesting how I didn't see that before, and now, ever since he started with the Brendan thing, I started seeing it more, but especially the last month. It's like, I cannot unsee it because it's gotten so extreme where I'm like, how do a lot of...
Last month, are they still fucking? Let's do that. Let's do that as a poll. Are they still smashing?
Other people, the whole Reddit kept saying he's a narcissist.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like it's really out there now. He really like lost his mask and is just embracing being a bad person.
It's interesting you bring up narcissists, right? That's like the popular word these days, right? Anytime someone's a little cuckoo crazy, we think narcissism, right? And in Mark's situation, I kind of did a little bit of a test during our last interview. I don't know if you saw it, but I did kind of set a little bit of a trap, and he kind of fell into it. And
I didn't watch, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm not. Yeah, sorry.
How dare you?
I watched it, but tell me about that trap.
Well, I did ask about narcissism, this and that, and he didn't answer the question when I asked, "Do you think you're a narcissist?" It just came. It was a lot of other things, but never addressed the actual question. And it usually with narcissistic tendencies, they never really address. They dance around it, right? I'm not a psychologist.
Oh, look, she's doing that rubbing thing. Brenda does that rubbing thing also. Is that like a nervous reaction when you're nervous? She's doing that rubbing thing that Brendan does on his leg all the time. What is that? Is that like a reaction from something? Is that something people do subconsciously when they're nervous or something? What is that about? For the guys in my chat and gals who are flipping, who can do these readings and whatnot, what's that all about? All the touching and arm stuff. It's kind of making me unsettling. Oh, it's a self-hug. I like that, Charles Lucas. trying to comfort yourself, right? Because you're feeling a little bit vulnerable. Maybe.
Or a psychiatrist or any of that. I'm not a shrink. But, you know, I mean, it's pretty obvious that there's something going on there, you know. But other than that...
That's a good term. I like that. Self-soothing. Yeah, that feels... Okay, cool. Self-soothing.
You know, this situation, toxic from the very beginning. And what...
She still hasn't answered. How the fuck is BGL surviving in LA with no job and addy addiction and having to score however much he has to take to kind of maintain his body? Like, please, somebody tell me. How is it doing this? Unless he's flipping mum is, you know, some highbrow Hollywood executive or something. Which I doubt, because I think that would have come out by now. How is he flipping surviving? Or maybe he's an only child. I don't know. What's going on here? I'd like to know that detail. I don't like watching people's pockets, but I'm fascinated about how he survives just day to day.
What I find very interesting about this is when we had Mark on the first time, and he was talking about Schaub, you were going to bat for him. I mean, you were really by his side after all the shit that you guys have been through, back and forth. You were by his side. So,
well,
go ahead.
I can tell you why that is. So he basically was begging me to stay with him and to fix it. And he said, "This is our chance." He was blaming everything in the last year and a half that went wrong on Brendan. He was, and you have to see it this way. So I see this guy being gone all the time, right? Yeah. And he's like, "I'm working all the time." He was stressed all the time. He couldn't sleep.
Brendan driving
you know,
crazy.
like he was the entire time what seemed like working. And it got like, you know, like it got worse in the way that, like, when he met Brendan, that we completely, like, it was just really bad between us. The physical abuse was less because he was basically never here. But we also just, like, started living two different lives, even though I said to him, "I don't want this," you know.
You started fucking Brendan. Is that what she's going to say? BGO and Brendan started hooking up. Let that be the twist in the story. That would be awesome. That would be an awesome flipping arc. Awesome arc. BGL started smashing Brendan.
No, like, this is not what I, like, you know, like, I was voicing what I wanted, and I also started thinking, because he has a history of cheating also on me, that I said, because I saw Brendan cheat, and once I saw this, I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be fucked, because if he goes with him now, that's just like the company you keep, and it's just gonna, like,
saw with your own
start
eyes
happening again. And so
somebody get the SOS signal out to flipping Brendan's wife, mate. He needs to make sure he purchases another mansion, another townhouse, another car, because this is gonna get sticky.
we would have a lot of arguments, because I would be like, just tell me that you're cheating. Like, don't make it, like, just be honest, because I think everybody can talk about everything if you're honest. And also, I think, or this is what you should do, you should give somebody the truth and the opportunity to leave and make a decision. But he would be like, "No, I don't cheat. I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating."
This is weird. Again, no accountability. What, he has to tell you you're cheating so that you can decide to leave. You don't feel it. You don't see it. You don't have women's intuition to figure it out, and then you can leave by yourself. I'm not liking this. BGL sounds like a piece of shit, but also she needs to take some accountability a little bit.
You're crazy. Either you're crazy or, "Babe, I swear I'm not cheating." And I knew something was up. So, but I also started hating Brendan because of this. I was putting this on Brendan. Oh, he makes Mark work so much. Oh, Mark doesn't get any money for this, because this was also a thing. While I was working 70-hour weeks at my job and building a real career and working with big brands, he was gone all the time, making shit money, and leaving me at home with everything to deal with. The cats, sick cats. We have I have two sick cats. That was, you know, that he always claimed to love and care about. And he also is a very, very dirty and unorganized person. So he would literally come in, throw shit on the ground, and let me, you know, I have to pick it up, because he knows I don't like to live in this kind of dirt. And so I started despising Brendan, right? I'm like, because another thing that started happening, he started making misogynistic comments to me all of a sudden.
Oh my god, look at Brendan's influence, mate. Brendan only met BGL a couple of years, and he already corrupted him and made this girl who doesn't even know him hate him. Absolute amazing slay. But also, have you seen how little the host had to say? She's been rambling on for ages. That's what her and BJ share that. Imagine her and BJ an argument. It must go on for hours, maybe days. They just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
Because when I met Mark, he was very progressive, and he seemed very like, you know, not slut shaming or anything, and like women and equality and stuff. And all of a sudden, it's like, well, maybe if you were cooking more for me, I would behave, and you would be more of a wife. I would.
Brendan's influence, trad-based Brendan. Brendan gave BJ the red pill. That's amazing.
Would behave more like a husband. Then in June, he started taking off his, like, he would always like have his ring off, and I'm like, you know.
Okay.
Like,
oh yeah, because Brendan doesn't have a wedding ring, innit? Brendan convinced his wife to get some shitty tattoo of a crown because he says he doesn't like how rings feel. But you know what the truth is? The truth is he doesn't want any, you know, doesn't want any sign there that he's held down. You know what I mean? You got to be on the road, sing some addies and baddies. So that's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious.
So, like the Mark interview, there's a lot of stuff you threw at me here. So what I want to do is I want to backpedal. It's fine. No, I'm happy that you're being open and honest with me. I appreciate that. But you did mention that you saw Brendan Schaub cheat. And I mean, the cat's out of the bag, right? I mean, a lot of people have been coming out of the woodwork. In fact, one of the quote unquote baddies.
Oh no, Brendan Schaub's wife. I hope you're not watching this. Please, for the love of God, this is awful. They're already in flipping turmoil, and they're ruining someone else's relationship. Shit.
DM'd us. Yeah, but then they mysteriously fell off of Instagram. So I don't know. I was like, all right, I was willing to entertain it, but you know, they kind of fell off the face of the earth. I noticed they were followed by someone. I'm not going to say who, but it kind of I don't know. Anyway, so talk to me about this. So you're out. Were you out at one of Schaub's comedy shows or something like that? When did you see him cheat?
Well, we were in Tacoma in 2021. We were at a wedding, and then Mark was like, "Let's go." They're in Tacoma. We were in Seattle, so he's like, "Let's go see a show. You can see Brendan perform, blah blah." And then we went to the green room, and I'm not stupid, and saw what was going on, and then I became friends with the girl who I'm still friends with. And so when I told her after a while, I'm like, "Yo, you've been fucking Brendan." She was like, "I knew you were gonna ask. Of course you could tell." And it's like, of course we would tell. Like anybody could have told. Like it was very out there, you know. And he kept staring at her the entire time. And then they would like, you know. And she had this energy where it's like, "Look at me, you know. I know we did something."
Did you actually see?
What's her name? Brendan Schaub's wife. Whatever your name is, thoughts and feelings go out to you, man. God Almighty, brother. You hold down the household. You try and bring up those kids as best as you can, all by yourself. This guy's on tour every single day, smashing randoms in the green room. God Almighty. How many houses does Brendan have to buy now? How many more houses? Does he have to start buying cars? Holy shit.
Brendan, like, I don't know, kiss her or, you know, do any... Okay, so you didn't see him actually cheat.
Well, I mean, when you're this close on a girl's ear, when it's not that loud, and then all of a sudden both of you, she goes to the restroom, and 2 minutes later he goes to the restroom.
Okay.
But then also everybody knew this because he would do it in front of everybody. She told me she went to the Airbnb the night before, and
oh my God,
everybody was there. Like, not Mark at that time, but like everybody else was there. So she said they saw him, they saw her, they heard her, and she has no reason to lie to me. And also he did reach out to her a couple months later, and she ignored him, and I've seen those texts. So that was what I told Mark at the time, and he was like, "No, he's not cheating."
So what? So what about him wrangling the baddies? What's that?
God Almighty, man, what mess! This, again, as much as I dislike Brendan and think he's not funny and stuff and annoying, I think this is kind of bad, personally, for me. This is none of their business, really. Why are they involving Brendan in this? Why are you trying to ruin his situation? Why are you basically blowing up his spot? I don't like this. Maybe I'm in the minority here, but I think this is kind of lame. in my opinion. What's Brendan got to do with their issues? Because what? BGL is a 45-year-old man that got negatively influenced by Brendan Schaub in his adult age. That's not Brendan's fault. That's BGL's fault. This is kind of weird, personally. I don't like this. Really don't like this. I'm not going to lie. This is really bad. They've got 2 kids and shit. Like, you're going to try and ruin their marriage because you guys are kind of having a lover's tiff, and it feels like you kind of are still in love a little bit. No, this is lame. I don't like this, man.
Were you in on that?
No, so the thing, I think what like kind of broke
handed in the chat. I agree, but don't stop.
Mark's bag is that he went against after Brendan, and I remember saying to him, "This is the time to tell me if you fucking cheated because this is gonna come out now."
Mm-hmm.
He's so grandiose that he was like, "No, I didn't." So he all of a sudden, like you would like the last year when he was traveling all the time, he said there is not a single girl. He would tell me there's not a single girl in the green room. There's not single girls. These are.
Hold on, I'm so confused. Didn't she start off this stream by saying that she got cheated on a loads of times, so that when she started hooking up with BGL, she was like, "I don't want to have a monogamous relationship. I want us to be open." She's the one that presented that to BGL. BGL then fell in love and said, "No, I want us to be exclusive." But she started off with this whole open stuff. So why then, some years later, is she so fixated on clarifying if he's cheating or not? She already is open to the idea of open relationship. Why is it such an issue if he is cheating on the road? If you don't mind it being open.
Just like dudes coming up, if there is a girl, they have a boyfriend. And all of a sudden he puts me in contact with these baddies. And all of a sudden I'm talking to these girls and they tell me how Mark had to go get them in the beginning, like that Brendan would give them Mark's number so he could go to the door and bring them to the green room and all this stuff. And so I'm like, oh, so they were girls. So now you're lying. I have text messages where I'm like, why did you lie to me about it? And he's like, well, I couldn't tell you because you would have told Joanna, because I really wanted to tell her. And he would tell me, you can't, because then it's my job. And so he made it seem like I couldn't tell you because otherwise you would have told Joanna. And which yeah.
So she talks to Brendan Schaub's wife and she's out here publicly airing out the business and effectively maybe contributing to them maybe breaking up eventually or something. Yo, LA women are poison. Like, what is this? So they're friends. Her and flipping Brendan's wife are friends. Fucking hell.
Of course I should, because she should know. So that was his disguise. But once I outed him, these baddies messaged me and said, well, Brendan did say that Mark would get girls from his DMs. And I didn't, literally one girl was like, I didn't believe it because Mark seemed so nice and he would always tell me I love my wife. I would never cheat on her, because he made it seem like, oh my God, what Brendan is doing is so fucking bad. I would never do this to you. He would tell it to the girls. So they were like, no, he's not doing it. Brendan's probably just talking shit because he's angry. But no, he was right and he was telling the truth.
Huh. Interesting. And the fascinating thing was when Mark came on the last time and we asked about, you were defending him during the first interview, and then we were trying to figure out the timeline of the new girl that's involved, because he said he was dating someone, right? And I was like, wait, hold on a second. First off, aren't you married right now? And second of all, he said he was dating this girl since November, and it didn't add up because you were on the show with him after that. So how does this work?
Well, so I have a lot of messages here. So, let me give you this timeline.
Okay.
In November, the whole Luke Rockhold thing happened. And
Luke Rockhold, this is so random, isn't it? Luke Rockhold's fucking involved in this fucking story. Absolutely incredible. Big up Herder. That's an absolute big boy pull.
it's so stupid that it's even being brought up, because it was basically nothing, and Mark made drama out of it with Brendan, and they were like, you know, and I knew Mark was going to do something, because he, as what I've known, he always is like, you make a mistake, you will figure, like, you will have to deal with the consequences, and he's extremely good at punishing. And so I told him, I'm like, you're going to get revenge on me, aren't you? I'm like, you're going to get revenge for this fucking kiss that I told you about.
Okay, wait, I want to hear the rest of the story, but some don't know. Like, some are not in PF Chang's, you know what I'm saying? Some don't know what's going on over here. You had sex with Luke Rockhold.
No.
Okay.
Good, well done, MMA-Holes. Well done. Good try.
I'm sorry. Sorry in the chat. That's why I said that. Go ahead. Explain the Luke Rockhold situation.
So Mark, the reason I'm bringing it up is because he did throw it after I outed him for cheating. He did throw it out and pretended that I did have sex with him, and I did not. Okay. We were supposed to go in early November to Brian Callen's party. He was having a wedding celebration, and we were supposed to go together. Okay. 1 week prior, and I was really looking forward to just do something with my guy, right? Because we haven't done a lot, and you know, he was like, "We're going there, babe." And because one thing you have to see about Mark, he maybe pretend on the road and on Instagram that he's single, but he loves to show me off. Okay. Like person, he loves to show me off. And so he's like, well, you know, like he brings me everywhere to these like parties and stuff. And then
one thing that we've learned for sure, a relationship built on just sex and physical attraction doesn't necessarily bode well for the future, does it? It's usually going to end in fucking tears. It's sad because I'm sure at the beginning it was electric and they had a connection, but God almighty, man, that sounds kind of awful, isn't it? Knowing that deep down that your guy or partner only really likes you because you look really hot or you look a certain way. You know that deep down, like that's the only reason why they actually flaunting you around. It's kind of sad, man. Not gonna lie, kind of sad.
So we were supposed to go, and a week before, and he says, oh, I have to work for Brendan. I have to work. And so he said, go alone to the party, take a friend. So I did this because, you know, it's like, I mean, they invited me too. I know Brian.
Hold on, she allegedly smashed Luke Rockhold at Brian Callen's wedding party. This is amazing. This is sensational. The story just keeps getting better and better. I bet flipping Brian Callen was jacking off in the corner when they were hooking up in it. This is legit amazing. This story gets better and better.
I know this girl, like, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna go. And so to go a little bit backward, in June at a Fight Companion, Mark invited me to come because Luke Rockhold was there and Josh Thompson or something. And he said, I want you to come where...
I want you to come. I want you to come.
There's some, like, he explains to me who Luke Rockhold is. He's like, Luke, so handsome. Like, I mean, that's what Mark said. That's not what I said. He messages this to me and then he says, I want you to come and meet Luke, wear something sexy.
What? Oh my God, this story just keeps getting weirder and weirder. So BGL wants to fuck Luke Rockhold. Luke Rockhold maybe doesn't swing that way. So the best way to kind of get his rocks off is to see his girl hook up with Luke Rockhold. Then he acts, pretend pissed off, like, I can't believe you did that. I'm so angry. I'm going to go jerk off in the shower. That's what you're basically doing here. Wow. This is so LA. This is the most LA story I've ever heard in my entire life.
This is weird. So you trophy wife type deal, right? Is that what he's doing? Okay.
Yeah, I definitely was his trophy wife. He would bring me to things. He always like, you know, I mean, he sent naked photos of me to so many men against my will. He sent naked and bikini photos to Brendan. He sent, when I got my boobs done, he sent my new boobs to his own brother. And then he shows me these messages.
Oh my God. Oh my God. BGL and his brother are jacking off to pictures of Luana's naked body and shit. That reminds me of that clip. Do you guys remember that clip? There's a clip from your mum's house, famous one, of that guy talking about jacking off. Do you guys remember that? Like, what they do? They do some sort of pill. He's talking about taking some sort of drug and you know, him and his brother, they get an erection as hard as it's some skit they have in their show. It reminds me of that skit. When I heard her mention the brother, I immediately thought of that horrible skit. Yeah, that's it. Meth. That's the one. Meth. Exactly. 4 strokes. Exactly. It reminds me of that guy. Can I find the clip?
Messages. Ever since we got married, he sent naked photos of me to his friends.
What did you do when he sent these photos around? What, like, were you like, what the fuck you doing? Or were you like, what are you going to do?
Well, younger, when we met, you know, I was always like, I like to be naked. And I was just like, I mean, I was like, this is a little weird, but I'm like.
Hold on, I'll remind you of this clip. Let's get it up on here. Quickly. Bear with me 1 second. Let's get it up on here. I need to hear this. I think it's called like 4 Strokes Gang. I'm pretty sure. Let's just quickly get it up and then we'll go back to the interview. Please bear with me with this short intermission, but I have to get this out here. This is horrendous for some of you, or there it is straight away. I know some of you are going to cry and you're not going to like this, but please, I do apologize. I beg you. This is what I heard when she mentioned her brother. This sounds exactly like this. Let's see if we can get it up on here. Come on. There we go. 4 Strokes. There we go. 4 years ago. It's this one. Hopefully this doesn't stop the stream. Please, your mum's house. Don't be signed to flipping Joe Rogan's thing. And let's hear it. BGO and his brother. Oh my God.
But if you like to see me smoke some meth with a small limp dick that doesn't get hard any other way, and watch it get harder and harder, the more I smoke, the harder my dick gets. It's unbelievable. You're gay, you won't believe how good it feels. If you're straight, you won't believe how good it feels. Your dickhead becomes so sensitive that you don't need lube, you don't need spit. You just stroke that dickhead just up and down 4 times. Just barely do it, and you'll shoot an enormous amount of very thick.
Okay. Gotta stop that one. That's too much. I can't. Let's go back to the stream.
Like, maybe it's his Asperger's, you know, trying to show off.
Yeah.
And it's this form of like showing love. And I didn't really care too much. But then now that I'm older, he's like, oh, I sent Brendan the photos of you before we met. And he says, before I met Brendan, and he's like, your wife's a baddie. That's the first time I fucking heard baddie shit. And I'm like, that's weird. Like, why would you?
Your wife's a baddie. Honestly, fellas in the chat, have you ever described your friend's wife as a baddie? Or you married a baddie? Like, what? Usually in my head, I always think, this is me probably being too paranoid, but I think the guys who say stuff like when they meet your spouse for the first time, or what you call it, you know those guys that feel those compliments like, whoa man, you didn't tell me she was so attractive, bro. Like, raw, you're really lucky, man. You're really hitting out of the park, like in front of your missus. I think those guys you have to keep an eye on. Those are the sneaky ones that will try and fuck your girl when you're off on deployment or something, or off on holiday. The guys that throw out those weird compliments to your spouse in front of you to try and be like funny or something. Always be careful of those people, in my opinion. Maybe it's harmless, but I think those guys are usually weird. Those type of things. Oh, you're batting about your average.
Do that, you know? And he's like, well, why not? You're hot and I like to show you off. And it's like, okay, but why? And, you know, I don't even know to how many people did this. Last year he sent me a video. I'm a huge Malcolm in the Middle fan, and he got to work with Frankie Muniz. And I was supposed to come with him on that trip, but I had to work. And so he sends me a video of Frankie Muniz saying, oh my God, Luana, Mark just showed me nudes of you. You're so fucking hot.
What? The guy from Malcolm in the Middle. Okay.
And Mark later said it was just bikini photos. It was nude. And obviously that was sort of funny because it's Frankie, and I was like, this is cool, but he does this weird shit where like okay. So what I learned with narcissism is that I'm his arm candy, right? I'm his possession. So I'm also an extension of himself. So me being a hot wife and a successful wife, because he would walk around and be like, my wife makes more money than me, she's super successful. He had no problem doing that because that makes him look better. And anything that makes him look better feeds.
I'm sorry, but if you live at your parents' house or you're writing the same screenplay for 6 years and you're telling me you have a hot wife and she makes more money than you, I'm going to tell you need to start making more money. You just start stepping your game up. Maybe start with just getting a regular PT job that pays pretty decently. Maybe getting a couple of good clients. Maybe writing a couple of ebooks. Do something, because you can't live like that forever. The guy's 40+ years old. You shouldn't be like that. Should be something you should be flexing when you're like in your 20s. But if you're writing a screenplay for 10 years and you're 45 years old and you're dyeing your hair on purpose and shit and injecting yourself with anabolic steroids, you should be at least be paying for that shit yourself and not borrowing money from your lady to flip and pay for your hair dyes and your gym membership. That is legitimately loser behavior, personally, for me. It's all well and good being with a partner that makes more than you. That's great, no problem. Champion that. But you have to be contributing something too. It can't just be all on her. But it sounds like she was happy to do it as well. He was happy to show her off as hot and successful, and she was happy to support him. Because what? He could go for 2 hours.
Just narcissism.
Yeah.
Anyways, fast forward. I am at the party.
And we're going to get to this part.
Oh my God. All that rambling and we haven't got to the party yet.
Party in a second here. So you got your breasts done. So what were you before and what are you now? What are we
MMA-Holes, asking important questions.
Working with. This is, I mean, everyone needs to know this.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not really wearing bras, so I don't really know.
No need, right? No need for a bra when you have that done. Was this a combined like
MMA-Holes, well done, mate. He's getting his value. He's got to be careful because you might get reported, but he's getting his value in.
You and Mark made this decision together. You said, "Hey, Mark, I want to upgrade."
Well, I mean, I make this decision by myself. He obviously, so he's a very cliche person. One of the things when we met, he would tell me when we met, you look like a suicide girl because I had like colorful hair and I have tattoos, and because I looked quote, you look underage, but you're not. And that's amazing.
I don't want to be mean, but she doesn't look underage. She looks her age plus some. That's not to be mean as well. She just got a very mature face. You know, if she told me she was 45, I'd believe her. If she told me she was 35, I'd believe her. If she told me she was 37, I'd believe her. If she told me she was 50, but she just did CrossFit, I'd believe her also. She doesn't look young. I don't ever think that, personally. But again, I could be wrong.
And so first I was a suicide.
She's got that Carrie Bradshaw face, you know, just old in the face. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Not a bad thing, you know. She's clearly attractive, but you know, she's got that face.
Girl. Then once I got like more like chill hair, he would start saying, "You are like my porn dream come true." So he's very like.
I love how she's saying these things, acting like she's. And he'd tell me, "You're like my porn dream come true." Like she doesn't really care. Like it got to her head as well. He told me I was like the best fuck he ever had and whatever.
Basic when it comes to like, I mean, he's basic in general, but like he's this very basic classic male. So when I said I wanted to get my boobs done, he said, "You don't need it, but sure, why not?"
Okay.
And so
it's a true man right there. Yeah.
Exactly. What's he meant
So
to
you
say?
said, okay. So
exactly. What's he meant to say?
So he supported. He says you don't need it, but you know, if that's what something you want to do, he fully supports you.
Yeah, I mean, also I paid for it. Like, what's
okay?
It's not like he's paying for it.
All right. So now, so then he, as soon as he got it done, he was so impressed with these breasts that he was just like, I got to show everyone these things.
Yes, but I also, so that's what he did. But then I also found out that he told other girls actually that he was so upset that I got a boob job, and that he didn't like that I got it done. It's like, so basically this guy is just like, again, something about narcissism. You're an empty, hollow shell, and you say what.
She's 42 and she's acting like this. That's the thing you have to think about too, personality-wise. She's 42 years old and she got spun this easily by BGL. Don't get me wrong. What other people have said in the stream chat, she may have been stigmatized, and I've heard from people in the chat, especially the ladies, that that's actually a thing and it can make you lose all common sense. But she's still a little bit too old to be getting spun like this, to be honest. Really. And it's not really cute when you're this old and you're you know, getting spun like this. It just doesn't really bode well. It doesn't really throw out a good signal, to be honest, personally. But hey, what do I know?
Whatever fits to the person that you're talking to. So I don't know if he actually likes my boobs or not. I cannot tell you because that's what he told me. I mean, he would always like try to touch them and also be like really weird and be like very gropey and weird.
People saying in this chat, let us make the decision. Show us, we'll let you know if they look good. All the incels in the chat, press I. All the incels in the chat, press I.
About it, and I would tell him this hurts, and he would be like, well, you shouldn't have gotten your boobs done if you didn't like me to touch him like this.
Okay.
Wow. So, yeah.
All right, so now that we got that out of the way, let's get back to this Luke Rockhold story again. Let's pick up where we left off.
Okay, please.
Yeah, so I go to this party with my friend.
I'm sucking off Luke Rockhold, and he comes in saying, get off of him, I want to suck him too.
And I very rarely drink. I was going since in August last year. I started having.
Didn't we see her drinking when she made that flipping Instagram stories? Anyone that starts off a sentence saying I rarely hardly drink, they drink a lot.
Burnout, and so I've been going through a burnout for months. I kept working a lot. I was having these issues with Mark. He was never there, not helping, even though I asked him to. And
she's doing that woman thing. When you justify the cheating, he was never there emotionally or physically, and I was missing the 2-hour romps.
Actually, begged.
And I hear these UFC guys had brilliant cardio.
Begged him to I help, and be there for me or whatever. And so I end up at this party, and I said to my friends, you know what? I'm going to drink something tonight. And my friend was like, oh, don't. But I did, and I can't. I drink like 2 drinks and I'm shit-faced.
And let's be honest too, the best place to cheat, if you were really going to cheat and go crazy, is at somebody's wedding, especially when there's single people around. Love is in the air, everyone's feeling giddy, open bar, you got your nice little cute dress on, you see Luke Rockhold there looking like a Ralph Lauren model. Woo!
And I see Luke Rockhold, and so by the way, when he wanted me to go meet him in June, he then never introduced me because Mark was fanboying out on Luke Rockhold so hardcore that he forgot about me. So then when I went to that party, I saw him and I was a little drunk, so I was just like going, well, actually, kind of Brian was saying something when he was standing there with Luke because I was wearing this dress where you could see my abs, and Brian is very supportive and was like, she has the best abs I've ever seen.
Brian is very supportive. Brian has entered the chat. Brian Callen was also trying to smash. I fucking love it. At his own wedding, Brian Callen was trying to smash. I fucking love this story.
In front of Luke, and then, we started talking, and then I introduced myself, saying I'm Mark's wife, Mark Harley's wife. He works with Brendan. He's like, oh, the dude that was fanboying out on me.
Oh, that's typical Luke Rockhold. Okay.
It's also typical Mark Harley, but
I love Luke. Luke Rockhold negged flipping Mark Harley while he wasn't there, and then tried to smash his missus. You fucking love that kind of game. That's true Riz. Big up Luke Rockhold. Neg the husband to the wife, and then also tongue her down later on.
So Luke was drunk. I was drunk. He was drunk. We were just bantering. We're just having fun.
Have you ever, honestly, guys in the chat, because I've had to throw some incredible game out there. Back when I was in my younger, pathetic days, I'd sometimes go to the whole I love you point straight away just to get a kiss. That's how desperate I was. I've never had the ability to just walk up to a girl and banter and then be sucking her tongue. It doesn't work that way for me. I have to work really hard. I'm in those mines. I'm in those Francis Ngannou mines, those sand pits. I'm digging. I'm working for anything that I get. A hug, a bum touch, anything. I have to work fucking hard for my shit. I've never bantered with a girl and got a kiss. It doesn't exist. Only guys that look like Luke Rockhold get that shit.
I took a photo for Mark with Luke, so I literally had nothing weird in my mind, because why would I fucking take a photo and send it to you, And I was like, look who's here, Luke. And I sent it, and he's like, I forget what he said, but it doesn't matter. So at some point, again, I'm really drunk.
She sent a picture of herself to Luke, to the BGL, hooking up with Luke Rockhold.
Bantering, and we kiss.
Oh.
And
So where was Mark when this happened?
fucking bitches on the road.
Okay. So how is Luke Rockhold as a kisser? Does he? I feel like he kisses like a woman. Does he kiss like a man, or how is he a good kisser?
Yes.
He is a good kisser. Oh, he's a handsome man.
Look at that smile. We haven't seen a smile this hard this entire time. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Luke Rockhold's got that riz.
Or how is he a good kisser?
Look at this. She didn't smile once talking about BJL that way. Not one time. BJL's laying down 2-hour pipe, right? He's jacked like a motherfucker, and he still couldn't make this woman smile the way Luke Rockhold did with just a kiss. Damn it.
He is a good kisser. Oh, he's a handsome man. What a good-looking guy, right? That Luke Rockhold.
Jesus Christ, is she fucking bussing right now thinking about it? Is she bussing right now thinking about it?
Poor guy, like he's like, who is this bitch? I don't remember her because why would he? It's like, again, it doesn't matter. Like, we made out. I would have been like, like I was so upset in my marriage. I was so lonely. I felt like so like abandoned. And
oh, fuck, that woman. Just admit, it's Luke Rockhold. He's a stud. You wanted to suck his face. He wanted to suck yours. It is what it is. Let's not do the whole, like, I was alone, I was abandoned, emotionally not there, man. No, let's not excuse that. The lack of personal accountability from this lady is very, very telling, to be honest.
And again, I've been communicating that with Mark in hundreds of messages. And so, this happened. And then I still said, no, I can't do this. I'm married. I can't. And he was like, sure, cool, no problem.
So what was Luke? So how did Luke get the kiss in here? Let's.
So Luke tried to smash. He actually tried to go for the fucking touchdown at the wedding. He went to pull her around the corner and just go to town. Honestly, what a top boy. Brian Callen in the fucking corner jacking off.
Walk through this whole situation. Yeah, you're going to be divorced anyway. Who cares, right? Luke Rockhold, he's all suave. He's handsome. Did he have his shirt open and stuff like that? Did you see his chest and everything? Like, what was he doing here?
I don't think his chest was out. He was wearing a shirt or something. I forget what he was wearing. But no, it was like like I said, we were bantering. I'm flirty or whatever. He's flirty. We were both like cocky I'm cocky when I'm drunk. He was cocky. It was fun.
He was cocky. I saw the cocky. It felt so good.
And he says, yo, you want to go get these cookies that are in the kitchen?
Oh, the Riz. Isolate, isolate. It's that whole game, the game book. You have to isolate. He negged BGL. You isolate. Yeah.
In the house, because it was a party in a Malibu place, and it was outside. And then I'm like, cookies, yeah. And I saw them earlier, so I was, I really wanted these cookies. So I'm like, sure, I'm coming with you. And then actually, Danny's grandma.
Put some cookies in the chat. Put cookies in the fucking chat for my cookies boys out there. Cookie galas as well. Cookies in the chat. Oh my god, cookie game. I'm gonna try that one day. Just throw out some cookies. Forget the devil's emojis. Just cookies.
Grandpa was like, can you guys bring me a cookie? I'm like, sure, cool. We get into this kitchen, and at the end of the day, ended up in that bathroom. It is what it is.
And you stopped it. You're saying you stopped him from advancing, correct?
Yes, I did.
Any heavy petting? Did he touch the merchandise or any of that stuff?
Don't want to talk
about it. MMA-Holes. Good boy. Good boy.
Hey, we know Mark is running around doing his thing. I mean, why let it loose?
But he's also very, I used to care what he does, but he's also a very, very gross person. I don't think this is interesting or necessary for this. The thing that matters is the fact that I stopped it. Mm-hmm. So I would have wanted to continue.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I chose. In my mind, I was like, you're married, you can't do this. You guys want a baby, you were trying to get everything better with each other. Like, what? You can't do this, even though you feel lonely, and even though this would have been fun. So I left.
This all happened at Brian Callen's wedding. Can you imagine? This all happened at Brian Callen's fucking wedding. She got smashed by flipping Luke Rockhold in the bathroom. BGL smashing randoms on the road. Callan's looking and touching her abs while she's standing there drinking with his wife next to him, complimenting this random woman's abs who he doesn't know in front of his wife at a flipping wedding party. Like, LA is so weird. Honestly, so weird.
And the immediate thing that I did is I called Mark.
Oh, wow. And you told him everything that happened?
Yes, and he hung up on me. Told me that I did it for, what did he say? I forgot. Like, he was like, you just like, you're doing this on purpose. Of course you were going to do this. Look at the dress you've been wearing. All of a sudden there's this slut shaming. I'm like, what's that happening now? And I was like, no, actually I was super.
Hold on. I'm not going to lie. I swear to God, guys who have more experience than me in the chat, tell me if I'm wrong. Isn't there like a type of cuck that exists that does this type of stuff where they would purposely set up or pimp their partner to hook up with somebody, like a guy, and then when they hook up with the person, the partner, the woman will send them pictures, hey, I'm with the person and whatnot, and then they'll try and act annoyed even though they set it up. It's like part of the role play. You kind of act annoyed and pretend like you're pissed off about it and you're angry, but really you're getting off on it. So you kind of make it seem like it's forbidden. I'm sure that exists because it's sounding like it. It's sounding like a weird kink. It sounds like one of those things that you do, like, because clearly he was setting her up for it a little bit. He told her to wear a sexy dress. He was gassing up Luke Rockhold to her. She didn't even know who Luke Rockhold was before. Clearly, when she saw him, she was like, okay, he's decent looking. But she didn't know who Luke Rockhold was. She didn't know what he did. BGL was his biggest fan. And then he gets weirdly annoyed by it after when she tells him something happened. I don't know. I'm getting feelings of kink here.
Super drunk, and he just pulled me into the bathroom, which is a fucking fact.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that I then not like kissed him back or something, but this isn't something that I started.
No, Uche, you're getting me wrong. I'm not kink shaming. I'm just trying to get some understanding as to what's going on here because I don't see an issue here, personally. BGL set her up. He styled her. BGL was her Law Roach, right? Basically, you know, BGL was her Law Roach and she was his flipping Zendaya. Put a nice outfit on her, sent her out on the streets to go and collect some money. And she did it.
And... you know, he didn't talk to me until the next day. Then he was telling me how he immediately talked to Brendan. He's like, Luke kissed Luana, and Brendan is being dramatic. He's like, I'm gonna message Luke. This can't be. He should like, and it's like, I just told you this as your spouse.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. Brendan trying to tell off Luke Rockhold. I love it. Brendan trying to tell Luke Rockhold off about hooking up with randoms. I fucking love it. Or just telling him off in general.
There's something between you and I. Luke Rockhold don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Luke Rockhold don't even remember. I'm telling you this as your wife, and he immediately got pissed and immediately told Brendan and made this drama out of it. Because one thing people don't realize is Brendan and Mark are drama queens and they love gossip.
Oh yeah,
it is wild. I have messages from Mark saying, oh my God, the tea I just found out. Oh my God, girl, the fucking tea. I gotta tell you the gossip. Like, it's fucking wild. And I would tell him, what is happening? Anyways, he started, like, I told him after this kiss, I want a divorce. This shouldn't have happened. And this happened because I'm not happy and you're not gonna, like, nothing is gonna change.
Oh, that's fucking crazy gaslighting. I kissed this guy because of you and now I want a divorce. I would have packed her bags for her, mate. Go fuck yourself.
And you keep traveling and I just don't see what is, like, then he was crying. I fucked up our relationship. I fucked up all my real friendships because of Brandon. Because you always have to have a scapegoat. And so I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. And he got really suicidal during that month. Like in November, he was like, I have nothing. I want to kill myself, everything. Like, I literally asked him for his location when he went into the office because I'm like, I don't want you to drive out off the, like, Mully Cliff because it's in Calabasas and stuff. And
this November...
BGL's never self-expiring, by the way. That's just him being dramatic. Come on.
Or was this November of last year? Or was this...
at the side chick.
Okay.
apparently, because obviously everything he says you have to take with a big grain of salt. So anyways, I've asked him multiple times, I'm like, are you going to revenge this? Like, are you doing something with chicks? No, I'm not. Then he's like, in December, he says, look, I don't have to go to the office that much anymore. I'm way more often home. Like, let's figure this out. Then in January, it's like, same thing. We're like trying to figure it out. He gets kicked or like fired by Brendan, and then it's all like, babe, I'm so glad you're there for me. I'm so glad that you're there for me. And I was like trying to, be there because we said we were trying to fix this. So a lot of things that he said about Brendan, like he would come home and say, Brendan says I'm sensitive, and I would be like, okay, you are, but you can't say that. I'm sorry, because then you're gonna be, he can't take criticism. So I'm just like, okay, And again, I thought this guy was working this entire time. So I'm like, yeah, okay, Brendan is treating you bad. He showed me some messages. So when I came to your show, I was just saying what I thought was the truth. Mm-hmm. And then after that, I found out that Mark wasn't really working anything. He was doing the Betty wrangling and fucking bitches. Girls have reached out to me as far back as like summer. And so what he told on your show is just not true. Like, the timeline with that is I found a letter on February 1st after he came back from his mom's. That was a love letter. I posted it. It was super, like, it was a Christmas card love letter that was so embarrassing. I'm like, everybody, my friends read it, and it's like, it was an application to him. And he made it seem like this is just a fangirl he met in Rhode Island. He's like, she's from Rhode Island, she's this and this, she just works at a vitamin shop, like she has nothing, she's just like thinking I'm her ticket out of there. And I was so angry and heard about you pushing me away and the Luke Rockhold thing that I told her shit about you and I was talking to her, but that's all it. And I'm like, no dude, you cheated. And he did everything for 6 weeks to make me believe that he did not cheat with this girl. Mm-hmm. He would fake messages with her where it looked like what he described, and telling her, look, I got your card and it's super weird, like you can't do that. I'm like trying with my wife.
How do you do that? Is there an app you use? How do you fake messages? I'm having a Crystalia moment where you find out about something. You can fake messages and make it look like you sent a message to somebody that didn't say something. That's wild.
Like messages. He made a fake account, I found out. He responded to himself.
Wow.
How'd you find this out? How'd you find out it was a fake account?
Because that account didn't exist.
Okay.
Then my friend found out that the photos were from a girl in Sicily.
It's good
wow.
And then
that is fucking next level scumbag behavior. Instead of just leaving, you go and buy another phone or create another phone contact and message yourself to make it look. So what? This guy is weird. So he can put on a girl voice, talking girl mannerisms, speak to himself, pimp out his wife, want to get off with dudes. Like, BJ is like a real rock star, isn't it? He's like a real rock star, slyly.
And at some point, I saw something popping up on his phone, so I got the real name. But it was nothing. It was just a note with like gym stuff. So he's like, no, this is old. I sent it to her, and I'm like, are you shitting me? Like I sent you a video where he's basically going through the apartment on February 8th, breaking shit while I'm asking him if he's been cheating on me. And he's just really calmly walking around saying, no, I didn't, and break stuff. So he's been doing everything. Like, then he's like, I need you to believe me again.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of finding this girl kind of exhausting. They're both very exhausting, but for the benefit of the stream, we're just going to continue.
And I swear to God, like, don't make this letter anything more than it is. It really isn't. He was so convincing that my friends were convinced. It's like we went on like a trip with like a Valentine's Day trip. He lied to me on LSD. He's like, no, she's nothing. It's nothing. Like, I love you, and I really want to just save this with you. And then he started with couples therapy. Then the day before I exposed him, 2 days before I exposed him, so 3/16 when I found out that he was in fact cheating, he went to his mom's house. So you have to understand, what I found out is he cheats at his mom's house. So this is what he does. He goes to his mom's and fucks bitches there. And these bitches think that they are special.
Wow. Why do I feel like this is something an only child would do? If you're an only child, your mum looks at you like you're the prince, especially if your dad isn't around. And then maybe you get away with a lot more. If he's got an older brother, he's got siblings and shit. Like, is his siblings worse than him? Like, this is so bizarre. At that age, bringing girls back to your mum's house to smash, like randoms. It's weird enough bringing your wife there to stay with you in the spare room, let alone bringing strangers that you're fucking on the road. BGL's mum must be cool as fuck, man. She's definitely got big SoCal energy, innit?
But they're not, because he brings every bitch there. And I have confirmation of that from multiple people at this point. So he is his mom's, and I know it's what
So
I call
his
it,
mom-
the mom whorehouse.
His mom is his Betty Wrangler, you're saying, right?
It's wild.
Okay.
And
I'm fascinated about the mum. What's the deal with the mum? Why isn't the mum putting pressure on her 40-plus-year-old son to go get a job and to kind of, unlatch himself from her flipping bosom? Like, I want to know what the mum's deal is. Is flipping BGL's mum Kathleen Kennedy? Like, who is his mum that she's able to flipping fund this guy's lifestyle and his brothers whatnot and keep the roof over her own head? What's going on here? This dude's whole flipping life is being, held up by women. That other lady's now smashing Luana, his mum. BGL is a bit of a loser, innit? He's a bit of a loser. You wouldn't know it looking at him, but he's a real loser.
it's interesting because I got along with her for like a year until Mark fucked that up and made it seem like I'm crazy. But she really, really loved me and liked me and always would tell me, what are you doing with this loser? And I'd rather like have him move out and you live here. Anyways, I didn't talk to his mom since 2016 because that family is toxic. And so he knew that the
married wife hasn't spoken to your family since 2016. And this girl still stayed. Nah, weird.
This is a safe place because I will never find out. And I would never, like, I would ask him, I'm like, are you cheating at your mom's house? Because I could feel like something's up. And he's this kind of person that would do that, but he would make me think like I'm lying. By the way, I know people say that I'm lying. I have receipts for every single thing I'm saying. So if they...
No, you know why I said, someone said, oh, if you looked at him, you wouldn't know BJ's a loser. The only reason why I say that, because I've never liked the guy. I've always thought he's a dweeb from minute zero. But I think most guys that look like BGL, those kind of muscle bodybuilder, bro type of Chad dudes online, they're usually the same guys that preach about being alpha, about standing on your own, having money, you know, living on your own, getting your own place, driving a nice car. Like they kind of preach that kind of Andrew Tate doctrine. A lot of bodybuilders online, they kind of have that message imbued or tied into their flipping getting up at 6 a.m. and training 2 times a day and stuff. It's all part of the message. So it's just interesting to see somebody that looks like that, but lives at home. And he's 40 plus. And before this was working as Brendan Schaub's social media manager. That's the interesting part about it. Imagine him trying to sell you a book on being alpha and, you know, what's that thing called? Seizing the day. Yeah, and all that sort of bullshit. But actually he's living at home, smashing, you know, baddies in his mum's spare room. That's hilarious.
They stay on long enough. I have receipts for every single thing I'm claiming here. Because Mark is going around saying defamation. Defamation is when you're lying.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you say is the truth.
Okay. So you did send that clip. Let me just show it real quick over here. This is the clip. So there was a lot. What we've noticed is there was a lot of you guys recording each other. Like this was a thing.
Yeah.
When did you
so
decide,
weird.
okay, it's time to start getting the cameras rolling?
Well, when I realized that I might need that for immigration.
Uh-huh.
Because he was like really violent and I didn't know if I mean, and also just like because he would film me and like say shit like, oh, I'm going to show everybody who you are. And it's like, but you're lying. So I started like recording for many reasons, including immigration, and to have proof of what's actually going on, to honestly also have proof for myself, because he would make me feel so crazy and like everything is my fault and it's all me. And the thing is, what people don't realize, I don't have filmed that much. I mean, I have quite a bit, but that's like 10% of what really happened, because he would take my phone away from me. He destroyed.
Just thinking about this, was she gonna smash Luke Rockhold raw dog at Brian Callen's wedding in a toilet, or did she just happen to carry some condoms with her or something? Like, can you imagine? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, these people are a mess. This is a fucking mess. I just got it in my head thinking, hold on, like, they were both at his wedding. Did Luke Rockhold have a fucking satchel full of Johnnies? Or are they just gonna wing it?
Destroyed 2 of my phones. And I don't, like, people don't realize this guy's 260 pounds and I'm 110. I'm 5'2". And thankfully, I have about this entire apartment complex as a witness for what he's been doing, and the people next door who have many times called the police. So, and not on me. By the way, when I got arrested, so Mark got arrested in 2021. People don't realize because I didn't
We still haven't played a clip, by the way.
film him when he got arrested. He got arrested in 2021 after I got arrested, because somebody else called the police saying they thought he was going to kill me. I got arrested because I called the police trying to get help from them while he was abusing me and while I was recovering from my breast augmentation surgery.
Oh, so that video that he released on his YouTube channel where you were very visibly upset, and the cops were restraining you and Mark was filming it, that's right after you got the surgery done, and there was some sort of dispute, like with just argument or something? What happened?
Okay, so first of all, my grandma had died 2 weeks prior to this. My grandma, who I was very, very
She's absolutely twitching for another line. I know that mannerism. I've been there before. She's absolutely twitching, gagging for another line right now. If the camera was to suddenly go off, she'd be straight up in there.
close to, and Mark was not helping at all. He was prodding me, making me feel like shit. And at that point, I was like, I need to get rid of this guy. Like, you know, when somebody something like death happens, you're like, it opens, like, you're like, what the fuck am I doing? I had also my job, like my boob job done, because that was already planned. And 3 days, so I got my boob job was 14th of January. I got arrested the 17th. I was on oxycodone for the breast augmentation. So people keep referring to like me saying I'm on oxy. Yes, I was, for pain management. I don't really take like,
Yeah, Super Jella, I caught up. I can see it right now. I'm paying more attention to her, Manica. I was listening to what she was saying more, but now I'm actually watching how she's moving. And we know. Uche knows, everybody knows in the chat. If you've been there, if you've lived that life, you know.
like I don't take drugs, I don't really drink, so my tolerance is not very high. So one thing that happens with Mark is when I'm weak, I had 2 surgeries with him and he fucked me up on those. Like once he moved out and left me alone, and the other one he started threatening me, and he knew I was worried because when you have breast augmentation, you can't, like, lifting your arms can fuck them up, getting pushed or something can fuck them up. Like you can get a capsular contracture from this. Sorry, I have a little, I need to drink.
Oh, oxys. Okay, so she got hooked on oxys like Brendan did for pain stuff. Aha.
Water.
If you're just jumping in, we're here with Luana, soon to be ex-wife of Hella Mark Harley, talking some stories here about breasts and domestic violence.
So far, I haven't really got the impression that she really, I don't know, maybe they're going to clarify this later on, but I don't get the feeling that the divorce is anywhere. It just feels like they're kind of separated at the time for the time being. I don't know. Do you get the feeling like this? Any guys in the chat? doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like she's overdone with it. This is the last time I'm speaking about this guy, is done. I don't get that feeling. It just feels like somebody that's got some grievances and they're sharing it with the public. I don't know.
Right? It's a good way to say it, right?
Yeah.
I don't mean to laugh, but this is crazy. All right, so yeah, you're going through this whole recovery thing, and he's not supportive, you're saying, correct?
Correct. And so he was Uber driving, and then like we had an argument and he threatened me. And he's like, well, you're going to get it when I come back.
By the way, I hear someone in the background. Is that Luke Rockhold at the apartment right now? Is that Luke? Can we bring Luke on or no?
That's my friend.
Oh, okay.
Oh, damn it. I wished it was Luke. Fuck.
It's too feminine. Okay. Just making sure. Okay. Wait, so is this a good friend of yours here? She's witnessed a lot of this stuff?
So she knows everything because she's been there. She knows especially about what's been going on with that girl in Rhode Island that he's also not dating anymore, which is fucking hilarious. Didn't we know that was going to happen?
Wait, so that girl he was kissing on Instagram Live, that's funny, isn't it? BGL is a proper city boy. He was still married and he was up there kissing this girl on Instagram stories. Absolute savage.
You're saying he's not dating the girl from November? Wait,
he booted her 2 weeks ago. She's been crying all over Instagram. Not that I care, but unfortunately people keep sending this shit to me. Oh yeah, it's fucking hilarious. She wrote a poem. Again, I'm not looking at this stuff. These people are sending it to me. I mean, at the end of the day, she was a victim. I don't think she handled the situation well at all.
Weren't you guys going back and forth? You and the new girlfriend? Weren't you having a thing, like kind of arguing back and forth online?
For her once, I said one thing.
Okay.
That he's abusive and that he's lying to her, and then she started attacking me and my immigration status. And then I blocked her.
She's attacking me.
And they are split, you're saying, now?
They were never together.
Really?
Do you know, I found out that he has been cheating on me with hundreds of girls doing the same thing. Huh. I have messages you're gonna fucking throw up on. Like, it's been wild what I've been finding out because...
so now we found out how BGO survives financially. If he's not getting help from his mum, he's getting help and assistance from a bevy, a selection, a slew, a horde of women all over the United States and maybe beyond, and maybe some fellas too, who are basically paying his way and sending him a couple of dollars here, a couple of dollars there. But if you multiply that by a few people, that kind of adds up. That's basically how BGO survives. He's basically the Tinder swindler, isn't it, in a way? You know? It's giving Tinder swindler vibes.
I went public. Well, I can't say everything because this is also a legal thing right now. But this girl was pulled into this because she was a great supply. She was a fangirl. At the time that they met, she had even less than he had. Now they both have nothing. Yeah, so she lost her podcast to help abused women. She lost her best friend who
no way
left her and said, I don't want anything to do with this. I had people messaging me that follow her saying she's a psycho and I don't like to. Yeah, this is not the first time. This is history. Christ. She's been doing this with married guys because she gets off on the attention, and she obviously does because she's still talking about it as if she matters. But you don't matter. I'm sorry, but you don't.
Photographers, you're blockbuster.
You were just a hole and a supply. And again, his mom meets all these girls, so not special. Sorry.
Wow. BJ's mom's a madame.
Interesting. This is crazy, man. This is this whole story, his side and your side. It's so you have to it's very hard to wrap your head around something like this, just from the outside perspective. So, what does your family and friends think about this? Like this whole thing?
Sorry, my family and friends have been hating Mark for a very long time. but that's why I kind of want you to show everything from the abuse that I've sent to you, because I think people should see it.
Let's get into it. Let's jump into it. I was trying to show it before. We'll show it right now. Here's one of the things, one of the videos where it looks like, I don't know, you're lying on a bed or something. Well, I'm just gonna play it. Go ahead.
I'm walking behind him, asking him, and the reason my phone is like moving like this because I'm pretending I'm just holding it, because so he doesn't take it away from me. And this is not violence. This is him destroying shit. There is a lot of violence in other videos, but this is just what happened on February 8th, because this girl pretends that I knew of her. No, I didn't really. I was
Play
like,
the fucking clip.
Was going on,
Play
but Mark
the
was
fucking
lying
clip.
the entire time.
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I gave you the opportunity.
You can't hear anything? Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, well, you know what the video sounds like, so we'll just play this for the audience.
I gave you the opportunity to tell me the truth a week ago, and you didn't.
So the entire time I'm asking him, are you cheating on me?
Okay.
You have cheating on me. I'm just saying this like you can keep going at. And he just like goes around, he says no, and then he just like, he doesn't say anything.
So now the audience does hear this. I don't know why, for some reason it's not filtering into you, but the audience is hearing this. So let me just let this play. So he knocks down, I don't know, looks like a canvas or something over here. He doesn't look very happy.
No, of course not, because he's...
Okay, and now you're accusing him of, or you found out information on other women, right?
About this specific woman, girl.
You even lied to me about throwing it away. Yeah, you even tried to me about throwing it away.
He looks very tired. This is when he just got home from an escapade?
No. He was home at the entire time. It was just like, no.
Who gets up in the morning and puts on skinny jeans and walks around the house with bare feet when they've been at home all day? That's psycho behavior.
No, he's tired because he was napping.
so he was napping. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna get this guy right now. I'm gonna.
Well, no, because it wasn't like he was laying in bed, and I had found the letter a week earlier, and then he he read some of it, and then I went into his car, and I found the letter in there, and that's when I could read everything.
Okay.
And like, you were lying.
Who is this, Mark? You haven't.
And this is the kind of tactic that he does. Like, he either starts violence or destroying.
So you're confronting him. You're saying, "Tell me the truth."
You lied. Yeah. I gave you the opportunity.
I gave you the opportunity.
I gave you the opportunity to tell me the truth a week ago. And
okay, so you gave him the opportunity to tell the truth.
Didn't. And you kept the card, so this card means something to you.
No, because I found the letter a week before and said, you're lying. And I literally said, I'm going to get a divorce, just tell me that you've been cheating. This is the whole thing, like, tell me the truth, and I'm out. But he said, I didn't cheat. He came back that same night. He left.
Yeah,
very dramatic. My friend was on the phone. He was, like, threatening. He actually ripped off the key, the chain in front of the door, so I couldn't lock the door.
I'm sorry, but the recording thing is so weird. I know she said she needs to do it because of her immigration, which I don't know what that means. It's just words, super vague. He said he needs to do it because he wanted to protect himself. But I think married couples who are, in this type of relationship, recording each other like this obsessively is so bizarre. Their camera roll must be insane. The amount of video clips that they have. Whole storage on their phone full up of flipping nonsense videos. I find it so bizarre personally for me. Really, really strange.
So this is a very harmless video compared to what else I've sent to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna we're just getting warmed up here. Now, is this a stripper pole you got in the room? What is going on here?
Yes.
You got a Christmas tree and a stripper pole. This is a very wholesome apartment you got going on over here.
If you go back to a girl's house and she says, I'm not smashing on the first day, but she has a stripper pole and a Christmas tree in the house and she lives by herself, you have to go for it still. You still have to shoot your shot. You must. You owe it to yourself. I'm not that kind of girl. I hardly know you. No. You have to try. You just have to. You owe it to your ancestors to try. This is the equivalent of walking into a girl's place and she's got one of those live, laugh, love fucking poster things on their wall or some shit. That's what you have to just give it a shot. You get turned down, fair enough, go home, but you have to at least try.
What happened on this stripper pole?
It's just workout.
So wait, hold on a second. You can do tricks on the stripper pole.
Yes.
MMA-Hole guys is fucking bussing right now.
Is the stripper pole available? Can we get some in real time tricks right now?
No, I put the table here, so no, I can't.
Maybe next time. Okay, I had to try. Okay, here's Mark. He's coming out shirtless. There's a Christmas tree, a stripper pole, and okay, we'll just show this real quick.
Couch, yeah.
Ready?
So he throws the keys at you.
Huh? You want this?
And then he's on top of me.
Maybe I'll fucking throw it through the computer, huh? Is that what you want? Here you go. Oh my God!
Okay. He's saying, "Oh my God." He's.
There you go. Anything else?
I mean, again, this is a 260-pound guy. I'm sitting on the couch. I was looking for my cat. I haven't slept in days. And he didn't like the fact that I told him that it was his fault that this is happening with the cat.
Uche is right. Get MMA-Holes guy some water. If MMA-Holes guy's wife is in the room or in the house, he's got to be careful, bro. He might be sleeping on the couch tonight. He's been simping a little bit too much.
And yeah, so he climbed on top of me. That's what's happening there. He's pushing me into the. Yeah, so he's thrown the key and then he's pushing me into the couch. Like, I don't know if you ever had a 260-pound guy on top of you, but that hurts.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's very. It's a friendly interaction. No one should be having keys thrown at them. Now, there's been a bunch of videos back and forth that we've seen. We saw the video of course, you were trying to leave the house, and he's behind the car. He's trying to stop you. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he's like shaking the car, and he's yelling and screaming.
He's attacking me.
The car thing, he's also lying about that. So what happened was, it was July 23rd, 2020. And I actually wrote that in my Instagram, and people took it out of context. I took the date in there. And what happened was, after I got arrested in January 2020, until he got arrested in September 2021, he would threaten me with the police all the time. And because the police had already failed me, I literally let him do anything to me. I did not try to defend myself. I was really like, you know, whenever he started, it was during the pandemic too, so he was getting really, really aggressive. Mm-hmm. And so one thing was, we were going to Sequoia, or we were supposed to go, and our bags were already in the car, and then he started getting aggressive. And I was like, I'm out of here, because I don't want to do this again. I don't know what he's going to do. So I'm trying to leave, and he is stopping me because his key's in my car. This is his kind of control, because our neighbor has a key. The manager is here. He has a key. He had access to multiple keys. And he ran out after me. So this is how he locked himself even out. But the manager's on the other side. Like, the manager is not on site. So you can go around and you don't have to go in. Also, Mark has jumped this fucking fence so many times. He was not locked out. He just wanted control.
Can you imagine how exhausted the building manager, the concierge person is? However many they are. Maybe there's one person on shift. Maybe there's too many free. Can you imagine how tired they are of these two? BGL and flipping Luana. Can you imagine? Every time they see them come around the corner. Oh, God. Not again. Do you know what I mean? Just imagine how exhausting it must be to deal with these two. Fuck me.
Control. He wanted that key to control me because I was going away. He claims that 5 minutes later, I came back inside. That's not true. My neighbor came out running and said, get the fuck away from her, because I also was destroying my car. He fucked up my lights. He fucked up my mirrors. He dented my car on the side. She told him to get the fuck away from me. I drove off, and I drove to the police. So it's what he's saying is not true. And then I was sitting in front of the police station not knowing what to do, and I was just trying to calm the fuck down. So yeah, he's lying about that. He's saying I stole his keys. That's not true. He said I came in afterwards. That is not true. My neighbor is a witness, and he was out of order because one of the things that he loves to do is control. Mm-hmm. And that's what it is. Control.
Yeah. So I'm going to play something else here. Unfortunately, I don't know why I can't get the audio for you to hear, but I'm going to play the video that you sent of Mark hitting me, blocking my way.
Yes.
Let me play this real quick here.
That was the start of him escalating and then getting arrested. So this is just the warm up.
Okay. Okay. Stand by over here.
What are you moving out? What are you moving out? What are you moving out? What are you moving out?
So you're saying leave me alone, and he's asking you a question. I can't really make it out, but he's asking you something.
He says, when are you moving out?
When are you moving out? Okay.
Leave me alone.
Leave you alone.
So I hear leave me alone, and then I hear a slap, and then, of course.
Slap hit me in the face.
Oh, okay. So wait, what are you saying? He punched you, or?
Hit me with a flat hand.
Oh, flat hand. So, okay. So, yeah, I mean, regardless, it's all wrong. You can't be doing that.
Is that what we're doing now? I can just say leave you alone, and I can no, fuck that, dude.
Okay. So, yeah, this sounds pretty aggressive here. Can't see anything, but you do hear clearly. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's slapping himself. It sounds like he is.
Why would he slap himself?
He's got Asperger's.
Good callback, MMA-Holes. Good callback, Asperger's.
No.
That's so wild.
Yeah. How many times did you say Mark has hit you?
Countless.
You have to laugh at this, honestly. Sorry. Asperger's, you had to laugh at.
You know what the word? Okay, so the hitting isn't even the most devious. What is devious is the fact that what he does, and like I said, I only have proof of 10% of what's happening because he would take my phone, and also when you're in this situation, you don't even really think of filming. Like it's very rare that I start thinking about it. And one of the things that he would do is very calculating, hurt me in a way that you cannot see. One of his things were.
Was he doing like prison style? Was he putting rocks in flipping pillowcases and smashing over the head or something?
That he was doing like he's done this repeatedly is in the dark would sit, like he would climb on top of me, sit on my chest and arms so I can't move them.
Oh, that's what Joe Budden allegedly did, isn't it? He sat on someone's chest.
Open my eye and hold his flashlight right into it.
Guantanamo Bay settings.
It hurts like crazy. It's pain in your head, and also I always thought I was gonna get blind. Like it would be horrible when he would just hold it in your face, in your eye, and you cannot.
Fucking LBGO, mate. This sounds fucking sadistic as shit.
Move.
That's pretty disturbing.
Say that one more time.
No, I'm saying that's pretty disturbing. That's like just to think of. I mean, someone to do something like that doesn't make any sense. So you're saying while you were arguing, he would just pin you down and do this?
Yes. He would put pillows in my face so that I couldn't breathe. He would put his nose and hand on my face so that I couldn't breathe. He would push my face into the ground while putting his whole, weight on top of me. He put his fingers in my nose, like he has pretty big fingers that would really hurt. He like pushed my face like in my mouth and so much that I would think my teeth are gonna break off. And please, people say I'm lying, and I would love for you to show more because some people are.
So you also sent. Now there was pictures that you sent too, but those.
Does she have pictures of him sticking fingers up her nose? That's like when Jussie Smollett took a picture of himself with the fucking noose around your neck. Why not take the fingers out your nose first? Why would you want to take a picture of someone putting their fingers in your nose? I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it weird.
Did you pull those back? I think those vanished on here. They're not on here anymore. There was one
really?
that was.
I can send them now.
Yeah. Just don't send the butt shot again because I mean that's great to see, but we'll just probably can't show that on YouTube.
Of that. I mean.
What? She's sending him nudes, or what? He slapped her bum. I don't know.
And while you're looking for that, let me just address the audience. So guys in the chat, here's the deal. We heard Mark's side of the story. Now we're hearing Luana's side of the story. Regardless, this is disturbing in both ends. So stand by. We're going to hear Luana's side, and you can make whatever decisions you'd like to make with this. He would call it mutual combat when he came on the show.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
if you go, so first of all, and everybody can Google this again, it's called reactive abuse.
Yeah, Dave H. I saw BGL streaming as we started his stream, but personally, I'm not a fan of the guy. He chats shit. This woman's chatting a lot of shit also, but she's the victim, so we kind of have to listen to her. But I'm definitely not going to listen to BGL. Feel free to check him out if you want to, but I'm not listening to that guy. No, thank you.
There's only one person that is the abuser, one person that has a power in the relationship. The power with him was A, that I loved him, and he would always tell me that I'm nothing to him. B, the green card. He had the power, and he would also always tell me I didn't have a power, and I didn't.
Because also, what's BGL going to say anyway? This sounds just like she's just saying her piece. He said his piece, she's saying her piece. What can he really refute in this? And what can we say anyway? You know, we can't really make a judgment. This just is a he said, she said. You know, these guys are clearly toxic together. It's probably for the best that they're getting separated, going their separate ways and live their life, hopefully. There's nothing else that can be gleaned or gained from BGL's insights, really. I don't know. Unless maybe he wants to clear up some of the girl stuff or whatnot, or maybe he's got some gossip he wants to lend about Brendan. I don't really see why it's beneficial to listen to him. It just is what it is.
These kind of relationships, abusive relationships, there's one person in power and there's one person that is not in power. With some people, it can happen that you start having reactive abuse, which is also defending yourself, but also something that happens because your buttons are being pushed and because you are reacting to what's been happening to you. Let me send you this because he's been trying to. Yeah, he's been trying to. It's like, this guy is 260 pounds saying he's not afraid of anything. He says he can fuck up Luke Rockhold. He says he can fuck up Brendan Schaub. Do you think he's afraid of me? He's not.
Yeah, he's a big man.
I would legit pay money to see Brendan Schaub and flipping BGL fight in a cage. Because I think that fight will be a lot closer than people think. Especially now, with the way Brendan Schaub's built. And the lack of training that he does and stuff and what he ingests and flipping what he drinks. I would pay hard money to watch that fight. Legit would watch it.
He is. And he never was 1 second afraid of me.
What about the frying pan situation? He said he was hit over the head with a frying pan. What was that about?
I discussed this at the the girls, the Guys We Fuck podcast is discussing that. I don't want to talk about that anymore because he's again lying about this.
Also, she went on that podcast too. Did she go on the Guys We Fuck podcast? Really? And talk about this? Wow.
Let me send you. Sorry.
So he's claiming that you hit him over the head, but you're saying you didn't, right?
He's claiming a lot of things.
Okay.
Let's see. And he had an excuse for everything. I mean, so I'm gonna send you these. There's a bite mark in there too because he's gonna claim like I did stuff to myself, and it's like, okay, these are handprints and bite marks.
Okay, so I'll wait for these things to come through, and then I'll show them. If you just jumping in, we're live with Luana. She is currently going through a divorce with Helen Mark Harley.
Is she though?
That says, use the Instagram app to view this. Oh my God, it doesn't show on the computer. That is not cool. Oh, look at this here. It says, so apparently the images are available on mobile, but for some reason on this, on a DM, and it is not. That's not cool. Maybe email? Would you like to send it to our email real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, send it to the MMA-Holes info@gmail.com. THEMMA.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I don't
By
know
the way, I'll repeat what he's doing right now with going live about this. He's not allowed to do that via restraining order. He's not allowed to disturb my peace. He's not allowed to directly or indirectly talk to me, let it be online or in person. He's not allowed to talk to me via third parties, and he's doing all of that and has been doing this for days now.
Oh, she's got a restraining order out on him. She's got a restraining order out on him. So maybe they're not smashing still. Maybe they haven't spoken since they last spoke, whenever it was. Okay, fair play.
Okay.
Okay, I'll pull this up over here. So basically, so you're saying
Imagine BGL goes to jail for live streaming this. That would be such a BGL way to go to jail.
you have a restraining order on him, and he's not following all the rules, correct?
Yes. By the way, I just see that people keep referring to Amber Heard.
Yo, she's getting really rattled by the comments, isn't it? What are you doing, woman? The first thing you do if you do these kind of streams, you should not read the comments. And you also should have it in your mind that you're not going there to try to convince people that you're telling the truth. Just go and say your piece to maybe correct some things that you heard from another stream or whatnot. But don't go in there thinking you're going to convince anybody. And also don't read the chat. Damn it, man. She's getting really rattled by the comments, isn't it? Amber Heard.
Amber Heard has not a single proof of being abused. And people are really easy to throw Amber Heard in here. Something that Mark has been doing for years, he would always tell me, I will expose you to be an Amber Heard. And then it was Jada Pinkett Smith, and then it was even Rachel Wood, and then it was Brendan. So he would call me everything because this is just what he does. What's the email again?
It's the MMA-Holes info@gmail.com.
MMA-Holes info.
Yeah, THEMMAHOLES info@gmail.com. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't help but think it myself when I heard Mark's side of the story. Regardless, the whole thing seemed very much like Johnny and Amber, and you know, I guess you could mix and match the roles. I got to be honest with you, like I said this to Mark too. It just from an outside perspective, it seemed like both of you guys were pretty wrong in this situation. Now, cheating is not right, and domestic violence is definitely not right. But it did seem like you kind of got aggressive with him too. So you're saying that you did not get aggressive with him?
So what he isn't showing in these videos is that he has abused me in every single video before I did anything.
Okay.
So this is why I'm calling it. It didn't work.
If you can't even admit that you've been abusive in these clips, then what are we doing here? What a Walter Weed Dune here. Honestly, if you can't admit that you're at least some way responsible too for your actions to contribute to the violence and toxicity. Because I don't know. I'm looking from the outside in, but these motherfuckers are clearly not good for each other. And it's quite a good thing that it probably ended the way it did.
I fucked up the name.
It's okay.
Let's see this one more time.
Yeah, it's THE.
Ooh, baby. Oh shit, sweetie. Oh. Get away.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's all right. What is that? Was it a cat or a dog? I didn't see it froze for a second. Okay, cat was attacking you.
MMA-Holes hope the cat pulled down the top or something, innit? He's confused, he's bored, he's horny. MMA-Holes guys needs to chill.
yeah, THEMMAHOLES info@gmail.com. And I'll show them up over here. Yeah, I don't know why Instagram does that. So now, what's the next step now? What are you waiting for now? Just basically all the papers to go through. Has he signed the papers as well for the divorce?
So wait, MMA-Holes.
It's THE, the MMA-Holes info.
So sorry, I missed that completely. The MMA-Holes info
@gmail.com.
Oh, that was so my fault. gmail.com. MMA-Holes info @gmail.com. Okay. So he hasn't been served with the papers yet. Also, he's been, we have a hearing for the permanent restraining order on the 25th. So
again, do you guys not see? Do you guys not hear this? I swear the MMA-Holes is bringing up divorce way more than she has. They're probably doing it in the background, but for somebody that's over a marriage and wants to kind of cut themselves from the shackles of an abusive partner, why is the MMA-Holes saying the words divorce more than she is? That's the only weird thing I don't understand here. Are they still doing stuff behind the scenes? Is it still maybe on? If he promises not to be abusive again, like, it's strange. He seems to be the only one fixated on, hey, are you guys actually getting divorced? Is this going to happen? Are the papers been served? And she's kind of not really saying it. It just sounds weird. Why isn't she saying the words, I'm getting divorced, I cannot wait, I can't wait to start my life again, this was horrible, worst 8 years of my life, I want to go into my career. There's nothing about that. Just, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't know.
That's happening, then the divorce, and then that is it. I can leave this behind me, even though he's been, like I said, trying to contact or talk to me via Instagram, via third parties, going to my gym. Yeah, so.
Is that true, Josie? It'll be a year before they get divorced. You can't, jeez, it takes that long to get divorced. That's a real annoying thing about marriage, isn't it? You can get married shotgun style pretty quickly, but then to get divorced, it takes so long. It's so fucking annoying. It's like buying a car. You can buy a car pretty quickly, but then to sell it, ooh, even the same day, is so fucking difficult. Am I equating women to cars? Yes.
And also making fun of the situation, and directly actually mentioning me in his Instagram. So yeah, it's a lot. I thought he would not do that. I hoped he would just leave me alone and just spew his shit online. I am at this point pretty worried because he's about 5 minutes away from me now. He came down for the hearing that had to be changed. He is not at his mom's anymore. He's now with a friend, which is creepy as fuck. Again, he's been escalating since Friday. He's scaring me. Him not caring about the restraining order is very scary, which is also common with narcissists. They will get a restraining order and will not listen to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was thinking that as well myself. Someone said about Brandon said she's gonna pay spousal support. What actually happens in LA? Because she actually technically earns more than him. She wants to be a creative director. She's working as a graphic designer in a 9-to-5, working 70 hours a week. I'm gonna say, just throwing out a figure there, she maybe earns 70 to 100K. Let's say maybe she earns 50 to 100, even 30 to 100. However much she earns way more than BGO does per year because she has an actual salary. That's consistent. That is reliable. Does she have to pay spousal support to this loser? She'll have to pay him money. This is amazing. He abused her, took the piss out of her for time, and then in the end, he gets money for it. Wow. Wow. Oh, this life is truly not fair sometimes, isn't it? Fucking hell.
And yeah, so, you know, there's a lot of things that are happening right now that are scary and still going on. I just, you know, I want to put this behind me. The reason why I talk about this is because he's been doing this for as long as 20 years as I found out now from exes, and nobody has ever stopped him. And think about it, he has cheated with so many girls and not a single girl has ever reached out until now. So I feel like I have to expose him and talk about this, because otherwise this is going to happen to another girl. And if this is what he's done to me, what's he going to do to the next girl? And still me, because he's very vindictive. He doesn't care about the law. He was giving domestic violence classes, mandatory domestic violence classes after he was arrested. He didn't do them. Like, he just plays with the law like he doesn't care. He goes on podcasts saying he's a drug dealer. He goes online and says he can fuck up guys and then like pretend. He's just very, very disturbing, and he's becoming more disturbing. And I don't know what he's going to do, but I feel like I have to talk about this because I absolutely do not want another girl to go through this. And lose 8 years of her life and possibly her life.
Damn.
So,
yeah.
ever since this all went south, have you had anyone from Schaub's side of things reach out to you or see how you were doing throughout this whole thing, or they completely cut ties with you guys?
I talked to some people there, yeah.
Okay. And they've been supportive to you, or they've been more on Mark's side? Okay.
Oh no, nobody's on Mark's side.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of bridges
No,
were
as you're
burnt, right?
correct,
On
she
both
is
sides.
not accountable for her actions in the situation. She could have been ran, but she will not be relevant, and she needs a check for the publicity tour. Please ask what part has she played.
Big up Richie for the $10 donation. I appreciate you. Yeah, man. That's the only thing that I'm not really getting here from. Number one, the thing that's kind of tickling my spidey sense is the lack of her saying with her own mouth, I cannot wait to be divorced. Right? Like, I cannot wait to be divorced. I can't wait to break up with him. I don't want to be with this guy anymore. He's toxic. He's horrible. He ruined my life. He wasted 8 years of my life. Like, really stern, like, this guy was bad. I can't wait to get rid of him. I want to get my piece out there, and I'm not going to say his ever again. I don't want to hear about his name ever again. That kind of, those kind of finality type, you know, ending type words that you hear people talk about in their relationships to kind of give themselves, to kind of, you know, G themselves up for the end. And I'm also not hearing many bits where she's kind of being accountable and kind of admitting her faults. Maybe I did this wrong. Maybe I was too nice. Maybe I was too forgiving. Maybe I was, you know, I allowed certain things that went too far. I don't know, just some sort of accountability about what you may have contributed that could have led you to the situation. It just feels a bit strange. But maybe that's the whole point. Maybe that's what this abuse is. It kind of changes who you are as a person. You don't actually see what's going on or the part you played. You're still maybe processing it in real, because really and truly, she shouldn't be doing this live stream. If she's gone through what she's gone through and what she's saying is true, she should be seeking help, like, professionally, and dealing with this in the courts and taking time to heal. She shouldn't be on a live stream trying to argue with people in the stream chat and convince them that she's not Amber Heard and that she's not lying, and sending some random guy to MMA-Holes so she doesn't know proof of her abuse and stuff, and pictures of her getting battered and bruised and reliving that trauma on her phone. She shouldn't be doing that, really, but she's doing it maybe because she's still processing the whole situation. Who knows? It's an absolute mess to be honest. And as the people have pointed out, I think Uche said, luckily that these guys didn't have kids. Thank God they didn't have children. And it's kind of over. They can kind of go their separate ways. They've still got their whole lives ahead of them to do what they need. Maybe not BGL because he's an old man, but still cool. But God almighty, man, what a horror show.
Fired, and Mark wasn't happy. So what do you think about the firing now? Now that, you know, you guys are splitting, like, what's the real story here? Is it like, was he justly fired?
I think so, yes, because again, he was pretending that he worked, and then now the messages that Brendan would send to him that he would show me make more sense, because Brendan would say, you're aggressive, you don't listen, you are not working. And, you know, part of me was always like, this does sound like Mark, but then I'm like, I do see him gone all the time. And, you know, but now I'm like, I mean, yes, now this all makes sense, because again, now it came out, oh, he was partying, he was taking drugs, he was fucking bitches, he was orchestrating bitches, he's talking to bitches all the time. Like, yeah, I do. And again, fuck Brendan. I don't like this guy, no matter what. He might not abuse his wife physically, but this is their problem, and like, that's their thing, but I don't like him as a person. And they both are bad to me. It's just Mark is worse.
Wow. So she's saying Brendan was justified in firing BGL. So everything BGL was saying about Brendan, you know, having unrealistic expectations on his work and demanding this, demanding that, and blah, 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 not acknowledging his good work and his hard work. The reality is BGL was actually partying on the fucking thick boy time, on the thick boy dime, whilst he was meant to be doing edits and deleting comments and going through DMs. And that's probably why Brendan sounded so desperate in those DMs, those texts, talking about baddies. Because he wanted an update. Hey, I text you this fucking copy to send to this girl. What's going on? It's been 6 hours now. Like, what's happening?
So he was out raving, doing what he was doing, partying with all these fucking randoms on the road, or whoever slipped into his DMs, and he wasn't actually working. So Brendan was actually justified. Brendan's coming out this looking quite good, isn't it? Apart from, you know, her seeing, you know, him fucking randoms in a green room. Wow.
Everything that Mark was telling about Brendan came true. I mean, let's not forget, he went out there trying to expose Brendan as a narcissist and a cheater. Meanwhile, that's him.
Mm-hmm.
And now we know this because now it became public.
Technically, you are also a narcissist and a cheater. Because didn't you lips, kiss, fuck, fondle around with flipping Luke Rockhold in the toilet while you were married?
And not just that, he's also an abuser, physically, emotionally.
We've seen videos of you abusing too.
Mentally and sexually. He is a very devious person that I believed in. And again, I didn't even know all this stuff. If somebody would have come up to me, like the girl now, like that messaged me and said, he abused me, I believe you. If she would have come towards me a couple of years ago or immediately, I would have left him. Because it is easier to like say, okay, he abuses me. But when I would hear this from another person, I would have been like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It makes it worse to me that he did this to somebody else.
I have to ask you, there's someone in this chat, Brittany Davino. Have you ever heard that name? Or is this like a, okay.
No,
it's probably an alt account or something. They keep saying, since they've been screaming in the chat, I'll give them a little shout here. They're saying, Luana, in all your relationships, you're an abuse victim. How is that possible? And it's a little suspect, that account over there, but would you want to address that?
I don't understand the question.
They're claiming.
Look, I've heard, I don't know if this is true, I've heard if somebody's lying and they want to buy some time, they usually repeat the question or act like they didn't understand the question. Is that true? That's a tell. So whoever that person is, it's an alt account that said, hey, how come you're always a victim in all these, you know, relationships, and you always happen to be the abuse victim in every relationship you're in? And she said, I don't understand the question. She understood the question. She just wants more time to answer it. Oh, no, she's being rumbled. She's going to be one of those women who have like a whole flurry of past people coming out saying, oh, man, this is such a mess. Anyway, it doesn't invalidate her experience, obviously, but damn, son. And I'll give her a little bit of a. I'm gonna white knight for her a little bit. English isn't her first language either, right? English is her second language, whatever it may be. So maybe she really didn't understand the question properly. Let's give her a little bit of a. Let's give her some rope. Not to hang herself, but to rescue herself.
That in all of your relationships, you're the victim of some sort of abuse. Is that? Would you say that's accurate?
No, I was in my.
Oh, Luana. Anyway, no comment.
I mean, I had an abusive relationship just before Mark, which is also, by the way, something that the girl that he met in Rhode Island had, which is, you know, what girls that he cheated with.
So abuser attracts abuse victim, also attracts abuse victims. Toxicity upon toxicity upon toxicity. What was that band who've got a song about toxicity? It's a metal band, right? What are they called? What's they called again? Oh, you guys know in the chat. The band has they've got an album called Toxicity. I'm pretty sure. Is it Toxicity or something like that? System of a Down. There we go, Uche. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of right now. Holy shit! System of a Down.
Had
System of a Down, not of the Down. I'm sounding like fucking Brendan here. Beg to differ.
That he talked about. So it's like his MO. Like, he is going for girls that talk about their ex-boyfriends because he knows these people are vulnerable. But no.
Okay.
What I have, I mean, before that specific boyfriend, before Mark, no, never. and also comparatively, nothing like what happened now.
Okay. Now, did you send those pictures through the info at the MMA-Holes info Gmail, or is it still sending, or?
It shouldn't. Oh my God.
Yeah,
it did give me a little.
I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'll say what I saw. I saw bruises. It looked like a bite mark. I mean, it doesn't show that he's doing anything, but there is clear evidence of bruises and things that happened. I don't know when it happened, but there is evidence out there. I did see it with my own eyes, so I can confirm that.
Well, this was
okay.
March 2019.
Okay, and now what happened there? So in that incident, what happened?
That's when you know you're a pure psycho. How do you bite someone like that as a man? That is so fucking wild. Holy shit, bro. I don't even know how you get in that position. Like, what happens for you to bite somebody?
Happened.
I don't remember. He bit me in the like. It was like, okay. So all arguments are were either about him being dirty and not helping. It's basically criticism. Every time this happens, it's because of criticism. Like I try to criticize. Like I'm saying something that I'm not okay with, and he flips out.
Mm.
I have let's see this. This might be. Let me see this.
Threat I have against you, because you're going to threaten and harass me constantly, is that I'm going to expose you, okay? I'm going to put it out in the world immediately. When you keep doing this shit, I'm going to tell everyone I fucking know.
Do you tell people how you, like, when you cause injury on me or you break shit?
I don't mind telling anybody that.
But have you told?
You know what? If you think that I should be scared of that being out in public, then go put that out in the world. But I'm going to keep telling my friends the type of things that you say to me that are absolutely out of touch with reality.
But
if I'm saying shit like that to you, go ahead and do that.
No, I'm saying when you hurt me
Luana,
and break my things.
I want peace and silence right now. If you don't get the fuck out of my way or stop talking, there will be consequences for that.
All I wanted to
shit
know
is going to go nuts. I'm going to start getting violent. I'm going to start breaking shit in the house, and it's not going to be
one question, just one
10,
question.
9.
Are you telling Chappelle when you break
7,
things and hurt me?
6.
Because I'm
5,
sending it to him now.
4, 3, 2.
He's admitting to it. He's saying that if I don't shut up, this is always about me. So every violence is initiated because I'm talking, right? And he says if I don't shut up, he will start violence and break shit.
Okay.
That's his own admission, and then he is counting down to it.
So at 0, he got physical, you're saying?
Nah, he busts. 0, he busts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, it sucks that there's not the photos, but also people can go to my Instagram. I have.
What does she have? Did she have her pictures and videos in albums, like organized? Physical abuse, mental abuse, throwing things at me, attacking me. Like, what are these all like labeled in her flipping roller, like in her iPhone flipping albums, in her camera roll, or what? Or she's just going through clips? Like, God Almighty, man.
In the abuse. In my Instagram highlight abuse, there is photos, there's recordings. I have another recording where he talks about smashing where I ask him, why did he smash my head into the floor? I sent it to you.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, because I didn't stop talking.
Okay. Yeah, and to make it clear, if anyone wants to go through Luana's evidence and stuff, go at the LUANA MANCUSO. It's right under her video over there. You can go check her out on Instagram. She's got it all on her stories. Everything you need to see, you can go check it out over there for sure. I got a couple of alerts from the community, and I would like to play those. Let's see over here. They got some questions for.
This is going to be good. Usually the MMA-Holes community of fans are really good and kind of savage. Let's see what they say. I'm interested in this.
How do you feel about that?
Sure.
Okay. How you doing? Okay. You doing all right?
Yeah.
I'm sure this is a little tough to go down this rabbit hole, right? This crazy stuff that went down.
At the end of the day, I feel like there's a lot of people that will just always excuse abuse.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. As soon as it hits the internet, it goes on shows. You know, people are gonna take sides, and I'm trying to stay as unbiased as possible. Like I said, Mark was a very nice guy to me.
In the chat, hey Luana, any baddies?
Never did anything wrong to me. He was very cordial in our exchanges. But it is only fair to hear your side.
Big supply. I mean, I have this message here. Let me see where this is. So one message was, and I got it on Wednesday night, like a week ago.
Okay.
Hi Luana, I hesitated about whether I would even be helpful to message you, but ... and someone who knew quite well and experienced and witnessed his abusive behaviors as well as gaslighting you, I wanted to reach out. If you want to know more, I'm happy to share if that would be helpful for your healing and further solidifying Mark's pattern of lies, betrayal, gaslighting, and pressing buttons. Knowing Mark, I wouldn't be surprised if you've gotten quite a few messages from other women. This girl has messaged me a lot of stuff that was wild, that is predating Brendan. And he became physical and aggressive with her. And there's other things that I can't, like I said, show right now. They will be shown, and probably I'm going on a few bigger podcasts where we go into this. And
bigger podcasts. Who's it? Honestly, what other platforms are really gonna have this girl on to talk about her abuse with? Or maybe I'll take that back. Maybe if they legitimately do think she's a victim and she's this damsel in distress, maybe she'll get to go on like actual abuse centered. Again, who's listening to abuse centered podcasts? And I love the little kind of humble brag and little put down to flipping MMA-Holes. So if MMA-Holes thought he was gonna get some action, she just reminded him of his position. She only smashes big boys, Luke Rockhold or nothing, and she's all about bigger platforms. She's kind of doing this guy a favor, even though I think this is probably the best platform that she's gonna get in terms of saying her piece and whatnot. But I'm just thinking, what other bigger platform she's gonna go on? I'm sure it does. I'm saying this without any knowledge of it, but I'm sure they exist. There must exist like abuse, DV based podcasts, which is weird because I don't know who's listening to that. But I'm sure it's for the victims, probably like a support system that you kind of go on, and you can hear stories from other women or other people who've gone through the similar things. So you don't feel like you're alone. I'm sure that exists. Maybe she'll go on those type of things, but I can't imagine listening to those podcasts every single day. But I guess that does exist.
Really go into this proof because there is other people where this happened.
Ariel Hawani, the golden hour. You guys are crazy. She's gonna go in the golden hour. Rogan.
And who are actually really afraid of him.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I couldn't imagine a bigger podcast than this, Luana. Let's be honest here. I mean, this is the epitome of podcasts here, Well,
I told you that if we would have been in person, because the other one is going to be in person, so they can verify the messages. They can look at the girls without outing them.
Okay.
They can talk to the girls, but they don't want to be outed by name.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. It was one of the girls from Arizona.
Arizona?
Yeah, there was a girl from Arizona that I'm not going to say too much information, but there was a girl from Arizona who reached out and said that they had information. They happened to be followed by Hella Mark. That was the only one that I saw there. And
like I saw what you just said. She's relevant as long as we keep listening to her. Another reason we should never listen to BGO again. I'm just thinking, even just myself listening to this thing, it's now over 4 hours and whatnot. Why are we even listening to these people talk about this shit? It's their personal thing. It's none of our business. It's the only reason why we're paying attention is because of BGO's connection to Brendan, isn't it? That's the only reason why we care. Because I don't think none of us knew who BGO was before he got involved with, before he got involved in that Bappaverse, before he got associated with T-Fat-K and Brian and Chappelle and Malik, right? That's the only reason why we care about them. But how are they able to kind of keep dragging this? Like, just deal with it in the courts, get your divorce done. Whoever has to pay spousal support or whatnot does it, and just keep it moving. I don't know. I just a bit. This is feels straight. Like, how have they managed to flip and convince us that they deserve our attention? I'm feeling kind of swindled. I'm feeling like I'm a victim myself. Maybe I need to go on a show. Maybe I need to share my story. I feel like a victim too. Why am I even reacting to this shit? Who is this person to me? I don't give a fuck about any of them, to be fair. Like, to be honestly fair. If legitimately this lady walked out and a fucking Volkswagen Golf ran her over, I wouldn't shed a single tear. If her cat fucking mauled her to death in her own apartment right now, I wouldn't give the slightest of fucks. Why are we caring about this? I don't know.
Then they disappeared. Their account just fell off the face of the earth. And it was really fishy. Like, I was like, who is this girl over here? No one from Arizona?
Oh, did you see the name?
I don't want to say the name, but there was she's from Arizona. That's.
Oh, you can text me the name.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because there is girls that have witnessed something with him and me in Arizona, so I'm not sure if that might be that.
Okay.
I mean, there was a whole podcast episode that wasn't aired because of people finding out about this when we were in Arizona, and they were like, we don't like we believe you, and we've seen how he behaved, like how he treated you when you were when you were here. There might even be somebody else. An ex-girlfriend of him reached out to me when it became public on Twitter, and she said, I believe you even without the videos and screenshots. I know we don't know each other. I knew of her. That's why I recognized the name immediately. But I just wanted to say how sorry I am for what you've been through and that you're now having to defend yourself in public. I hope you're able to get free and find some peace at the end of all of this.
Is this a woman thing? Like, why are, like... Maybe because I don't have a heart and I just don't give a fuck. But if you were with somebody that was abusive and you break up, and then they go on to abuse other people, why do you even know? Why are you keeping tabs on it? And why are you contacting their abuse victims? Because in my head it's thinking, you're just reliving your same trauma that you went through. Why is it any of your business? Like, or is this just a thing that women do to kind of support each other? Like, hey girl, hope you're okay. Oh my God, I fucked him too. He fucked me, you fucked him. It's like, what is this? So strange. All these women hitting me up for support. And why do you feel good about this? All these ladies coming out from the woodwork and talking about your dude that you were with for 8 years. It shouldn't make you feel good either. I'm supported by what? Other girls that he used to dump loads in. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand this and it's just way over my head and I'm too young and, you know, too naive. I'm only 19. Cool, whatever. I don't know. I find it strange.
And we talked for a bit. Again, she doesn't want to be named, but he never hit me, but he always had these roid rage episodes. He was known for them. And then definitely emotionally abusive. Looking back, I could see how he'd always try to undercut my self-esteem or just do and say things like he wanted to hurt me. That's an ex-girlfriend from many years ago.
I'm just thinking as well from the perspective of a good dude. If there's a good dude out there who actually likes Luana and kind of wants to, you know, pursue her, what's the pull? What's the attraction apart from the physical? Like, what do you honestly think you could do better here? Because I've got a feeling, this is just a thing I'm going to throw out there. I have a feeling like BGO and Luana kind of like this chaos. They kind of enjoy it in a personality. Could you see BGO with some regular chick who's just, you know, chill and cool, not into the crazy shit, doesn't like the violence, doesn't like the madness, and just wants to chill and hang out with her boyfriend? Could you see Luana doing the same thing? Just a cool, chill guy that wants to hang out, maybe catch a movie, maybe have a couple of drinks, and just hang out and be cool, go on holidays and whatnot. It's probably difficult, isn't it? So that's the only thing that's a bit concerning about this. Like, and they're not young, you know, they're both kind of old. So who are they gonna, like? They're not the best. I don't know. They don't seem like the best catches. I'm trying to say. They seemed a little bit crazy. So they kind of need a crazy mate also.
Many years before I even met him, And like I said, he also has a history of cheating. So I'm pretty sure there's other girls. Well, there's this one specific girl that I would love to reach out to. She's very, very private. It was the ex-girlfriend before me.
Why?
And he really, like what he told me by himself, what he did with her is bad. It wasn't about physical abuse. It was about cheating and lying and making her feel like absolute shit. And I actually think our path crossed because
What's this obsession with reaching out to girls that he's done? Like, what is going on here? Again, maybe I'm naive and I don't know nothing about abuse and this is what people do, but why is she bothered about talking to other women who've gone through these horrible traumatic events that she's currently living through and reliving them and also kind of putting them in harm's way by making them relive their experiences too? Shouldn't you be trying to run away as fast as possible? What is this?
I think he actually fucked her while we already met. So one of the girls that reached out to me, who literally said he's been fucking hundreds of girls and people, told me about this. He was doing threesomes with his friends while messaging me saying, I can't wait to come home and I'm just with this guy right now. And that was the guy he would have a threesome with.
PGL is on pure rockstar life, innit? PGL is pure rockstar. He's on his Marlon Brando thing, innit? Fucking anything that moves. God almighty, brother.
There's just so much, and like these girls are just all talking about how he does it. I mean, there is a girl, Dixie, that's the name that I've been told, who he fucked here in LA while he would come home at night.
Okay.
So he would pretend to go to work and then come home, and in real life in reality he fucked Dixie, who is an actress or acting girl. That's what they told me. That's the Reddit. What did they call that place?
P.F. Chang?
Discord.
Oh.
The Discord is something people.
Nah, she's out in everybody's fucking business. Jesus Christ, Luana. Dixie's gonna get in, and whoever Dixie is, I pray for your DMs. God almighty.
Who were coming out at the Discord. So and then one of Brandon's team talked about a stripper that he'd been fucking. And so we established that he had sex even while he was here in Los Angeles and coming home at night pretending he was working. Mm-hmm. He would apparently have fuck people whenever I would go on a trip, whenever he would go on a trip. I mean, there was a history. I know that he flew a girl out to New York once because that's what I found out in 2018.
This nigga's flying out girls with no income. BGL's a real city boy. He's got no job and he's flying out girls.
There is a lot, and that is just the cheating. But the reason why I bring this up is because cheating like this and not using condoms, which I've been told, is also a form of abuse because they're taking away your consent.
These guys are such a mess, man. Oh, man. That's why it's... I don't know what to say, man. This is just a mess. BJ's fucking everything that moves. And I don't know. He's going back home, fucking her for 2 hours, making her late for work, then beating her up, then trying to jumpstart her car by jumping on the back of it, then biting her face, throwing that stuff out the window, kicking the cat probably. God almighty.
And your ability to leave a relationship because you don't know the truth. And also puts your health at risk, which is physical abuse and also sexual abuse. Mm-hmm. And so there's just so much that I've been finding out about this guy who made me feel so crazy, and like I'm the only girl that, you know, he gets violent with, and then it's like this is this really calm, sweet girl that he got violent with because she criticized him. There's an ex-girlfriend who reached out to me. It was when this ex-girlfriend, she was the first one reaching out to me. When she reached out to me, I started shaking and crying.
Yeah.
My mom and my friend were here. And I said, I am not the only one. And not because, I mean, this is awful that I'm not the only one, but it was also so...
No condom Harley. I love that one. Big up MMA Johnny. No condom Harley. Raw dog Harley. Yeah, exactly. Kyla said it. Hella raw dog Mark. Hella raw dog Mark Harley. This is like some Quincy Jones shit, isn't it? Quincy Jones documentary. Just smashing everything. Marlon Brando times. Richard Pryor, innit? Alright? Harley Pryor, bruv.
Like, finding this out that he lied, that he would say, no, my ex-girlfriends would never say this about me. It now was like, no, they would. They just didn't, they just didn't because they're afraid or they just moved on with their lives.
Okay.
Let's get to fan questions,
very
please. Enough.
validating.
This woman's just talking and talking, please.
And it
Come
just
on,
showed
come
me
on.
that I don't know this guy, that nobody knows this guy doesn't know himself, but he's very, very devious and
Please, come on,
sinister,
please. Fan
and
questions.
very, very empty. And he's just holding on right now to these straws, like he's like grabbing for straws because there is an investigation going on right now, like and like I said, there is still like the legal stuff that has to happen, which is why I can't talk about everything. And there's also like these people that are afraid. There's just so much with this guy where I'm like, Jesus, if somebody would have done something earlier, all of this wouldn't have happened. Does that make sense? Like, of course.
No, it doesn't make sense. What do you want? You want someone to come and save you? What? Done what? What the fuck is she talking about?
I play my part in this, but
finally,
if somebody would have said something earlier.
What? Said what?
And he has these enablers around him. His mother, his brother. They know this. This girl told me that he was abused at his mother's house and his mother did nothing. Same as me. He pushed me down he tried to push me down the stairs while I'm holding on to the, railing? And his mom is there. Mark, stop. I don't want the police.
I love how BGO and fucking Luana have both exhausted the MMA-Holes. We got to a point during one of those BGO live streams where the MMA-Holes had the same type of face, where he was staring into the abyss and the abyss was staring back at him. She's done this. She has a way with words. Fucking hell, mate. Absolute nightmare. Imagine her at a session. Just will not shut the fuck up.
In the house. Yes.
He did mention that story, but had a little bit of a twist to that one over there. So you're saying that, yeah, his mom was just basically like, hey, cut it out, for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah,
nuts, man.
basically.
Okay.
I mean, his mom is an enabler. She would tell me, she would tell me that I shouldn't argue with him because he is so stressful. She's like, you don't argue with him. Like, you can't argue with him. He will never, like, admit to anything or, like, not argue. Like, there was this story where his mom had a new couch. He was sitting on it. And he was putting his fucking dirty feet on their shoes and he's, like, heavy and stuff. And she says, please don't put that on there. Like, it's a new couch. And then he starts arguing why that shouldn't be a problem. And I said to him, dude, this is your mom. Like, do the fuck she says. And then she says to me, don't argue with him. Don't argue with him. I was like, but if I don't argue with him, then he just keeps doing this. Because if you don't point this out.
So BGO's the type of person that disrespects his mom in front of a company. Bottom feeder individual.
Then you keep doing, like, he keeps doing this. And I just realized over the years that not a single person is holding him accountable for anything. And the reason why he and I, quote unquote, clashed, or why he probably abused me more than anyone, because of the time, but also because I would say more shit, I would be like, yo, I want this. So basically, I think he hates me, despises me because he wasn't able, I made a career, I grew while I was with him. And I also hold in front of him what he is. Like, Mark has so many insecurities. He would always, he is too small. He doesn't feel sexy. He would always say, like, you're not attracted to me anymore. Like, this, and that. It's all about what he looks like. Oh my God, my hairline, I'm losing my hair. Look, my hair is thinning. like, he even has fucking issues.
Whoever this Britney person's in the chat, it keeps talking about Luana and some person called Bjorn. Let's see if MMA-Holes mentions this. This Britney person, maybe it's BGL's alt, or it's somebody else that she may know in the past, is really going in hard on this flipping MMA-Holes chat and keeps mentioning someone called Bjorn. This might get a bit dicey.
Issues with his dick. Like, his first girlfriend went around in high school, she cheated on him, probably super traumatic, and then went around and talked shit about his dick and saying it was weird. And he's almost 40 and he's still talking about this.
So what's wrong with his dick? What would he be worried about? Curve? Does it have a weird curve or something? No.
Well, I don't want to talk about his dick in that way. I'm just saying, I think this is like, it's just something so deeply rooted where a grown man is.
What do you guys think the issue is? Is it just really small? Does it have like a thing on it? Has he got one of those Harvey Weinstein? No, what's his name? Jeffrey Epstein. Remember they said his dick looked like a, what was it? Like some sort of, what was it? It was some sort of fruit or vegetable. Pickle or something, right? Is it pickle or something? What do you think is going on with BGL's PP? What do you think is going on with BGL's PP? Captain Hook, pencil dick. Do you think it's small? Probably. Ego curve, spotted mushroom. I don't know. Exactly, it did the job for 2 hours. Exactly, Coila. She can't miss. It did the job for 2 hours. Mushroom, inverted dick, skinny. Okay, shrinkage.
It's like, my dick is weird, right? My dick is ugly, right? And he just, because this one girl said it 25 years ago, 24 years ago.
What did she say? What did the girl say?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry, but if you're getting divorced from somebody and you hate them and they abused you, this should be the time that you really embarrass them and you say stuff like this. The fact that she's keeping this stum about this, but talking about all the girls that he's flipping dumping loads in, it's kind of throwing me off a little bit. I don't really understand this, to be fair. Like, why not just say it? You're going to get divorced. You hate the guy, right? Say it. Embarrass him. Why are you okay to talk about the girls he hooks up with randomly and mention them in detail and mention their names, Dixie, all these people, but you can't talk about his curved PP? Come on now.
No, I do remember. I don't want to say it.
You got, come on, Luana. I mean, how bad could it be? What is it? All right, if I guess it, can you agree or disagree? Is it like, I don't know? Is it long? Is he well hung, Mark?
For his size?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can tell you that this
big horse cock. Is he working with a big horse cock or what?
It's not a horse cock.
No. What do you say? Like a.
I tell you, his cock is disgusting because he lets everybody sit on it.
Oh, okay.
He is community property. That's what his cock is. It's the most dirty cock you could ever imagine.
Is it lopsided? Does it like when he takes his pants off, does the dick go in one direction? Like it can't stop going in a direction? No. Does he have a big head on his dick? Is that what it is?
That would be a good thing.
Oh, okay. So little head, does he have a small head? Maybe it's too small?
Honestly, like, this is like something a fucking 16-year-old girl said. I don't really care. I don't want. The thing also is like,
okay,
the guy's obsessed with his dick. Okay,
right.
Like he talks about his dick every single day. So us talking about his dick right now is fueling his ego.
Yeah. Okay. I'm actually disappointed in myself. Mark, I know you're watching this. How big is your dick? Could you let the people know on the other stream? All right, listen, Luana, we got a bunch of questions. We've been and this has been very fascinating. But I feel like we're kind of running in circles. We're chasing our tails, right? Let's hear from the audience.
Chasing our dicks.
Audience here, because I'm sure they have great comments and questions. Okay. Okay, here it comes.
Oh, super chat.
Hold on, we got Guru the Pig coming in.
On a 1 to 10, how attracted were you to Mark when you first met him? Were the panties absolutely soaked?
Okay.
Okay, so I was super attracted to him because, so his persona basically is, I created his persona, right? When I met him, I was super attracted to him physically. but he didn't really have, he was super basic, right? Like he was covered in cat hair. He would wear really weird clothes. And I always loved Conan the Barbarian. I always loved, you know, Vikings and warriors and all this shit. And so when we met, I told him, I said, you remind me of like Conan the Barbarian. So when I met Mark, he was 40 pounds lighter than he is now. Actually, I'm not sure what he is right now. The last time I've seen him a month ago.
She created him. She's taking credit for what he looks like. What? I'm so confused by these people, man. I'm so confused.
He was 260 pounds, so 40 pounds heavier. And again, I was super attracted to him, but he knew that I liked really big guys. I love The Rock, stuff like that. So he just became bigger and bigger and bigger. And you now have to see this guy started taking steroids again. He's been on steroids on and off for 20 years. I never wanted him to take steroids. He didn't have to be this big, but what I'm trying to say is this whole persona with this like fitness and like being super buff, that's something that I created. I told him to go be a podcaster. I said to him, don't be an actor. You're not going to be an actor. They have fucking Vin Diesel. They have Dave Bautista. They have, what's his face? Jason Momoa. They don't need you. But what they do need is like somebody who's a fitness influencer that does comedy, who looks like big as you, and you know, you do your podcast, whatever. I mean, I don't have anything to do with haters, we'll say, because I never liked this whole haters thing. But yes, I was 100% super attracted to him.
So soaked panties, you're saying yes?
Well, I mean, soaked panties after I told him how to fuck, yes.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, so every girl that's been fucking Mark since he knows me has been fucking me.
This girl is so weird. So weird.
Because I taught him how to be good. He did freaky shit because I wanted to do it. When we met, like I said, we were in an open relationship. I'm very fluent sexually and also like with people that I date. So, you know, we would do things that I wanted to do and he was open to it. So
were you the type of girl in bed that'd be like, hey, slap me, choke me, do all that crazy stuff?
That's so basic. Oh my God. This whole choking thing, yes, when we met.
She's really sunning him. I'm gonna go bigger podcast, basic sex. Like he's probably turned on and kind of embarrassed. Fucking hell, she's standing on him. She's flexing on him. That's so basic. Come on, MMA-Holes. I make you come so much harder than this. Come on, you have to come harder. Don't touch me. Touch me. Don't touch me. Touch me. What are we doing here?
I like choking, and it's just the most basic thing I feel like people can do.
What's the craziest thing you do? Like now I'm interested in this. This is the conversation we should be talking about here. What's the craziest thing you've done in bed?
Pegging, sounding rods.
Wait, hold on. I don't know. I guess I'm horrible in bed. So pegging, what is that?
It's a strap on.
Wait a second. Hold on. All right. So who's got the strap on?
I do.
You got the strap on. Okay, hold on a second. So you are wearing the strap on. Where is Mark in this situation?
Well, in front of me.
He's in front of. So.
As does anyone else smell the BS. She built him, taught him how to have sex, and managed his career.
Big up Richie for the $5 donation. I actually think she's telling the truth. I don't think she's lying. I think this explains this weird fucking tie they have to each other where they can't let each other go. They probably did because she's very sexually free and whatever that she, you know, she's kind of portraying and emitting. But I also don't think that she ever got to do what she got to do with BJ with any other dude, especially somebody that she built. Because imagine, there's a sense of I won't say ownership. Yeah, it is ownership that she kind of has over him, because she basically, like, you know, she kind of built him up from the bottom upwards, from the ground up, right? So I can understand why she's kind of attached to him in that sense, because she taught him everything he knows. This makes a lot of sense now. This also, I should have noticed this from the beginning, but this is all really sexual, physical, lustful based and stuff. Like, they've got a tie. Like, they've been doing stuff to each other they couldn't do with any other person, and it's kind of got them entwined in a way that's really hard to let go, because they're probably never gonna find that sense of sexual liberation with anybody else. But it was also hella toxic. But god damn it, bro, BGL was getting pegged, sounding rods, tied up. Woohoo!
Does the strap-on go in the butt? Is it going in there?
Yes, it's going in the butt.
Okay, it is going in there. So you're plowing away on his butt. Okay.
I think it was 12 inches. I actually just threw it away.
So BGL's a real size queen, and she's a dom. Who would have thought BGL was a sub? Wow. I legit didn't think this was true. All those rumors, again, there's Fire in the Kids subreddit. All of you guys, the homeless cats, please take a bow. They were calling this out from the beginning. People were saying that he was giving pegging, but I can't believe this. Nah, I believe this. I believe this 100%. Sorry, Richie. I believe this. I'm sorry. I believe this. This lady is a freak, and she's a bit crazy, and she does lie, but I've got a feeling this is true. I believe some of the abuse, not all of it, but I also believe this is true. 100% this is true. This matches up a lot. This kind of makes sense about, you know, BGL's personality and just how they are together and they can't let each other go. It's, you know, it isn't making sense. A lot of you guys are out there watching this as well. You're thinking the same thing. You're sensible. You're thinking, hold on, 8 years together, it's toxic. Why aren't you leaving? Why aren't you going? This explains it all. This explains why they haven't been leaving each other. The sex is damn good because they get to do all this freaky shit that they always wanted to do. We're getting it now.
After all the shit, I was like, fuck this shit, and I just threw all the sex toys out. But yes, it's something that I always wanted to do, and it's like not that easy to find a guy who wants to do that.
Yeah.
And he was open about it, and I was really happy about that. So, you know, I mean, you have a prostate, it's supposed to feel good, and, you know, it felt good.
So how did you convince him?
My friends all knew, and he would always get so pissed that I would be like, we would be at dinner, and I'm like, yo, we were just fucking, you know, I was just pegging Mark, and he would be like, why would you tell that to people? And I'm like, well, why not?
Okay.
It's a cool, liberating thing that people should do, and a lot of more men should try it.
So you're saying that I should tell my wife to stick a dildo in my ass tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll start with a finger or a little butt plug.
MMA-Holes is definitely going to be picturing... No, I'm not going to say that. That's kind of rude.
I don't want anyone going near that. Like, so how did you introduce this to Mark?
I mean, I just told him.
So you strapped it on and says, hey, bend over, buddy. This is going to go in you.
He actually...
Okay, Richie does raise a good question here. Okay, good question. She does lie. It's toxic because they got dirt on each other. But if the sex was that good, why was he cheating on her during, before, and after a relationship? That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe he just got tired of getting pegged, Richie. Maybe BGO just got tired of being pegged, and he just wanted to have somebody that he could just hold hands with and walk along, you know, walk through a park with. He got tired of sexually liberating himself every night. He got tired of it. He just wanted to have some casual, basic missionary sex, a couple of kisses, and some dinner. He didn't want to get hung upside down. Maybe that's why he didn't want to get hung upside down anymore. He's like, I had enough. I don't want my arsehole going ding.
The order to stuff. I just told him it's something I wanted to do. It's been something that I always wanted to do. And then we did. And then the sounding rod, we were in Palm Springs, and, you know, there's a lot of gay sex stores. So we went in and we saw the sounding rods and we were talking about it. And we were talking to the guy and he was explaining it to us. So we got it and did it.
So the name Big Gay Lion is actually it's fitting then.
It's so funny that you said that because my entire like relationship with him, I would tell my friends, I'm like, I could totally see him cheat with a guy.
Okay.
And actually last year I accused him of having an affair with Brendan because they were weirdly close. And then he was really hardcore set on outing Brendan as gay, which was sort of weird. And the thing to me is now, after everything I found out, literally everything he tried to out Brendan for, he did, and worse. So I'm like, have you been fucking, guys? And this one girl that reached out to me, this one specific girl, she knew him pretty well, and for quite a while, like they had like a thing going on for years during our relationship. And she said, yeah, I bet he did all of that because he would talk about it. And
I think somebody in the subreddit says something about that, right? Like some bloody hell, man. There's a lot going on here, bro. There's a lot going on here. But this is reminding me a lot of my flipping nights out in the flipping Berghain. You see a lot of things. You see a lot of people trying stuff that they probably wouldn't have tried in that environment. BJ's a real party boy, man. God almighty. He's a real party city boy for real. Holy shit.
And I don't know. It's my guess. But I can see it. And it's really sad because, you know, I was always really open about it. Like, there was just no reason to do any of this in secret. Like, we were open. I was super open-minded. I wanted to do threesomes. Like, I had threesomes before. He never had them when we met, apparently. I was like, let's do threesomes, let's do this. And it's so sad that instead of like just living his true self and my true self, he decided on lying and cheating and deceiving and gaslighting. Do you know what I mean? Like, there was no reason for that in the beginning. And I gave him over the years so many opportunities to tell the truth.
Let's get back to the sex stuff. What are the other crazy things here? There's pegging and what else? What's the other things? I'm fascinated by this. Oh, do you like dominatrix type stuff? You like whipping him and shit?
Bondage.
Yeah.
I wanted to do more bondage. He never really did that. I also like other stuff that he didn't really want to try out.
Okay.
Because he really likes to be dominant. I think the one thing we really connected over was role play with, brother sister stuff.
Okay.
She's definitely from Berlin. She's giving me loads of... This is the Germans coming out in her. She's a fucking freak. Wow. Okay, girl. Okay. We're going into incest now. Naughty America. This is like naughty Germany. Holy shit.
I don't have brothers, so I don't have siblings at all. So to me, it was always like something where I'm like, that's hot. I don't, like I said, I don't have siblings, so it's different for me.
What kind of excuse is that?
And same, he doesn't have sisters, so it was something that we connected over this role game and role play. He is a lot into this like underage shit, and this girl told me a few things too that were actually very concerning, that I know that he talked to very young girls. We both don't know if it was actually underage, but it was at least 18 years old, which is super disturbing in my opinion for somebody who's almost 40. Again, this is just like what I've heard from somebody else who knows him very well. Knowing him very well is also so interesting because there is no mark. It's an empty shell that is just doing things. So nobody knows him. He doesn't know himself, but
come on, what is going on here? What are we doing here? She's outing him as a pedo. She's basically outing him to be gay without his consent, which is really fucking bizarre. She's meant to be divorcing him, abuse victim. Now it's turned into an explanation and a deep dive into her sexual kinks. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what is going on? I'm so confused. The MMA-Holes, guys, has really, really knocked this one out of the park. Holy shit. Exactly. Helen Mark Harley takes a whole different spin now, mate. Fucking hell.
You know, I honestly, I'm wondering what else is going to come out over the next few months when this is going more public.
What do you mean? You've outed his entire fucking life. How much more damage can you do?
And spins bigger circles.
I can't imagine what else could come out. Like, I can't imagine. I feel like I've heard it all, and then I speak to you, and now we're finding out he's getting pegged.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, there's, you know, I mean,
forget getting pegged. Google what a sounding rod is, please. Forget the pegging. The sounding rod thing should get you already, you know, a bit flustered if you're not on that kind of time. I've seen quite a bit because I've been out and about, and I've seen what people do from afar. So I'm not surprised by all of this. But if you really want to get yourself, you know, in a tizzy, Google some of that shit.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a kink, and if, like, that's fine. What's not fine is lying. What's not fine is pretending to be somebody else while your partner thinks, I thought I'm in a monogamous relationship. That's literally what he would tell me. I've been monogamous. Meanwhile, you have a sex problem.
Yeah.
Like, you go around and fuck anybody who spreads their legs or butt or whatever. Like, I don't know. But
yeah, I can't blame him for that. Like, us guys are all fucked up. You know, a lot of guys, you know, they like the women. That's what it is. But you got to be honest, right? You got to be honest with your ladies. And you.
From what I've seen also, like, BGL's kind of got a bit of a flat ass as well. So what is she actually pegging? His ass is a bit flat, in it, or am I just not seeing the right things there? He doesn't exactly have a little bubble back there, does he? So it's a bizarre one. They probably got the same, I don't know. Has she got a bigger butt than him? Don't call me sus. She's the one saying, I'm just wondering out loud. She's saying what she's saying. I'm not sus. Why am I being accused of being sus?
You allowed other women in your bedroom?
no, I mean, I wanted that. Like, I wanted to have threesomes, and he would always be like, no, I don't want that. I just want to be with you.
Oh, wow. Well, that's weird. Well, okay. Well, all right. I get it.
Fake booty. Somebody just said something about fake booty. I don't. The only fake thing about me is my tits.
Okay. I got more things here from the chat. Let me rattle through these really quick over here because they got some fascinating things here.
Ah, super chat.
Here comes Guru the Pig again.
On a 1 to 10, how attracted were you to Mark when you first met him?
He said
were
that
your
already.
Drawers absolutely soaked?
He said that already. Disregard that. He repeated himself, that pig. Okay, here we go.
Wonderful, wonderful.
This is Chubbs coming in.
Hey, I'm single and not a narcissist. I'll bring you back to the light, babe.
Are you taking any new suitors that want to get pegged in the ass?
Not right now.
No. So you're technically single. Well, actually, you're technically married, but you could play the field, but you choose not to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Unless Luke Rockhold pops back. I don't know. Who knows?
This is a lie. This is a pure lie.
Oh, was right? No? Okay.
It's just like, I mean, see, the difference between Mark and me is I wait, like, I have to, like, if I have sex with somebody, I'm attracted to that person, you know? I love sex. I love having sex with strangers. It's like nothing about that, but I need to really find that person attractive rather than Mark just needs to get his ego fat. So the more desperate a person is.
How can she slut shaming? She's a slut. What's going on here? She's slut shaming, yet she has slutty tendencies herself. Freak shaming other freaks. This is so bizarre, man. Of course, I have to fuck strangers and whatever randoms. And if Luke Rockhold, like, come on.
The more Mark's gonna like be open to that person, and then they also look a certain way often. And also or behave a certain way. And I just like to wait for somebody who I'm actually attracted to. I don't need my ego fed. You know, I'm secure in who I am.
Sure.
So.
Okay. Let's see what else we got here. So Chubbs, she's not interested. Okay. Hands off, Chubbs. All right. Let's see what else we got in the chat over here. Thank you, Paolo, for the subscribe. Okay. Who else we got over here? We got a bunch in queue. Let me let these play out.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay, this is from Kainoto.
INFJs have absolute decision-making abilities which you clearly do not have. Advocate personalities are also not selfish and narcissistic, which you both clearly are. You and Mark are why people laugh at Myers-Briggs. You both are not advocates.
Okay. So I think he's claiming that you're both narcissists. Would you agree or disagree?
No, because I'm actually going to therapy. And I don't have BPD, and I'm also not a narcissist. I am actually talking, like I said, to multiple people who are
I'm going to therapy. I can't be a narcissist and go to therapy. That's the perfect, that's exactly what a narcissist would say.
very well versed and are narcissists, aware narcissists, who told me that I'm the perfect supply for a narcissist because of my personality.
I don't have BPD. All my friends say I don't have BPD.
I mean, I would love to know why this person thinks I'm a narcissist.
He's a troublemaker. We could ignore him. Thank you, Kainoto, for the donation. Let's see what else we got here. We got something from, oh, this is Kainoto again. Brace yourself.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Luana, what do you say to people who feel that you and Mark are both in on this feud and you're both doing it with hopes of landing some sort of reality TV deal? I have an idea. Call your show Pseudo INFJs.
So it's so interesting to me to think, again, I had a private profile, a private Instagram before this all happened. I'm not sure, again, I have a career. Going open like this actually hurts me more than helping me with anything. I'm doing this to help other women. I'm doing this to make people aware that...
Oh, Mother Teresa, right? Slutty Teresa, get out of here. If anything, what this has proven is that she was a private person before, and just a tiny bit of podcast fame and attention from a very niche podcast in the comedy field that's focused on Brendan, that everyone kind of hates and thinks is unfunny, it got to her head. That slight bit of attention from a small group of flipping homeless cats and other people adjacent to maybe the zoo, gym place and BGL, that tiny bit of attention made a private person completely lose it. Because she is right though, she did have a private account. She does have a pretty low follower account if you look at what she looks like. So it basically means she doesn't really let people follow her who are randoms. So she kept herself pretty much private for the most part. And then when she got a tiny bit of attention from random people on the internet, she went goo goo gaga. It shows the power of flipping social media really, innit? It can really change you as a person in real time.
Even someone, because I'm not the classic abuse victim, right? I have a career, I'm independent. I, come across as confident. I come across as like, I have a mouth on myself. And this is, I'm just like wondering what kind of sick mind do you think you have? Like thinks that this is feeling good, or what kind of clout do you get from that? I mean, I can tell you one thing, I will never be on any show. What is the show? Reality show. I mean, I will not. What I want to do out of this is become a domestic violence advocate. I've had hundreds of girls message me that told me they were inspired by me leaving publicly, and they want, they're leaving their partners and they're thinking of leaving their partners, which by the way was super stressful for me, because leaving a abusive partner is very, very, it's the most dangerous time of the relationship. That's when most abusers become really bad, because they're losing their supply.
I don't think Brandon's saying I need to hear Mark's rebuttal for the strap-on allegations. Why are people so shocked about this strap-on stuff? I'm not surprised. Really, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest. And what can he say to rebuttal it anyway? these guys are recording each other constantly. Do you guys seriously think there's not a sex tape floating around with both of them? Maybe they're probably scared to put it out on either side, but do you not think they recorded each other fucking at one point? He can't rebuttal this. He rebuttals it, she's probably going to leak a video. They've been doing this tip attack thing since the beginning. There's nothing to rebuttal. It is what it is, isn't it? It's just, I mean, like, what more can we say here? It is what it is. Personally, again, he may have an excuse for it, but I'm not surprised by it. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's just funny to hear just, you know, just out in all his business. Imagine, this is meant to be her chance to address everything that BGL said in his previous stream with MMA-Holes. BGL didn't mention any of their sexual kinks and stuff during the last, you know, thing. He just spoke about how, you know, how their relationship basically disintegrated over time. And she just went on here and decided to just, you know, lay bare herself, all of it, and now it's gone crazy.
And their life and the person. So it was extremely stressful for me to talk to these girls and be like, please be careful, please reach out to a domestic violence advocate, or like, you know, resources. I would send people resources. I'm like, be careful, like, I don't know how this guy is going to react, I don't know what's going to happen. This was extremely stressful. I'm gonna say stressful again. And the only thing I want to do is warn girls about Mark, warn people about Mark, because he is influencing people. He should not have a platform. I'm not asking for a platform. I'm going to go back to my life, and what I want to do is, you know, help with women in my situation, and also men. Men have also reached out. It's just not as common. And I just want to...
We know why those men are reaching out. We know why those men are reaching out. Big up the man them in the DMs. Good luck.
Do something like that because, you know, that's important to me. There's nothing else. I'm not getting money from this. I'm actually, you know, this is stressing me. I was extremely stressed. My friend was like, I was having anxiety. I was sweating before coming on. This is not fun for me. I'm an introvert. You know, and again, I have a career. I don't need this.
So when we're gonna... Yeah, exactly. Uche made a good point here. I don't care about her kinks. It's just the way that she's exposing all of it. It's very obvious. She's trying to be sex positive while at the same time outing her husband. She's deranged. Exactly. I don't understand what's happened here. I'm just lost track of what's going on. I thought this was a stream for her to address or to fire. That's the title of the title. Mark Harley's ex-wife returns fire. But the previous stream, Mark Harley just spoke about how their relationship broke down over time. Threw some shots here and there, disputed some of her, you know, narratives and some of the clips that she put out about the abuse. That is it. Then she decided to just out him completely. And just talk about her own sexual... It's so bizarre. None of this makes sense. And she keeps trying to convince herself, I've got a normal life, I've got a career, I've got a job. Yeah, okay, cool. You got a career, you got a job, but here you are spending 4+ hours or however long it is sitting down talking to a random guy on YouTube about your struggles and shit. Like, I don't know.
By you coming on the show, so basically you're saying you just want to spread awareness for, you know, domestic violence and all this stuff, but you do put yourself at risk, right? You know, with the nonsense, right? A lot of people are going to not believe you. A lot of people are going to say, hey, you know, you might get like there's a big risk in talking out on this. So you're prepared for all that stuff, right?
Well, look at this. I don't want sympathy. I don't need anybody to say, I know what happened. I'm just speaking my truth. The difference between Mark and I is that he cares about what other people think. Did you see me in the last few weeks go around trying to argue with people what they should think? No, you think what you want. I'm just...
You got triggered by the Amber Heard comments, sir. Let's talk honestly.
Giving you the facts because you've only seen one side. And if you are a person who really cares, you can go on my Instagram and look at it. You can really go, you know, and look at it and educate yourself. You can Google, you know, people that say like, it's a combat or it's mutual abuse. I'm sorry, why are you speaking out when you haven't even made the littlest effort to Google this?
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing as mutual abuse.
Mutual combat is what he calls.
I mean, okay, I'm sorry. When you interviewed him, I know my friends told me that he was laughing at his abuse video.
Mm-hmm.
An abuse victim would never laugh at this. It's fucking triggering. I was actually glad that I couldn't hear the audio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Reliving things like that are not good. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you don't want to relive.
Yeah, you got all the videos saved on your phone.
Stuff like that.
I messaged you before, right? I told you this is going to be triggering. My mind is going to go all over the place because it's just really stressful. My face is super hot. I'm sweating.
All right, so let me ask you this. I don't want to keep you on too long. We've dragged you around here for 2 hours, but
she's exhausted him. MMA-Holes gets exhausted by the fucking by the Harleys. The Harleys always exhaust MMA-Holes. BGL took MMA-Holes into the deep waters. He got tired. He tried to kick him off 4 times. He's tried to start this Q&A session 6 times with flipping LUANA, and now he's put in, hey, let's wrap this shit up.
But we do have a couple more alerts. Do you want to field those, or do you want me to let you go?
I have nothing to hide. I mean,
Okay.
and I'm not like, my ego isn't fragile. Like, you know,
Okay.
again, I don't need you to believe me.
Well, like I said, I'm not taking any sides here. I think it's tragic to see beautiful love and pegging fall apart like this. You know, like this is a beautiful.
No, the thing is, there never was love. There was
Okay.
love on my side, but there wasn't actual love from him, because what I found out now, every single good thing he ever told me was a lie.
Mm.
There was never, he's always cheated on me from the moment we met until the moment I left him. There was not a
What's this cheating thing though? Didn't you want an open relationship? I'm so confused. Didn't she say at the beginning she wanted an open relationship? He then says he wants a monogamous one. Then they get together. Like, why is she so triggered by the cheating? Or am I being weird here? If somebody's open to open relationships and is sexually open the way that she is, why does open relationships trigger her so? Why does cheating trigger her so much? It's the lying. Tell me, so I can make a decision. Huh?
Not a single time he has not cheated on me. By the way, when I found out that this happened, he called me and like texted me and was gaslighting me that this girl is crazy in Rhode Island and like that everything she posted is not true. And then all of a sudden I sent him the photo of them kissing. Like, he had so many excuses. I'm like, this is your brush in the fucking photo. This is your fucking brush. And it's like, no, it isn't. It's a Target brush. Could be anybody's brush. She's lying. You can put a geotag. He was lying.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment I sent him the photo of them kissing, he was like, well, because I said I want a divorce. He said, we'll get a divorce. That's when I blocked him. I have not spoken to him since. This is a guy I've been with for 8 years who I found out cheated on me. And he has not once reached out in any way, shape, or form to apologize. But what did he do? He threatened me. The first thing he sent me after I blocked him on my phone, he sent me on Instagram, if you go down this road, it won't end well. Then I blocked him and he started messaging my friends saying the same thing. He then tried to engage me. So he sent me an email a few days later saying, what the fuck are you doing? He said, what are you doing? But like, what the
Big up Ricky Picture.
BGL is a full-grown little person on steroids.
Definitely. Big up Ricky Picture. Appreciate you for the super chat, brother. Thank you so much. By the way, just a quick one. I've just seen now on my flipping phone, send prayers and thoughts to flipping Jamie Foxx. Allegedly he had a stroke or something. He's now recovered or he's in stable condition, but I'm reading reports that Jamie Foxx had a stroke. Absolutely horrible, man. Tragic news to hear, but he's stable now at the moment, so nothing crazy has happened, but sending that guy good vibes, prayers, thoughts, and healing and whatnot, because that's mad, man. He's mad young as well, isn't it? Kind of really fit dude, looks after himself. Yeah, prayers and thoughts out to Jamie Foxx, man. Get better soon, brother.
the fuck are you doing? And the day after that, he tried to talk to me in the comments saying he's getting a kick out of me seeing like telling lies and stuff. Like, not once has this guy done anything but antagonize me since. He hasn't tried to reach out. You just have to ask yourself, what kind of person he went to see his mom, right? To see his side chick, and he was supposed to come home 5 days later. That's what he wanted. He left in a little suitcase. His shit's still here. He has not once reached out to me and apologized or said anything except trash talk me or harassed me and tried to talk to me in a negative way. I have not talked to him at all. I haven't tried to reach out to him because this person is dead to me, and I will never talk or look at him ever again. He's been showing up at my gym for 3 days in a row. This is, I know it was our gym, but I have a restraining order, and he can go to any gym because he has a membership that he can use at any gym, and he comes to my gym to still control me. He's still trying to control me with what he said yesterday, or like what he's doing now. Why did he not wait? Why does he have to talk? Like, he could wait it until this is over, and if he had something to say, he could, but he didn't. He did it while I'm doing it because he's trying to undermine me, and he's trying to still control me and scare me and stress me. He has a restraining order that he actively goes against. People apparently are choosing to not think of that. He's not allowed to do this, but he is. I am not doing any of that. I have not talked to him. I haven't tried to talk to him. I had not a third party reach out to him. I have not done any of that. I haven't put anything on a YouTube channel. Like, basically the videos that he posted, they were removed because they went against privacy guidelines. They went against harassment and bullying because what he's doing is illegal. Not one thing that I did is illegal. When he talks a defamation, I'm not defaming. Everything I'm saying is the truth. Go get me in front of a defamation. Like, let's go. Sue me for defamation because I have proof of everything. These girls reached out to me for legal reason. They didn't want to like have him like
the MMA-Holes is so zoned out right now. The MMA-Holes gets broken by the Harleys every single time. BGL broke him. Now Luana's breaking him. Probably the Cats are probably going to break him next. He is absolutely broken. This is good for the views, good for the subs, good for the engagement. But God almighty, he's absolutely tired.
They also wanted to let me know. But they said, I want you to have a, like these girls were like, I want you to have me as backup for legal stuff. Right? And what is he doing? Making fun of this? Not listening to the law? Not listening to my wishes that I don't want him to be close to me, talk to me? Nothing. He came in person to the hearing on Friday from his mother's house, 6 hours away, when everybody else, including me, was remote. And the judge asked him, or he said like he was angry that it was like changed, that we had to change the date. And, you know, he's like, I traveled here. And she said, oh, you traveled here? Because he didn't have to. It was a remote link. You could have had a remote link. By the way, people that went on his Instagram, 3 weeks ago, he said he retained a lawyer. No, he didn't. This guy just lies every time he opens his mouth. He didn't have a lawyer. He came to the hearing by himself. Where's your lawyer? You lied. Because everything you do is pretend to be this big guy, but also you have been abused, but also you lie the moment you open your mouth. And people know this because what did he talk about Brendan that you didn't know about? What did he actually, like, yes, he wrangled the bitches, that's it. Everything else he talked about Brendan, everybody knew. But then also think about this. This is your boss. You're part of the shit that
What's
he
she
does.
talking about,
and then
man?
you come and talk shit about him? Who's going to trust you again?
So exhausting.
He didn't do anything but fire your ass. And this is what you do?
Damn. Shots fired. Luana.
If this is what you have to do to get fucked and stuff, or to have, like, you know, fun in the bedroom, I don't want it, mate. Give me a good Catholic girl who likes missionary, who likes, you know, flipping pistachio ice cream, is kind of, you know, and who thinks fucking sriracha is fucking spicy, you know, who likes, you know, watching the odd thriller here and there, going to walks in the park, you know, going to fun fairs. I'm gonna take that over this any day of the week. This might be fun in a nightclub, but this is not fun Monday to Friday. I'm telling you this now.
Damn, you should stand up and start, I mean, take a bow, kid. Take a bow. You're letting it all out here.
Well, it's just, I mean, this is just what it is. And
Get it off your chest, girl. All right, we got more stuff from the chat, okay? And I appreciate you.
Show us that chest, girl.
Being open and honest and letting everything out here. I'm sure a lot of people are going to make a lot of content out of this. That guy Red Bar is going to be talking all about you, Luana. You're going to be a superstar now.
I don't want to be a superstar. Nobody should have the same thing.
Okay, maybe you should start a podcast. And would you ever start a podcast?
Sure. I mean, I used to work for radio, but like,
I want a normal life. I don't need his attention. I'm not looking to be a celebrity. Would you start a podcast? Sure.
right now, not. Because I have to heal. So this is the thing. I have to heal from this.
Okay.
You know, and sure, maybe one day if that's helpful, but I don't know.
Let me know in the chat right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you would watch Luana's podcast. Let me know in the chat, okay? Let's catch up on these donos here. There's a lot of
super chat.
This is coming in from a Topher.
Nobody believes you, Amber Heard.
You know the difference between Amber Heard and me? It's just so funny. There's not a single person that will say that I abuse them. I have friends, I have family, I have... Okay, look at it this way. Amber Heard hit her and abused her personal assistant, right? She didn't come with videos like I did. There's not a single video of Johnny Depp doing anything.
Have you ever shit on the bed?
No.
Okay, so there you go. You're clear. You're not. I mean, if you're not shitting on the bed, you're not Amber Heard.
Right.
I got you, Luana. I got you. Yeah, let's move past that, okay? Come on, let's see what else we got over here. Thank you, Roberto, for being a champion. Yeah, I mean, that's all you got to say. If anyone calls you Amber Heard, be like, I didn't shit on no bed, right? Easy peasy.
This Brittany Davino, by the way, if this is going to be found out that it is somebody, like, I mean, this is somebody talking through Mark, and this is going against the restraining order. So this person, whoever they are actually making... they're not doing themselves a favor, because all of this is going to go to the police that he's been doing.
She saw the comment about Bjorn.
I would imagine there's some sort of connection there. It seems like they have some inside info.
They don't have any info. They just keep saying a name.
Okay. And that name, would you like to address that name or no?
Talk about Bjorn.
Is that an ex?
Yeah, it's my ex before Mark.
Okay. And now, so that was the guy that was abusive, you said, before Mark, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, nothing.
Now this Bjorn guy, who has nothing to do with this, is completely away from this. Maybe a private citizen is now being dragged into this also. God almighty, mate. Like
Mark.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I mean, you know, the only person ever talking about Bjorn is Mark.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody else talks about him. So I haven't seen the guy in over 8 years, so I haven't spoken to him. Nothing. It's like, what do you want?
BGL making a fake profile with the name Brittany Diavino is absolutely hilarious. If that's him, Brittany Diavino. He's cosplaying as a girl online. BGL is definitely the type to catfish somebody online and cosplay as a girl for sure.
Interesting. It looks like you saw a ghost, though, when that name popped up. This is just an observation here. It does seem like this is someone you do not think fondly of, or?
No.
Okay. All right.
And no, I don't.
Okay. That's a conversation for another time. I'm not going to jump down that road.
Super chat.
We got Ride Drive Lily coming in.
I might be able to titty F for 2 hours.
He says he might be able to titty fuck you for 2 hours. How do you feel about that?
Who wants to be titty fucked? Oh my God. What kind of pleasure does a girl get from titty fucking? Like,
I think I haven't done that since I was a kid and didn't know what the fuck way to put it. But you wouldn't like that, right?
No.
Okay. Here we go.
Super chat.
This is Opulence MTB coming in.
Is she a screamer?
Are you a screamer?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a faker. I tell you, like, I mean, if I do something, it's gonna be. I'm not like an actress that's like sitting there screaming the fucking house to the ground for no fucking reason.
Yeah. Are you easy to make more orgasm, or are you difficult? Some girls are difficult. Some girls very easy.
I mean, I know what I want. I
Yeah.
know what my body wants, and if you.
MMA-Holes is getting a fucking chub on for sure. How easy could I make you come right now? Let's just say, for instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, how loud would you be if I can't make you come?
If you have a guy that listens, it's not hard.
There you go. You take control in the bedroom. I can tell.
Yo, she licked her lips. Look at that face. Look at that face. Oi, oi.
You have full control of that bedroom.
I mean, not with Mark. 'Cause
No.
everything he needs control.
Okay. That's probably why it didn't work, you know? That's probably it. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing here. Let's see. Thank you for the subscribe. Let's see. So no titty fucking. We got that out of the way. We got some more comments coming in here.
Ah, super chat.
Here comes Ride Drive again.
Mark just sent me 3 pics. I see a D.
He sees it. Mark sent him 3 pics. He sees it. 3 pics.
Oh, did he send him dick pics? Because one of the girls that reached out to me also said that he was sending dick pics, and it's interesting because he's been saying that Brendan was lying in a stand-up about it, and then this girl was like, "Oh no, he's been sending me dick pics." And you know, I don't know. Do you remember talking to him about it? He was like, "Brendan is making this joke how I take really bad dick pics that I'm sending around," and turns out it's a truth. It's a fucked up truth.
Wait, hold on a second. So that is true. So he.
Yeah, that is true. Let me find the message.
Oh boy. Okay, conflicting stories here.
Hey girl, I met Mark when he was on tour with Brendan and he stayed at my place. He said he was single. I have the entire convo saved on my phone. Still had no idea he was married, and she sent me his phone number in her phone. Literally saved the thread because my gut told me he's a piece of shit.
But I still smashed.
But I can't say this because then he would know who this is. In person, you're single, and then my friend Googled him, and he's married.
Okay, so
what is this? What is this proclivity to like reach out to people? Like, I'm just, again, maybe I'm just so disturbed and don't know these things. I'm unaware. But who does this? Hey, by the way, sorry to contact you randomly, but I fucked your boyfriend when he was on tour. I didn't know he was not. Like, what? Or am I just like, I don't know. Or am I being too sensible? Or am I too flipping Christian? Like, what's happening here? Why just chalk up to the game? You smash the guy, it is what it is. Chalk up to the game, take the L. It's a good story to tell your friends. But why are you contacting the person? I don't understand this. Is that solidarity? Is that what flipping I don't know. I don't get it personally. I'm confused.
Okay, and then she was like, he sent me. Wait, there it is.
Wait, she sent you the pic?
No. Well,
okay, you don't show it here. Whatever you do. Don't you?
It is true. Yes. So
Yeah.
she said that they met at the show, but he also continued to send her dick pics afterwards.
Okay, so conflicting stories there. Here we go.
Super chat.
We got an opulence real quick here.
What size, damn it?
They want to know your breast size. They won't leave the chat unless they know your breast size.
Guess.
I'm gonna say, let's see. I don't want to be a pervert here, but I'm clearly being one. D.
Yeah, well, it's very unfortunate because it's exactly between a D and a double D, and so no bras fit me properly.
So that's an amazing job that they did. You need no bras; they just stay in place. That's perfect.
Yeah, because they're not that big. I mean, the bigger you go, the bad. I mean, I also had perky boobs before I got them done. So
okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Let's see what else.
He might have to sleep on the couch. MMA-Holes needs to chill out. That wife is gonna be pissed.
We got Kainoto coming in.
Hi Luana, I'm a huge fan of your vapidity. Tell us, are you aware that you're the epitome of narcissism? Do you feel foolish throwing that word around when you clearly are just as narcissistic as Mark is?
That is so interesting. Because I'm not a narcissist, and it's like these people just throwing names, like throwing narcissist around. And
aren't you doing the same thing though?
Narcissist is somebody who is empty inside, who doesn't know who they are.
I'm full of cum.
They're very, very, very insecure, and it comes from childhood trauma. They also don't have an actual personality. They pretend to be somebody so you like them. For example, when I met Mark, he was a progressive because I'm progressive, and probably his girlfriend before was progressive. Now he is a Republican because all of a sudden he's been around Republicans, you know, with Brendan and stuff. The girl from Rhode Island is a Republican. All of a sudden he's a Republican, but before that he was all into Bill Maher, John Oliver, all this stuff. And you can ask anybody who knows me. I've always been the same. I know exactly who I am. And there's a whole Reddit full of people saying Mark is a narcissist who know him. There is nobody that knows me saying that I'm a narcissist. In fact, he's lost real life friends, you know? His real life friends, some of them messaged me, good friends. It's weird because I didn't lose a single friend. Tell me about that.
Okay, there you go. Makes sense.
Wonderful.
We got something here from Chubbs.
I retract my previous statement. I cannot help this one. My powers are limited.
Okay, he was making a move on you, and then I think he's pulling back. Is this upsetting?
No.
Have you had a lot of, ever since this happened, have you had a lot of people throwing themselves at you in the DMs and stuff?
Yes, but I mean, I don't give a shit. See, this is the other thing. I don't need the internet to meet somebody. Mark is the one that goes onto DMs and is like, please tell me more about how great I am. I don't give a fuck what a stranger says about me at all. You know, if a stranger says to me I'm hot, doesn't make me feel hot. I need to feel hot. The person that I care about maybe needs me to say that I'm hot, but otherwise I don't give a shit.
All right.
Yeah. By the way, one more thing I would love to say that is very different between Mark and I, because people keep saying we're the same. Mark has lost everything. He was fired from a job. He went on a smear campaign. He is an American. He was born and raised here and has absolutely no career, no savings, nothing. He's lost multiple jobs. He told me about all these people that fired him or he had issues with a job. He's lost a lot of friends. He's like before he would like burn bridges for like no reason, then they didn't agree with what he was thinking or saying. And I'm, on the other hand, I have a huge support system here. There was, you know, I've lost friends 3 because they didn't want me to be with Mark anymore because they didn't like him. They have now contacted me again after this, and they're so happy that I'm out of there. I have a very good work history. You can talk to all my former employees and employers and colleagues, and they will only talk good about me. I have a career again. I'm not American. I'm an immigrant. I came here with nothing. And we're very different. He's living with his mom. He lived with his mom when I met him. I haven't lived with my mom since I was 16 years old. And I have a very good relationship with my parents. It's just I always was very independent. I've traveled the world, and Mark is like what he likes to do. I took him to so many places, and he would be on his phone, not enjoying life. We are absolutely not the same in any way, shape, or form. I meet people in person, and I don't need a Brendan Schaub or a 50 Cent to get me followers, because I don't care about this shit. But everything he ever got in followers was because of somebody else. What has he done by himself? What has he created? Nothing. I created a career. I have a life, I have an apartment. What does he have? He does not have a life, he doesn't have an apartment, he doesn't have good credit, nothing. Very, very different people. He has a lot, he literally argues with people.
I was just about to say the same thing. For someone who doesn't care, she's demonstrating she cares a lot. Big up Don the Second. This is definitely giving a lot of caring energy. For someone who doesn't care about somebody, ranting this much about what she's talking about is just mad. And also insulting and dissing him for having no career aspirations is dumb as well, because you spent 8 years with a guy. You spent 8 years with a loser. That also makes you a loser by default. I'm sorry. You can't be chastising him for being a loser, having no ambition, when you put up with it with 8 years. It is what it is. Fucking hell, it's so late here. I'm gonna go in 5. Fuck this girl.
People for fun. He told a 16-year-old girl to kill herself, and he's talking about this and admitting to it in YouTube comments, because he's now arguing with the parents. I don't do that kind of stuff. So tell me in what way we're the same, because people just throw this around. You're a narcissist. You guys are the same, but we're not.
There you go.
And you don't give me proof
Okay.
that it is.
Look at Luana defending herself like a champ over here. We got Kainoto coming in. He really likes you.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Let's see Kainoto. Let's see what he has to say.
Fellas, let this be a life lesson in gratitude for you all. If you have a girl, tell her you love her right now and that you're grateful that she's not sucking off other guys because someone else made her do it. This broad is pure LA.
I'm pure LA. Who have I sucked off? I know, again, it's like this. He's like, I know Mark will go around say that I've been cheating on him. After I found out that he cheated in 2018, he begged me to stay with him, wanted to change, quit Adderall, and our agreement was that I would have sex with other people because I didn't want to stay with him, and he really, really begged me. And so I had sex with a few people, and that was completely consensual. Like, that was consensual with Mark and I. And now all of a sudden he's turning it around and says it's cheating because he turns the fucking narrative how he needs it to go. Yeah.
All right, on that note, this woman's fucking tired me out. She probably tired out MMA-Holes after this, because if I scrub forward, did she go after half an hour? She was still there. Okay, cool. I'm done, man. It's fucking 6 a.m. here. I can't be doing this anymore. Sorry, I have to get to sleep and go to work tomorrow. This is not happening. Fucking hell, mate. Absolute torture. But we did it. We did it. We did a bit of it. Big up the stream chat. Appreciate every single one of you for hanging in there with me. I'm not going to finish the last 20 minutes of this show, so if I miss anything juicy in the last 20 minutes, I have to find out on the Fighting the Kids subreddit. But so far, we found out information about BGL's sex life that I don't think any of us actually wanted it to know, to be honest, but we found out by force. We have also found out, maybe a marriage has been flipping destroyed off the back of this flipping live stream also. That's kind of good to see. We find out, what else have we found out about? I don't know. What other revelation have we got today? We found out about sounding rods today, some of you guys, right? We found out about possible incest kinks. That's a good thing to know. Yeah, we found out some troubling things here and there. Troubling things. But hey, at least we learned it together. At least we hung in there together. That's the best way to do it. Together. Anyway, big up everybody that's been hanging out today. I appreciate all of you. Please make sure if you've watched the stream and you've liked it, then please make sure that you smash that like for me and give me some loving on that regard. I'm not asking you for a flipping sounding rod. I'm not asking you for a strap on. All I'm asking you for a couple of likes. So if you could extend them my way, then I'll be greatly appreciated, man. But yeah, until now, or until next time, my friends, thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Take care. To the chat. Actually, let me shout some people out who've been here for time. Snappack Extravaganza. Big up Richie, of course. Big up Uche, of course. Big up MMA Johnny. Big up MKCR. IOJ, big up the one under Crash 1984, big up TV Hawk, big up Jared Melarek, big up Don Second, big up Super Jello, sorry, big up Teju, big up Coiler, of course, my G, big up Brandon, of course, big up everybody here, Matt Rizzi, of course, TV Hawk, of course, everyone that was in here. I appreciate you all. I really, really, really do appreciate you all. And yeah, man, take care, man. Honestly, much love as per usual. See you guys again very, very soon. Peace out. Peace out. What a shit show. What an absolute shit show.